Chapter 1, Little Beggar. Nodding City, Fasno Province. Nodding City is located at the junction of the Douluos Empire and the Tiandu Empire, so it is a good small city for it. Although most people in Nodding City have a good life, no place is just as peaceful as on the surface. There will always be some dirty things happening where you can't see it. In a dark alley in Nodding City, a tragedy is happening. 7 or 8 children, about 5 or 6 years old, were surrounded by them, bullying a child who seemed to be only 3 or 4 years old, who was surrounded by them. This child was wearing a very tattered clothes and could barely cover body. After bullying the little beggar for a while, these 7 or 8 children left here under the leadership of a child at the head. There was a little beggar lying on the ground with footprints all over his body and motionless. I don't know how long it took. The little beggar lying on the ground slowly opened his eyes, slowly propped up his thin body with his slender hands, and sat down against the wall beside him. Feeling the pain in his whole body, the little beggar rubbed lightly with his hands. His eyes were indeed looking at the world curiously, and he whispered in surprise, "I'm not dead." He clearly remembered that he was still dancing the sword at the top of Kunlun Mountain a moment ago, but with a divine thunder falling beside him, he came here after he recovered. He looked at his slender hands, thin body, and clothes that could only barely cover his body. He couldn't believe it. But the pain that came from all over his body let him know that all this was not what he was dreaming, but the fact that it really happened. Like most travelers, he didn't feel happy. He was more helpless and missing his parents in another world and some of his former friends, but the reality was telling him that he could no longer to take care of it. Thinking of this, Suqin moved his body a little bit hard, knelt down, and slammed his head 3 times against the sky in front of him. Tears slipped down the corner of his eyes, and whispered, "Parents, I'm sorry. There is no chance to be filial to you anymore, your 2 elders must live well over there." After that, Suqin was already crying. Although his parents didn't quite understand what he was doing, it was the parents who had nurtured him for more than 20 years after all. He did not complain about them. On the contrary, at this moment, how much he hopes that all this is just a dream of him, but... In this deserted street, Suqin cried for a long time, but in the end he had no choice but to accept the reality in front of him. Since he can't go back anymore, let's live here. Is this another kind of filial piety? After all, which parent does not want his child to live well? If they could know. Suqin wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, and his emotions gradually stabilized. At this moment, his stomach screamed in despair. "Gurulu." Suqin touched his stomach and sighed. It seems that the top priority now is to solve the problem of dinner first. At this time, the sun is already slanting to the west, it is the evening, and it is time to eat dinner. As early as when Suqin opened his eyes, he had the memory of this body. The owner of this body did not have a name. He was an orphan who had been abandoned since he was a child. But he was lucky enough to be found and raised by an old beggar. He got up, but the good times didn't last long. The old beggar who had nurtured him for 3 years passed away not long ago. How does this make him a 3-year-old beggar live alone in this world? Therefore, for the next month or so, he had a very miserable life. He often had a meal without a meal, and he was bullied by the children nearby. The original owner was hungry by these children after 3 days. When he was bullied, he finally became unbearable and died, which also allowed Suqin's soul to occupy this body. From the few memories of the original owner, Suqin has a little understanding of this world. This world is called Douluos continent, and the city he lives in is called Nodding City. Everyone living in this world he possesses something called Wuhan, but only a few people who can possess spirit power can become the aristocratic master. Douluos continent? Nodding City? Thinking of this name, Suqin was startled, and then he recalled carefully. After a while, Suqin's tender face showed a complicated smile. This is indeed the Douluos continent that Suqin had imagined, which made Suqin a little happy and bitter in his heart. Suqin was pleased that in the world where he could practice in Douluos continent, his martial arts had finally come into play. You must know that Douluos protagonist Tang San is a good example. But what makes Suqin a little uncomfortable is that he does not have the method to practice internal strength. Although he is a master of martial arts in the 21st century, those internal methods are just a method for meditation and nourishment, which can only help to strengthen the body. Efficacy does not cultivate the legendary internal strength. Therefore, if he wants to cultivate, Suqin can only hope that he will have spirit power when his spirit awakens at the age of 6. At this moment, Suqin had no other extra requirements. As long as he could possess spirit power, in this world, although he might not be able to mix well, at least it would not be too bad. Gilyalu. Just as Suqin was thinking about some of these things, his stomach cried out once and again, and protested to him. Suqin rubbed his stomach, and the most urgent task was to solve the dinner first. In addition, if he could solve all the meals in the future. Suqin looked at his body, a tattered clothes that could barely cover his body, his figure was still very small, he looked like a guy with no strength, and he was only a little more than 3 years old, like him the posture, I am afraid it is to give those part-time jobs for free, I am afraid that no one will want him. Gilyalu. Suqin sighed and didn't think about these things anymore. The car must have a way to the front of the mountain, and the boat will go straight to the bridge. Let's solve the dinner tonight first. After resting for so long, the wound on his body no longer hurts much. Although Suqin is hollow, he still has some strength to stand up. Suqin stood up slowly while supporting the wall with both hands, and looked up outside the alley, his eyes full of longing for a better life in the future. They come, the security. He must live well here, and even write a legend that belongs to him. Sing his name Suqin across the continent. Chapter 2, Smithy. Suqin walked out of that small alley and came to the side street. It was already evening, and the vendors who had sold out some things had already begun to pack their things and prepare to go back. It is estimated that the money made by these hawkers can only meet their own needs, so they are not Suqin's target. If you want to solve the problem of eating after dinner, and by the way, the best thing is to find a place with a shop. Although they may not accept his apprentice as a small apprentice, they can only give it a try now. On the side of this street, there are many shops, but most of them are selling fruits and vegetables. It must be a place specializing in selling these things. Although the hawkers have begun to close their stalls, these shops have not yet. Their business hours are obviously longer than those of the hawkers. Suqin dragged his tired body towards the shop nearest to him. Just when he walked to the door of the shop, a woman walked out with a basket in her hands. Suqin happened to collide with her. Where is Suqin's thin body? Can withstand the impact of an adult? Immediately, Suqin was knocked to the ground. The woman was also jumped by this. She lowered her head to see Suqin, who had fallen to the ground, and pointed at Suqin directly and cursed, "The little beggar from there? Doesn't she walk long eyes?" After cursing Suqin, the woman left here cursing. The owner of this shop also came out to take a look at the situation after hearing this. When he saw Suqin, who fell on the ground, he immediately started to blast the people and said, "The little beggar who came. Get out of here, this is not where you can come." Suqin, who just wanted to say something, could only close his mouth when he saw this, and stood up with difficulty, thinking about walking to the nearby shop. Seeing this, the shop owner laughed, "Ha ha ha, smelly beggar, you should stay away from here, no one here will give you alms." Ha 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 ha. Suqin didn't pay attention to what he said. After all, he would know the result after trying everything. However, the facts are indeed the same as the shop owner said. No one in the shops on this street is willing to give him something to eat, but seeing it from a long distance is starting to blast people. Seeing this, Suqin had no choice but to leave here and walk towards other places, still slandering in his heart, which Traverser said that the folk customs of the alien world were simple. After walking a short distance, Suchin came to the street where the hotel and restaurant were located, and asked about the fragrance floating in the air. Suchin's taste buds began to saliva uncontrollably. Suchin got up a little bit of energy, and walked towards a restaurant closest to him. Just when he approached the restaurant, a person similar to the shop's second person saw Suchin. He looked at Suchin carefully and determined that this little beggar was like a guy. It's impossible to consume them here, so before Suchin approached, he started to drive people away. Where does the beggar come from? Are we here where you a beggar can come? Get out! Get out! Suchin had no choice but to stop after hearing this, turning his head and leaving without looking back, and walked towards the next restaurant. Suchin didn't complain about him. After all, this is also human nature. No matter where they are, beggars are always looked down upon, and where is there for people to eat the king's meal? Needless to say, Suchin walked through here, and there was no restaurant or hotel willing to give him a bit of food. Most of them drove him away, and a few were driven away before they got close. In desperation, Suchin could only leave here to try his luck in other places. But from the evening until dark, no one gave him half alms. Suchin could only eat some grass or leaves on the ground to barely satisfy his hunger. Suchin did not give up hope. He believed that there were so many people in Notting City, and there would always be one or two kind people willing to help him. Ding! As he walked, Suchin suddenly heard the sound of iron strikes in front of him. Suchin raised his head and looked at the source of the sound. Not far away, there was a blacksmith shop. The blacksmith inside was still striking the iron and burning. The stove illuminates the entire blacksmith's shop, as well as the burly figures wielding hammers. Suchin's eyes suddenly brightened, and an idea came into his mind. On the Douluos continent, blacksmithing is just a lowly occupation. Although it makes a lot of money, it is also looked down upon by most people. Most of the people in this industry are people with low status and status. If you go there and ask for a food and job, these people might actually agree to him. Thinking of this, Suchin hurriedly picked up some energy and ran towards the forge. When he arrived at the blacksmith's shop, Suchin walked in directly. As soon as you enter the door, there is a rush of heat from the shop. This is the case in any blacksmith shop. The stove is always burning there. Can it be hot? As soon as you enter the door, there is an open hall. On the right side of the hall, there are various well-built iron tools. Not only common farm tools, but also various armors and weapons. After all, according to the original story, there are only a few soul masters in this world, and weapons are still needed, and the price of weapons is much higher than that of farm tools. The money for selling a weapon is the same as the money for selling several farm tools. Suchin's main concern is not the things here, but the people who strike there. Suchin is thinking about how to persuade these people to let him stay. Kid, what are you doing here? Buy something and call your family. Get out. It's dangerous. While Suchin was thinking, a loud voice interrupted his thoughts. Suchin looked up and saw that it was a sturdy man with a naked torso. At this moment, the man was looking at him. The muscles under his dark skin quickly bulged and looked extremely strong. He was still holding a large casting hammer. Sweat is all over the forehead. Hello, uncle. I want to ask if you need an apprentice here. Suchin had just arrived at the age of 3 at this time, and his voice was crisp, even a little soft, and because he had not eaten for many days and had no strength, his voice was still a little low. In this blacksmith shop full of steel percussive sounds, even the sturdy man who was very close to Suchin did not fully understand what Suchin was talking about. The sturdy man frowned and asked, "What did you just say?" Suchin also realized that his voice was a bit low just now. He let go of his throat as much as possible and shouted with the loudest voice he could make, "Uncle, hello. I want to ask if you need an apprentice here?" Chapter 3, Sansho. This time, Even though the blacksmith's shop was filled with the sound of steel tapping, Suichin's words still passed into everyone's ears clearly. Most of the blacksmiths stopped their work and looked at Suichin with a kind smile. Blacksmithing is one of the most lowly occupations. These blacksmiths are all born from poor families and rely on their strength and craftsmanship to eat. Although rough in appearance, most of them are extremely kind. The big man who had spoken before looked up and down Suichin a few times, and smiled. "Children, look at your thin body, what can you do? You should go home and stay for a few more years before coming back. Let's go, so your parents should worry too when it's late." Suichin's expression dimmed when the big man said the word parents. Yeah, thinking about children his age, most of them are snuggling in the arms of their parents at this time. Suichin raised his head, resisting the tears that were about to fall in his eyes, and said loudly, "Uncle, I have no parents. I am a little beggar. I have never seen my parents since I was born and don't know what they look like. The old beggar who raised me also passed away not long ago. How can my little beggar live in this world? I often ate last meal without next meal, and I haven't eaten for 3 days. I thought this was not a solution, so I wanted to find an apprentice to support myself, but those people don't want me. Uncle, can you give me a chance? Don't worry, I will definitely not cause you trouble. I can serve you tea and water. I don't need any salary. As long as I have food, I can live there." Listening to Suichin's words, look at what he looks like now. There is only one cloth full of holes on his body that barely covers his body. Although the tears did not stay, his eyes were already red at this time, and his nose was also left at this time. He looked very pitiful. This immediately evoked the sympathy of these big guys. Thinking about their childhood, although they were also very poor, they were still much better than Suichin's. Seeing Suichin's appearance, these big guys estimated that if they didn't take him in, it would take a few days before the kid would die in a corner of no one. "Boss!" a burly man called, looking at the man who had spoken before. Although he didn't say the following words, they all understood what he wanted to express. The blacksmiths who hadn't stopped before, all stopped at this time, looking at Suichin with complicated eyes, and finally all looked at the big sturdy man headed by them. At this time, all the blacksmiths turned their eyes to the sturdy man headed by him. After all, this shop belongs to him. Whether to stay or not, in the end, he still has to listen to him. The sturdy man looked at Suichin with a complicated expression. After hesitating for a while, he nodded and said, "If this is the case, then you can stay." Seeing the boss made a decision, these blacksmiths also showed a smile of relief on their faces. Suichin was very happy when he heard this, and the problem of eating later was solved. "Uncle, thank you." Suichin bowed 90 degrees and thanked respectfully. Seeing this, the sturdy man was also a little happy, so it seemed that his decision did not make a mistake. The big man nodded and said, "Get up, from now on, you will be my apprentice here. You should be able to do things like doing chores for us. You should be able to do things like serving tea and water. If you are full, there is a place for you. Sleep, but I don't have idlers here. If you can't do it, just leave by yourself. After all, opening a store is to make money." Although Dahan sympathizes with Suichin, if he really wants to raise him for nothing, Dahan can't do it. After all, he is not doing charity. Suichin wiped the nose and tears from his face, and said in a positive tone, "Uncle, don't worry, I will definitely work hard." The big man smiled, put aside his work, gave Suichin a bowl of porridge, and said, "Here is some porridge left over from before. You can eat 2 bites and pad your stomach." Suichin took the bowl and said, "Thank you, uncle." With that said, Suichin wasn't afraid of being hot, so he drank gulpingly, looking very ugly. Seeing this, the big man smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, don't worry, take your time, there is still in the pot." When the other big guys saw this, they all showed kind smiles. Suqin, who drank porridge, vaguely agreed, seeing the big guys smiling happier. The sturdy man glared at the crowd and said, "Why are you laughing? Hurry up and finish your work so that you can go back and accompany your daughter-in-law. If you are arrogant, your daughter-in-law will give you another birth." The big guys smiled when they heard the words, then they withdrew their gazes, and continued to lift the hammer to start the work. As long as they finish the work, they can call it a day. Putting the pot in front of Suqin, the sturdy man returned to his workstation and continued to make his almost finished hoe. The big man raised the forging hammer in his hand, and while carrying out the final finishing work, he said to Suqin, "My name is Shi-san. You can call me Sanshu. This blacksmith's shop is from my family. From now on I just stayed here. I will take care of my daily meal, so I don't want to cheat you. I will give you 5 more copper soul coins every day. If the benefits are good, I will give you more. You will start working tomorrow. Oh, by the way, do you have a name?" "Uncle San, my name is Suqin." Suqin put down the bowl in his hand and raised his head. Although they only ate the porridge they left before, the taste was much better than those of grass and leaves. "And the amount is enough, just enough to make him full." Shi-san nodded and said, "Okay, I will call you Zyasu from now on. Zyasu, you can rest there first, and when I finish my work, I will find you a cleaner dress. By the way, I will arrange a place for you to live at night." Suqin nodded and said, "Okay, Xie Sanshu. Oh, by the way, is there any water for Sanshu?" "Yes, there is water in the kitchen inside. If you want to drink, you can get it yourself. You can also put pots and bowls in the kitchen." Shi-san thought that Suqin wanted to drink water, and pointed to the location of the kitchen. Suqin nodded and said good, and then he took the small pot and bowl used to hold the leftover porridge and walked towards the kitchen. Although Shi-san said that he could work again tomorrow, Suqin would not be really stupid until tomorrow. Start to work, after all, this is what he asks for, and he should try his best to help him do well. Suqin entered the kitchen, looked at the slightly messy kitchen, didn't say much, and immediately started to wash the pots and bowls and clean the kitchen with a rag hanging on the side. Chapter 4, Kin Practice. Although Suqin's body is a little thin, but Suqin once also had experience in cleaning the kitchen, so it is not difficult for him to clean a kitchen. Shi-san and the other blacksmiths finished their work in no time. The other blacksmiths bid farewell to Shi-san one after another and went back to their respective houses. Shi-san looked around, and didn't see Suqin's shadow. It was discovered that Suqin hadn't come out since entering the kitchen. Thinking of this, Shi-san smiled and thought to himself, "Isn't this little baby still full?" In this way, Shi-san came to the edge of the kitchen and walked directly in, while still saying, "Xiaosu, why haven't you eaten, full?" Shi-san who hadn't said yet. Seeing the neat appearance in the kitchen, he was a little stunned. Is such a clean kitchen still his own? Seeing Shi-san coming in, Suqin stopped his movements, wiped his sweat, turned to look at Shi-san and smiled, "Uncle San, I'm full, I'm just cleaning now." Shi-san took a close look at the clean, almost spotless kitchen, looked down at Suqin, and said in disbelief, "You cleaned all the hygiene here bikugu.me?" "Yes, Sanshu. When I came in to put the bowls, I saw some dirt here, so I cleaned it up." Suqin put the rag in his hand in the water and washed it. Shi-san looked at Suqin, who was squatting on the floor washing the rag, and his heart suddenly throbbed. It seemed that his decision was not wrong. Suqin hung the washed cloth on one side, drained the dirty water, washed the basin with a little bit of clean water, and put it together with the other basins. After the previous cleaning, Suqin has cleaned all the hygiene in the kitchen. Seeing Suqin's movements, Shi-san knew that he had already done it, so he took a step forward, took Suqin's small hand, and walked towards the second floor. As he walked, he said, I will take you to where you sleep in the future. Holding Suqin's skinny little hand, Shi-san felt a little distressed. Compared with other children of the same age, Suqin had a hard time. Suqin did not stop him, and Shi-san was still holding his hand and walking towards the second floor. Shi-san took Suqin to a room on the second floor. This room is not very big, about 30 square meters. There is only a bed, a table, and a stool in it. There is a room near the bed. The windows are pretty good overall here. But there is a thick layer of dust on these things, as if no one has lived in them for a long time. Seeing the environment here, Shi-san scratched his head in embarrassment. It has been a long time since there have been people living here, but these things are still very reliable. Clean up first. I will give you the bedding and here comes a change of clothes. Suqin is still very satisfied with the environment here, and the streets outside here do not know how much better. Suqin nodded and said, "Thank you Sansho." Next, Suqin and Shi-san took a little time to tidy up the sanitation here. Shi-san also helped Suqin make the bed, and brought him some clothes he had worn before. Shi-san wiped the sweat from his forehead and hadn't cleaned it for a long time. He didn't expect to get tired after doing such a thing. Shi-san-deo, you will live here in the future, and you will put your clothes here. If you have to take a bath, you have to go downstairs. I will live next door to you. If anything happens, call me myself. I'll take a bath first. Okay, Uncle San. I'll trouble you. Suqin looked at this small room of his future, turned to look at Shi-san, and said sincerely. Shi-san smiled and nodded, and then left, leaving only Suqin here. There is a lit kerosene lamp on the table. The dim light of the kerosene lamp illuminates the entire room. Looking at everything here, Suqin's heart finally relaxes. The problem of housing and eating has been solved, and here will be his home. Up. Suqin came to the bed and looked at the clothes on the bed. Although they were a bit old, they were better and more complete. They were better than the beggar clothes Suqin was wearing now. Suqin picked up a set at will, and ran downstairs and simply took a bath. There are no shampoos or shower gels in the alien world. It is just a bath that just wipes the body with water. Rao is so, but it also makes Suqin very satisfied. Back in the room, Suqin folded the remaining sets of clothes and put them aside, blew out the kerosene lamp, and climbed onto the bed. Sitting alone on the bed, the moonlight shone on his face through the window, looking at the full moon in the sky through the window. Although it is not the moon in his hometown, it makes Suqin a little homesick. After taking 2 deep breaths, Suqin closed his eyes and stabilized his emotions. When he opened his eyes again, the original expression in his eyes had returned. Now that he knew he couldn't go back, Suqin hid his longing for home deeply in his heart. After calming down, Suqin sat cross-legged on the bed, with 5 hearts up to the sky, and started the meditation that he must sit every night in the previous life, and in his heart was meditation on the classics of Taoism. Although this can only be used to calm the mind in the previous life, it has become a habit of Suqin. Moreover, Suqin remembered that in the original work, the cultivation after the awakening of the spirit was carried out through meditation. Although this was only useful after the awakening of the spirit, it was still the same sentence. How can you know if you don't try? Suqin's heart soon calmed down, and Suqin soon entered a state of deep meditation. Although he closed his eyes, Suqin suddenly realized that the whole world was suddenly different. Suqin can clearly feel that there is something in the air that emits a faint light, and it resonates with him. This feeling is like the aura and true energy described in ancient books. In this world, these should be the spirit power floating in the air. This kind of strange feeling made Suqin think of a possibility. Could it be that those past exercises cannot be cultivated here? Thinking about it this way, Suqin immediately began to practice. Suqin exudes a friendly meaning, slowly controlling those things similar to soul power into his body. Suqin was surprised to find that when he manipulates these soul powers, it is very relaxed, giving him the feeling that his arms are instructed. A lot easier. These spirit powers were used in his body under Su Qin's control, but before the spirit power entered the body, Su Qin felt the feedback from his body. There was already a swelling feeling in his body. Soul power has reached the current full value. Even if it is absorbing soul power for cultivation, it can only maintain its current state. This feeling surprised Su Qin. Could it be that he is the kind of genius with innate soul power? However, according to the master's conclusion, even if you don't break through the bottleneck, it's okay to continue practicing. These spirit powers will burst out when you break through the bottleneck, and will not be wasted. And there is a saying in the previous life. If you can't continue to practice, most people will say that the internal force in the body is compressed and becomes a purer internal force. Under the same amount, the purer the internal force, the stronger the natural force. Therefore, Su Qin started his pure soul power cultivation. Chapter 5, Wuhan Hall. Wuhan Awakening. Time flies, 3 years are fleeting. Unknowingly Zhong Su Qin is 6 years old. During the past 3 years, Su Qin had stayed in the blacksmith's shop and never went out. During the daytime, Su Qin has been doing miscellaneous work in the forge, actively doing things within his capacity, and sometimes helping to entertain guests, relying on his 3-inch tongue, but he helped the shop sell a lot thing. This also made Shi-san and the others admire Su Qin. They didn't know where Su Qin, who had been staying in the blacksmith's shop, learned those things from. As a result, Su Qin's free time during the day is much less, but his wages are correspondingly higher. Up to now, Su Qin's saved money already has 2 gold soul coins. You should know that in an ordinary family of 3, a gold soul coin can be used for more than 3 months. If you save a little, you can use it longer. Su Qin also learned many things from these guests. In the evening, Su Qin was in his room, undergoing various trainings, and when he was tired, he began to practice daily meditation. Moreover, Su Qin would also get up very early every morning for morning exercises. After that, he started the day's work. On this day, Su Qin finished his morning exercise and had breakfast with Shi-san, who had just come downstairs. Looking at Shi-san on the opposite side, Su Qin hesitated, put down his bowl and said, "Uncle San, I am 6 years old today. I want to take a leave of absence and go to the Wuhan Hall for Wuhan Awakening." Shi-san, who was eating, was taken aback, put down his bowl and looked at Su Qin and asked, "Are you 6 years old?" Su Qin nodded and gave an affirmative answer. Shi-san saw that the face on the other side was ruddy and shiny. Although he didn't look very strong, his figure was very well proportioned, and his stature was much taller than before. He didn't sigh with emotion, time flies so fast. The little one, he has grown so big in the blink of an eye. Okay, I will explain to them later, I will take you there myself. Wuhan Awakening is one of the most important things for people in this world, and it is also the only thing that can change their destiny. Even if beggars reach the appropriate age, Wuhandian will help them to awaken their spirits for free, but there are very few people who can really cultivate. Uncle Xiet, Su Qin said happily. In the past 3 years, Shi-san has been very good to Su Qin, and Su Qin has done his best to help him. Ha ha ha, you kids should finish the bowl of rice soon. Shi-san laughed. Not long after Shi-san explained the things in the blacksmith shop, he took Su Qin towards the Wuhan Hall. Naturally, the two of them would not go out wearing the clothes for work. In these days, both of them changed into cleaner clothes. After all, the sense of ritual still needed. On the Douluo continent, whether it is the Heaven Do Empire or the Star Luo Empire, the Spirit Hall in any city will be a landmark building in this city. Although Shi-san has not been to the Spirit Hall in a long time, the road is still. It was clear that Shi-san soon took Su Qin to the place where the Wuhan Hall was. The Wuhan Hall in Notting City is a huge dome building. But the width of the front is more than 100 meters, up to 20 meters, and it is divided into 3 layers. The whole building is brown, and there is only a long sword on the front door. Although Suqin had seen many high-rise buildings and courtyards in the Forbidden City in his previous life, the scene before him still made Suqin feel a touch of shock. Really, seeing the appearance of Wuhan Temple is far more shocking than the feeling brought by reading novels, manga, or animation. Suqin knew that the Spirit Hall of Nodding City was the lowest level of Spirit Hall, but it was enough to just awaken the Spirit Hall. The 2 guards at the door looked like they were in their 20s. They saw Shi-san and Suqin, looked at them, and one of them asked, "What are you doing here?" Before Suqin could speak, Shi-san took the lead and said, "My lord, this child is already 6 years old. I will bring him to the Spirit Awakening." The guard glanced at Suqin, nodded and said, "Go straight in. Someone will take you in the reception hall on the 1st floor." "Thank you, sir." Shi-san bent down and thanked him, then led Suqin into the Wuhan Hall. After the 2 guards saw the 2 of them enter, one of them said, "I don't know if this child can awaken his spirit power and become a spirit master. Who knows? What kind of atmosphere is the 20-meter-high dome?" When Suqin walked into the hall of Wuhan Hall, he was immediately infected by this magnificent aura. The dome of the entire hall was covered with various strokes, and various shapes of martial arts were drawn in small squares. The background color is shining brilliant gold, which looks like a resplendent but not simple feeling. There are huge crystal windows around the martial spirit hall. The sun shines on the murals through the transparent crystal windows, and the golden light shines even more dazzling. Even if he enters the spirit hall again after many years, Shi-san feels the same as when he first entered. Shi-san quickly recovered, looked for a cleaning servant on the side and asked where the reception hall was, and then brought Suqin to the reception hall on the 1st floor. The decoration in the reception hall on the 1st floor is much better than the decoration in the outer hall. The prices of the sofas, tables, etc. placed inside are so expensive that Suqin are unimaginable. As soon as Shi-san and Suqin walked into the reception hall, there was a beautiful woman wearing Wuhandian costumes. She looked at the dressing of the 2. Although there was a trace of disdain deep in her eyes, she had good professionalism. Hidden it deeply, she asked politely, "Are you 2 here to awaken your spirit?" Shi-san was amazed by her temperament the first time she looked at this woman, but she quickly recovered, and pointed to Suqin's respectful words, "This child is 6 years old, and I will bring him to the Spirit Awakening." The woman looked at Suqin. Although Suqin was still young, his facial features were very exquisite. It was not like what a poor family could raise. It can be expected that Suqin will definitely be a handsome man when he grows up. The woman smiled and said, "You 2, please come with me." With that, the woman walked in front, leading Shi-san and Suqin towards a hall on the side. The hall door reads the Martial Spirit Awakening Hall, which is obviously a place specially used to help 6-year-old children perform martial spirit awakening. This hall is not small, it is more than 200 square meters in size, it is wide and very large, and a huge floor-to-ceiling window provides enough lighting in the room. Chapter 6, Wuhan Awakening. As soon as he entered this room, Suqin had a special feeling. The internal force in his body seemed to be moving slightly with a special rhythm. Suqin didn't think much, and looked directly at the surrounding walls. There were 6 huge black stones inlaid on it. Obviously, this was the special material of this stone that spurred Suqin's internal force. Don't think too much, this is what is used to assist the spirit of awakening. On the ground, a huge token-shaped sign was carved, and a long sword was hanging straight down, pointing right at the entrance of the gate. In this hall, there are some other people. At the door of the room, there are some adult men and women standing, their eyes are nervous looking at their children in the middle of the room. There are also these 8 children in the middle of the hall waiting for the awakening of the martial arts spirit. In front of them there is a young man who is about 20 years old, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, looks very handsome, and is dressed in white, with a black cloak behind him. In the center of his chest, there is a fist-sized soul character. This is the standard dress of the staff directly under Wuhan Hall. On his left chest, there is a badge engraved with a long sword. On the badge, there are 3 long swords staggered. This is a deacon of a soul warrior with the rank of a great soul master in the spirit hall. While Su Qin was observing these things, the young man glanced at Su Qin and urged, "Come on." Su Qin looked back at Shi-san, and when he saw Shi-san nodded, he trot to the middle of the hall, ranking above the last position. However, Shi-san was led by that woman and found a place to stand on the left side of the door. Like the parents accompanying their children, he looked nervously at Su Qin in the middle of the hall. After the woman had done this, she left, and she had other things to do. Seeing Su Qin standing still, the young man nodded in satisfaction. As the inspection deacon of the Wuhan Temple, helping ordinary people to perform the Wuhan awakening is his necessary job, which he has long been used to. The young man smiled and said, "My name is Su Yun Tao, a 26th level Great Spirit Master, and I am your guide. Now, I will awaken you one by one. Remember, don't be afraid no matter what happens later." While talking, Su Yun Tao picked up 6 round stones with 5 blacks from the table beside him. Su Yun Tao placed 6 black stones in front of him and formed a hexagon, and then motioned to stand in the front. The first child stood in it. "Don't be afraid, close your eyes and feel it carefully." As he said, Su Yun Tao's eyes suddenly lit up, and at the same time he let out a low voice, "Lone wolf, possess." A faint blue light was first released from his eyebrows, and went up into the hair sideburns, and his whole person became as strong as a werewolf. The paws, ears and other obvious places appeared similar to those of a wolf. Feature: 2 rings of light glowed from under his feet, constantly wandering from under his feet to the top of his head. One of them was white and the other was yellow. The children in Nodding City have heard a lot of legends about soul masters from their parents. At this time, they were not afraid to see the real soul master standing in front of them, on the contrary they were very excited. "Is this a soul master? It's so handsome. Wow, if only I could become a soul master too." Standing at the end of Su Qin, when he first heard his name, he thought it was just the same name. Now looking at Su Yun Tao, he is indeed the same as the Su Yun Tao described in the novel. Is it possible that he has crossed the same way as Tang San? Timeline? With this in mind, some thoughts also came to Su Qin's mind. However, Su Qin was soon suppressed by Su Qin, and after Wuhan's awakening, he went to Nodding City College to have a look. If the master is there, then he can confirm his conjecture. However, let's finish the Wuhan first. Awakening is talking. "Extend your right hand." Su Yun Tao looked at the little boy in front of him and commanded majestically. The little boy stretched out his right hand very obediently, and all the light spots rushed out. In an instant, a pig-killing knife appeared in his palm. Su Yun Tao's eyebrows wrinkled, and it was indeed a little shocking that such a martial spirit appeared on a child's hand. He said, "Your martial spirit is a pig-killing knife, a weapon spirit. Come, let me test whether you have spirit power. If you have spirit power, even a weapon spirit can be trained as a war spirit master. Maybe you can become a good soul war master." "Master, what should I do?" the little boy asked, waving the pig knife in his hand. Seeing this, Su Yun Tao raised his eyebrows. This child was a little bit courageous. He said indifferently, "I just forgot to say it. Use your mind to take back your martial spirit. When you want to use him in the future, you will also use your mind to call it out." The little boy nodded, and after trying for a while, he successfully took back the pig-killing knife in his hand. Seeing this, Su Yun Tao nodded slightly. This kid's savvy is okay. If he has soul power, it would be better, otherwise all this is empty talk. He handed the blue crystal ball on the side table to him and motioned for him to put his hand on it. The little boy obediently put his immature hand up, and the blue crystal ball suddenly emitted a faint blue light. Seeing this, Su Yuntao's eyes lit up, and after looking carefully for a while, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Yes. You have 2 levels of spirit power, you can become a spirit master. Go to my right and stand." Next, Su Yuntao continued to awaken the spirits of these children, because the first child in the test had awakened the spirit power, which made Su Yuntao a little happy, but the next scene made him happy. Can't get up. In the next 7 children tested, their spirits were all chopsticks, bowls, brooms, etc., and no beast spirit appeared. As for spirit power, he was judged to be none. It seems that all his luck today was spent on the little boy who was the first test. Although Su Yuntao was continuously using spirit power, awakening in the special awakening room in the spirit hall could save him a lot of effort, so even if he awakened 8 in a row, he was still at ease at this time. Now there is only Su Qin who has not yet performed the martial spirit awakening. Although he has been thinking about something before, Su Qin's main attention is still here. Seeing this, Su Qin did not hesitate, and immediately walked into the 6 black stones. Central. With the injection of Su Yuntao's 6 soul powers, a pale golden light flashed again. The golden light gave Su Qin a warm feeling, as if he had entered the embrace of his mother. The warm breath penetrated into the body. Su Qin clearly felt that the internal force in the body had some resonance with it, and it was also a slight fluctuation. Getting up, under the traction of this energy, something seemed to break the shackles in his body, and all the warm breath poured into his palm in an instant. Chapter 7, Congenital Full of Soul Power. Su Yuntao's eyes lit up, because the golden light this time was not only stronger than the child who had spirit power before, and even stronger than them combined. This is a good omen, indicating that this child is likely to have it. A powerful martial spirit, and the possibility of possessing spirit power is much greater than other people. It can be said that this child is likely to be a genius, and if this genius can be recruited into the Wuhan Hall, it would be of great benefit to a deacon like him. Su Qin's thoughts concentrated on his right hand, and his right hand was raised subconsciously. Amidst the golden light, a long sword 3 feet 6 inches long and 1 inch 8 minutes wide slowly emerged, and was finally held by Su Qin's small hand. This long sword looks very ordinary from the outside, and it seems to be no different from ordinary long swords, but if you have some knowledge of swords, they will not think so, because from this sword, you can see the shadows of other swords. It seems that all other swords are made by imitating them. On the sword body of this long sword near the grip, there are 2 natural fonts. Although no one knows the handsome fonts, Su Qin knows them. These are 2 ancient Chinese characters, the name said Kunwu. When the Kunwu sword, the 3rd divine weapon, appeared in Su Qin's hands, Su Qin had a lot of everything about it in his mind. The Kunwu sword had several characteristics, one of which was its indestructibility and sharpness. The second is that no one can hold him without his permission, let alone use him. This knowledge seems to be something that Su Qin was born with. Su Qin knows everything clearly. He can feel that Kunwu sword is very strong, but now he is unable to exert his full strength. When Su Qin thought about this, he felt a warm feeling in his left hand. It seemed that he had another martial spirit about to come out, but now is not the time to let it come out. According to what Su Yuntao said before, Su Qin used mind-controlled the 2nd martial soul, suppressing it in the body. Su Qin still knew what the concept of twin martial arts was. He was too weak now, so he should hide something as a whole card. Su Qin held the Kunwu sword and made 2 gestures at random, very smooth, without any feeling of discomfort. Su Yuntao saw the long sword in Su Qin's hand, and was very happy. Although it was not the beast spirit in his imagination, the long sword was also very strong among the weapon spirits. His eyes were smiling and he held the blue in his hand. The color crystal ball was handed to Su Qin's eyes, and said, "Put your hand on it and measure your spirit power." In Su Yuntao's view, the appearance of Su Qin must have spirit power, so he doesn't know how much it is, but he can be sure that it is at least level 5. Su Qin nodded when he heard the words. He also wanted to know how much his spirit power was. Su Qin put the Kunwu sword away and put his right hand on the blue crystal ball. The blue crystal ball suddenly burst into dazzling blue light. Just in the blink of an eye, this crystal ball shone like a shining gem, indescribably moving. There is only one explanation for the appearance of the crystal ball. Oh my god! It's actually full of soul power. Qing Guang was released from Su Yuntao again, and the crystal ball bounced Su Qin's hand away. He looked at Su Qin's expression as if he were looking at a peerless treasure. With such a genius in front of him, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Su Yuntao put the crystal ball in his hand back on the table and motioned Su Qin to come to his right and stand with the first little boy. Although the little boy didn't know what Su Yuntao's words meant, judging from the light radiating from the crystal ball, the little boy knew that Su Qin was much better than him. Su Yuntao said to the other children who have no spirit power, "You can go back with your parents." These children looked at Su and Qin enviously, and did not dare to stay here. One by one returned to their parents in disappointment, and went back with their parents. Su Yuntao said to the crowd of parents, "The parents of these two children come with me." Su Yuntao led Su Qin and the little boy in front, and behind their parents, led them to his office on the second floor. The layout of this office is very simple, with only some simple layouts. Although the layout is very simple, even the price of a piece of floor here is extremely high. Su Yuntao sat down on the sofa next to him, and motioned to several parents to sit down with their children. Su Yuntao quickly wrote 2 certificates on the table, and then he handed one of them to the parent who had a pig-killing knife and said, "You take your child back first, and then come to Wuhan Hall in the afternoon." Obviously, Su Yuntao intends to focus on Su Qin's body. Although little fatty's talent is not bad, compared with Su Qin, it is far behind. The parents glanced at Su Qin, and naturally knew what Su Yuntao planned. Although they were a little unwilling, they could only say thank you, and reluctantly took the child away. Soon, Su Yuntao, Su Qin and Shi were left in this room. Su Yuntao glanced at Su Qin with satisfaction, then looked at Shi-san, and asked politely, "Are you the father of this child?" Shi-san was a little surprised by Su Yuntao's polite words, and the whole person was a little dazed. Before Shi-san answered, Su Qin took the lead and said, "No, Sanso is just my uncle." After hearing this, Shi-san quickly recovered, and nodded in affirmation. Su Yuntao was not dissatisfied with Su Qin's interruption. After all, geniuses can be forgiven. Su Yuntao nodded and asked, "Where are your parents? Why aren't they coming with you today?" In Su Yuntao's view, it is better to have a meeting with the child's parents directly to join the Wuhan temple. Shi-san didn't speak, but looked at Su Qin with a complicated expression. Although he was very happy that Su Qin had spirit power and could become a spirit master, this child was also a pitiful person. Su Qin was silent for a while and said, "They are already in a place far, far away." Su Yuntao quickly understood what Su Qin meant when he heard the words. He looked at Su Qin a little apologetically, and apologized, "I'm sorry, I made you sad. Your parents will definitely feel like you when they saw you in the spirit of heaven." Proudly. Su Qin did not speak, but nodded silently. Su Yuntao also knew that he had said the wrong thing, so he comforted a few words and talked about other things to calm Su Qin's emotions. However, as the deacon of Wuhan Palace, Su Yuntao had other things to do besides helping ordinary people awaken, and soon turned the topic to the topic. Chapter 8, Invitation from Wuhan Hall. "Since your parents are gone, then this matter is the same as your uncle said. Would you like to join the Wuhan Hall?" Su Yuntao looked at the two seriously. Shi-san was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that Deacon Su Yuntao would invite them to join the Hall of Spirits in person when he left them. This made him a little flattered. If Su Qin was his nephew, then he would definitely not say anything, immediately. Have to promise to fight down. But Su-Chin has no blood relationship with him at all. They are nothing more than an employer-employee relationship, and although Su-Chin is young, after several years of getting along, he also knows that this child is a bit precocious, even though he looks young. But doing things already looks like a little adult. It is better for him to make decisions on his own, and he can only make suggestions. The final decision is in Su-Chin's own hands. No matter what decision Su-Chin makes, he will support Su-Chin. Su-Chin secretly said in his heart. Su-Chin had anticipated this scene when he detected that he was innately full of soul power. Although joining the martial soul palace is undoubtedly the best result for his unsophisticated civilian children, once so, he has many plans that cannot be implemented. Therefore, Su-Chin directly denied this matter in his heart, but he couldn't say it so bluntly. After all, this is still another person's chassis, and he is still too weak. If the opponent uses a strong one, he will not have the slightest resistance. Su-Chin pretended to be very tangled, hesitated for a long time, raised his head, looked at Su-Yun Tao and said, "Deacon Su-Yun Tao, can you let me consider this matter again?" Su-Yun Tao did not expect that there would be people who would refuse to join the martial spirit hall for such a good thing. He was very surprised, even if the other party was a genius. He asked doubtfully, "What is there to hesitate? For ordinary people like us?" In other words, joining the Hall of Souls is undoubtedly the fastest way to change your destiny, especially for a genius like you. As long as you join the Hall of Souls, I guess it is very likely that you will go to the palace of the Pope to practice. You know there are legends there. Title Douluos in China is in charge. Shi-san was rarely shocked when he listened to him, but he remained silent at this time, but the eyes that looked at Su-Chin also hoped that he would join the Wuhan Hall. Su-Chin knows what the current Pope Bibi Dong is making. How could he get into the mouth of the tiger and send it to the door himself? "Deacon Su-Yun Tao, you still give me some time to think about it," Su-Chin said firmly. Seeing the duck that was about to get it, how could Su-Yun Tao let it go? He once again persuaded him several times, but Su-Chin's attitude was very clear. It would take some time to consider. He looked at Shi-san and wanted seeking his help. The child doesn't know if he still doesn't know the strength of Wuhan Palace? But the answer is still consideration. Seeing that Su-Yun Tao was helpless, he had a strong confidence in the Wuhan temple, but he couldn't force him if the other party didn't agree to him. After all, he still couldn't offend such a genius, even if he was only a child now. It's better not to spoil your image in front of him. Su-Yun Tao sighed and said, "Okay, if that's the case, you should go back and consider it again. I believe you will make the right choice in the end." A smile appeared on Su-Chin's face and thanked him, "Thank you, Deacon Su-Yun Tao, for your understanding." Su-Yun Tao smiled bitterly, and handed the proof of Wuhan Hall to Su-Chin, and said, "If this is the case, then I won't keep you here. Go back and think about it yourself." After receiving the certificate issued by Su-Yun Tao, Su-Chin thanked him and left the Wuhan Hall with Shi-san. Seeing Su-Chin leaving, Su-Yun Tao reluctantly drank a cup of tea. This genius was really difficult to deal with. After thinking about it, he did not continue to stay in his office, but went to find the master Matthew, who had a good relationship with him. After leaving the spirit hall, Shi-san looked at Su-Chin beside him, and asked with some doubts, "Xiao Su, you are so talented, why not join the Hall of Spirits? There should be a good fit for you, right?" Although Shi-san respected Su-Chin's choice, he still had some doubts about his decision, so he put forward his own ideas. "Sansu, I always feel that Wuhan Temple is not suitable for me." Su-Chin shook his head. Naturally, Su-Chin would not tell the truth, nor would Shi-san believe it. Shi-san looked at Su-Chin like this, and sighed, "Well, you decide this by yourself." After a pause, Shi-san smiled honestly, "In order to celebrate that you not only have soul power, you can also immediately to become a soul master, I decided to treat you tonight and take you out for a big meal. Suqin smiled and shook his head and said, Uncle San, let me invite everyone out for a meal. Shi San suddenly scowled and said, How much money do you have? I am happy today, listen to me, please. Seeing Shi San's appearance, Suqin knew that he couldn't hold him back, so he nodded helplessly, okay. After a pause, Suqin asked, Uncle San, do you know where the Norton Junior Soul Master Academy is? Shi San frowned and said, Why are you asking this? There should be 4 months before new students are recruited. It's useless for you to go now. 4 months? Suqin murmured in his heart and raised his head. Suqin smiled and said, Uncle San, I'm a genius. Maybe someone is willing to break the rules? Take me there. Shi Sanyi thought, Suqin was right. Suqin's martial arts soul is a sword and is innately full of soul power. The talent is very high. It basically belongs to the kind that can graduate after entering the academy, and the future is unlimited. Surely the teachers, deans, and others of those colleges would be willing to break the rules for him once? Thinking of this, Shi San nodded and said, Okay. Therefore, Shi San led Suqin towards the Norton Junior Soul Master Academy. Notting Junior Soul Master Academy is another iconic location in Notting City besides Wuhan Hall. Basically all the residents of Notting City know where it is, so it didn't take long. Shi San brought Suqin to it. Arrived in front of the gate of Norton Junior Soul Master Academy. It was Suqin who had seen many exquisite and luxurious university campuses. At this time, when he saw the gate of Notting College, he was a little shocked. This is only a junior college, which is several times more luxurious than many modern university buildings. But the gate can tell how high the status of the Soul Master in this world is. When Shi San took Suqin to the gate, he was stopped by the young guard. What are you doing here? Ordinary people are not welcome here. In Notting City, there are often ordinary people wandering here, and he is accustomed to this. Looking at Shi San and 2 people's costumes, it can be seen that they are just ordinary people, and he is not polite, and directly rushes people routinely. Chapter 9, Notting College. Ha ha ha, this little brother, you are misunderstood. I brought this child to Notting College to study. Please let us see the teachers in the college. Shi San smiled and said, he is already used to such things. At this time, he also explained with a smile. Although Shi San looks very sturdy, but this guard is not afraid of him. He has been a guard here for several years, and the people who have contacted him are all the soul masters. He didn't put ordinary people like Shi San in his eyes, but when he heard Shi San's words, he was still slightly restrained. The guard waved his hand and said, It's not the time to sign up, please go back. 4 months will be the time to sign up. Come back then. Uncle, I'm definitely better to report to the teachers of the academy, otherwise if you miss some geniuses, you will be guilty. Suqin said with a smile, saying that he would forward the certificate issued by the Spirit Hall. With one pass, it was shown in front of him. Haha. The guard chuckled, showing a look of contempt. Although he didn't believe it in his heart, but seeing Suqin's attitude, he was still a little worried, and he didn't say anything contemptuous. If he really offended people, he wouldn't all right. He took the proof of Suqin's Wuhan Hall and looked at it, and immediately exclaimed, innately full of spirit power. He looked at the little boy in front of him in astonishment. He didn't expect that this child was really a genius, but fortunately, he didn't completely offend the other party, and he still has the point to recover. He flatly said, So it's Master Su. Please, I will take you to see the teachers in the college. The attitude of the door guard was directly reversed. From the beginning, he was a little bit disdainful. At this time, he became a little pleased. Although he is not a soul master, after all, he has been a door guard in the Soul Master Academy for a long time. He still knows some common sense. Suqin only needs 1 soul ring to become a true soul master. Even if Suqin is very young, once he becomes a soul master, it is an incomparably noble existence, much more advanced than ordinary people like them. Suqin did not go in directly with the guard. After thinking about it, he turned to Shi-san who was going to go in with him. Sansu, you go back first. I'll just solve the matter here. Go back and tell the uncles that I will go tonight. Invite them to drink. Shi Sanggong wanted to follow in. Seeing Suqin saying this, he thought about it, nodded and said, okay, then I'll go back first. Immediately, Suqin walked toward Nodding College under the flattering courtesy of the guard. Shi-san watched Suqin gradually disappear from his field of vision, shook his head, turned and left. Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy is not as big as it looks, but it also occupies a large chassis in the main area of Nodding City, which is divided into several areas, the main teaching building, the playground and the dormitory building on the east side of the playground. So not long after, the guard brought Suqin to the Academic Affairs office on the first floor of the main teaching building. As soon as the door guard brought Su and Qin here, it aroused the dissatisfaction of several teachers working inside. One of the young teachers in his 30s said angrily, Xiao Wang, don't you watch the door carefully at the gate, and bring what does it mean to come here for children? When the other teachers saw this, they also looked at the doorman Xiao Wang with some complaining eyes. The guard sneered at this, Master Zhou, this child is a genius with innate soul power. He asked me to bring him to see you. I dare not violate such a genius. I just brought him to see you. I hope Master Zhou will forgive me. Congenital full of soul power? All the teachers heard the words, and the previous anger had turned into surprise. All of them looked at Suqin curiously, and looked at the geniuses who were born full of soul power. Master Zhou looked at Suqin and said to the guard, Xiao Wang, don't lie to me, otherwise you will not be able to bear the consequences. The door guard laughed and said, Master Zhou, how can I have the courage to lie to you? He has a certificate issued by the Spirit Hall. If you don't believe it, you can see for yourself. I have to watch the door, so I will leave. With that said, the guard didn't dare to stay here, although he wanted to brush up on Suqin's favor, but in the face of these teachers, he didn't have the guts to stay. When Master Zhou saw the guard leaving, he didn't say much. Instead, he turned his head to look at Xian Suqin, and said softly, Child, come in, and show us the certificate issued by the Wuhan Hall. Suqin nodded, walked in front of the young man, and handed him the certificate. Master Zhou took the proof and looked at it carefully, and then exclaimed, it's really innate full of soul power, and the spirit is still a weapon. Ah! Really? Show me. I want to see too. When these teachers heard the words, all of them stood up, came to the young man's side, checked the proof, and then all looked at Suqin with the expression of genius. Master Zhou rolled his eyes and said to Su Qinro, Xiao Su, do you want to come to Nodding College to study? You just have to worship me as a teacher, and you can start classes right now. Xiao Su, don't listen to him. I am stronger than him, and more suitable for you. You can worship me as a teacher. Go away, I am the best for Xiao Su. These teachers didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity, and they immediately recommended themselves one by one, vying to be Suqin's teacher. But how could Suqin be fooled by them so simply? He came here for a long time. Suqin said calmly, Teachers, don't fight, I want to see the dean. Hearing what Suqin said, these teachers suddenly stopped arguing, looked at each other, and shook their heads helplessly, met in their respective positions and started their own work. Master Zhou looked at Suqin, thought about it, and didn't say much. After all, they don't have the ability to be such a genius teacher. Maybe it is only possible for a dean to grow up? They also don't want to offend such a genius, Suqin. As long as they have a good teacher, 100% will become a big man in a famous town in the future, but they can't be offended. Master Zhou sighed, well, you take a break here, I'll call the dean over. Master Zhou took Suqin to a smaller lounge on the side, and after instructing a servant to take care of Suqin, he went to the dean. Suqin didn't say much, and honestly did it here, drinking tea and eating fruit, waiting for the arrival of the dean. Everything at present is in his expectation. Suqin was not allowed to wait too long. The young man before that took a meticulously dressed middle-aged man who looked like he was in his 50s and entered the lounge. Chapter 10, Master Yu Xiaogang. This middle-aged man is walking in front of that young man. He must be the dean of Notting College. After all, Suqin could be regarded as asking the other party, so he didn't deliberately put on makeup, but stood up, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "I have seen the dean." When the dean saw Suqin like this, there was a smile on his face, and he nodded faintly, "You are Suqin." When the young man brought the dean here, he called out the servant and walked out himself, leaving this place to the dean and Suqin. "Yes, Master Dean, I am Suqin." Suqin replied respectfully. "Ha ha ha, don't have to be cautious. Sit and talk." The dean sat down on the sofa opposite Suqin, poured himself a cup of tea, and said with a smile. Suqin also sat down obediently. His behavior was very generous and natural, and he was not at all restrained because the other party was the dean of Notting College. At the same time, he passed the proof issued by the Spirit Hall to the dean. The dean smiled and accepted the proof. He just glanced at it and put it back on the table. Before he came here, the young man had informed him of Suqin's information. He still had some basic information about Suqin. Understand? Innately full of soul power, good talent, even a real genius. So why are you looking for me? The dean looked at Suqin with a kind smile on his face, giving people a very good talk. Feel. On the way here, he had already guessed some of Suqin's purpose, but he still had to listen to him to say what it was. This kid is much more mature than those in the college. Suqin naturally knew that the dean was not as kind as he might seem, but his talent was also the capital of his conversation. I believed that the dean would not let him go easily. After all, there was no genius that he had never sent. I want to come to Notting College to learn about soul masters. Suqin looked at the dean's eyes and said firmly. Hearing this, the dean smiled, and it was almost as expected. The dean nodded and said, "Ha ha ha, since a genius like you wants to come to my Notting College, I naturally welcome it. You can even start studying today." Suqin shook his head and said, "But I have a few conditions, and I hope the dean can agree." "I know your kid will have the conditions, let's say, as long as it is not too difficult, I agree." All this is in the dean's expectation, which makes him a little happy. It seems that his college will be step out of a genius. The corner of Suqin's mouth made a curve, and then he said, "First of all, I hope there is a separate room in the academy for me to rest." "Small," I agreed. "What else?" As the dean of a room, he can still decide, so he readily agreed. "Secondly, I hope that when I get the spirit ring, Lord Dean can help me." Suqin continued. "This is natural. I can't bear to see something happen to you for a genius like you." The dean nodded. This condition is also within his guess. After all, a genius who died is nothing, so their safety is also very important. Using the resources around you to protect your own safety is quite right in his opinion. The corner of Suqin's mouth rose, and everything at present was in his expectation. He smiled and said, "The last request, I hope the master teaches me the knowledge of the soul master." The dean was stunned, and when he heard the word master, he clearly noticed something was wrong. He frowned slightly and said, "Our teachers at Notting College are all spiritual masters and above, and they can all become masters." "What are you talking about?" 1. Suqin shook his head and said, "I'm not talking about them, but the master who has published the 10 core competitiveness of Wuhan." The dean's eyes condensed. Although he noticed something was wrong, he didn't react until now. The master is his friend, he is indeed in the academy at this time, and the master can be said to be invincible in theory, and he really teaches this genius, but whether to teach or not depends on the master himself. He can't help him make decisions. Not many people know about the master as a guest secretary at Notting College, but the teachers in the college basically know it. Although he was a little puzzled how Suchin knew, but since he knew it, there was no need to hide it. The dean shook his head and said with a wry smile, "Although I am friends with the master, this matter depends on the master's own intentions. If he disagrees, then I can't help it." Suchin was very satisfied, and it seemed that everything was as he expected. He smiled and nodded and said, "Master Dean, don't worry. I believe the master will agree. However, please let Master Dean show me the way." The dean was taken aback when he heard the words, and now he also understood. It seems that this is the main purpose of this kid, he is a little bit deep at a young age. "Okay, come with me. I'll take you to find the master." The dean nodded, and walked outside with Suchin. Suchin didn't hesitate, and hurriedly followed. When the teachers outside saw the dean walking out with Suchin, they all looked at them curiously, wanting to know how it turned out. Some teachers even asked directly, "Master Dean, how are you talking about?" The dean looked at him and pretended to be angry and said, "Do your own thing and ask so much. You will know later." When these teachers heard the words, they were a little embarrassed. They sat in their own positions and started to work, but they still looked at the dean and Suchin curiously. The dean took Suchin towards the dormitory building. The two also talked about other things along the way, such as why Suchin wanted the master to teach him. Suchin's answer was that he heard that the master was invincible in the soul world. He admires things like that. In addition, the two of them also talked about other things, and Suchin had a good agreement with the dean on the matter of studying at Notting College. There is only one dormitory building, which is easy to find. The teachers and students of the college live here. The master's residence is in a room on the top corner of the dormitory building. Not long after, the dean brought Suchin to the outside of the master's room. Knocked on the door, the dean said, "Xiao Gang, it's me, I have something to look for you." Before long, the door of the room opened, and a middle-aged man with a medium build, a little thin, and a face full of scum appeared in front of Suchin. "This person is the master Yu Xiao Gang." The master glanced at the dean and noticed Suchin, who was next to the dean. A look of confusion flashed in his eyes, but he quickly recovered his calm, let the door open, and said, "Come in and sit and talk." Chapter 11, Apprentice, this. The master's room is not big, only about 30 square meters, and the contents are very simple. In addition to some necessary things, the most eye-catching is the bookshelf that occupies two sides, which contains a variety of books. The master and the dean directly sat down in the room, but Suchin was standing beside the dean quietly at this time, watching all this quietly, without saying a word. The master glanced at Suchin, who was standing on the side, then turned to look at the dean and asked, "What can you do with this child?" The dean glanced at Suchin next to him, and smiled, "This kid has just completed the spirit awakening today. He is a genius with full spirit power. He wants you to teach him the knowledge of spirit masters. Would you like to decide? The right is in your hands." The master's pupil shrank, and he was born full of soul power. This is a true genius who rarely appears. The master soon recovered from the shock, looked at the dean, and finally looked at Suchin, shook his head and said, "I am afraid I will disappoint you. I am not suitable to be your teacher. You find someone else." Suchin naturally knows what the master is worried about, but if he thinks this, Suchin will give up, which is wrong. Such a situation was within Suchin's expectations. Suchin looked at the master in front of him, suddenly knelt down without warning, knocked 3 times at the master, and said while knocking, "Disciple Suchin, I have seen master." But the master is a great soul master after all, and he quickly reacted and avoided Suchin's apprenticeship. At the same time, he said lightly, I am not your master. The dean looked at this scene in a daze. He didn't expect that Suchin's method was this, and then he shook his head with a wry smile, and said in his heart, if he thought that the master would agree to your apprenticeship, it would be a bit taken for granted. Suchin naturally knew that the master would avoid it. Suchin understood the temperament of the master and knew that it was impossible to succeed in apprenticeship, but this was only his first step. Suchin did not get up, slowly raised his head, looked at the master with a firm gaze, and said sincerely, I know what you are worried about, master, but you can rest assured that there are disciples around, and your worries are not enough. Although I'm still young, but not as immature as it seems. I know what I'm doing. I think there are not many people on this continent who can be my master except you. Even if they do, I don't want to recognize it. The dean looked at this scene and wanted to say something, but in the end he swallowed it all, turned to look at the master, wanting to know what his friend would make. The master turned his head to look at Suchin, and at Suchin's determined and stubborn eyes, he moved a little bit in his heart, so that what exactly has the child experienced will bring such a look at this age. The master looked directly into Suchin's eyes, with a complicated expression in his eyes flashing, and slowly said, if one day you find that I am not suitable for your master, will you regret it? Suchin also looked directly into the eyes of the master, and in a firm tone of voice, he said every word, being a teacher for a day, and a father for life. How can I regret it? Being a teacher for one day, and a father for life. Good, good. That being the case, then you are my apprentice, don't regret it in the future. The master nodded with satisfaction while looking at Suchin. There was even something in the second half. The meaning of ridicule. Suchin was overjoyed when he heard the words, and immediately turned around, knocked 3 times toward the master, and said at the same time, Master is here, please be respected by the disciples. This time the master did not refuse, and smiled very satisfied. At the same time, he walked up to Suchin, bent over to pull Suchin up, and smiled, okay, you can call me a teacher from now on. You don't need to kowtow, just bow. This time I reluctantly accepted your gift. Okay, teacher. Suchin said happily. What Suchin said before was not made by him. He really admires the master. Not to mention his love history, but his research on martial arts is far more than hearing or seeing after seeing it with his own eyes. It is even more shocking. Suchin still attaches great importance to the apprenticeship, after all, when he was learning martial arts before, such thoughts had been deeply in his mind. Ha ha ha, congratulations to Xiao Gang, for having a beloved. The dean who was standing beside smiled. I made you laugh. The master looked at this friend and said with a smile. The dean shook his head and said, this kid said before that there was a way to let you take him as a disciple. I didn't believe it at the time, but now I have to admire him. You masters and disciples have a good chat here, I still have something to do. Just leave. Oh, yes, when you take him to get the spirit ring, you have to call me. I don't want to break my promise. With that said, the dean left here, and only the master and Suchin were left here. The master looked at Suchin with some doubts in his eyes, and asked, what did you say to him? This wasn't an unspeakable secret either. Suchin told the master all the things he had agreed with the dean before. And stood in front of the master after speaking, neither dodge nor dodge. The master was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect Suchin to have such ingenuity. It seems that he is the same as he said. The master shook his head, and said, next time you encounter this kind of thing, you can be more careful. Not everyone will speak as well as him. Yeah, I know. Suchin nodded in response. When the master saw this, he smiled and shook his head. He sat on a stool beside him, and asked Suchin to sit down, and asked, now let's talk about what your martial spirit is. I also have to think about what you should get. Soul ring. Su Qin stretched out his right hand and called out his martial soul Kunwu sword. After thinking about it, he said, "Teacher, my martial soul is called Kunwu sword. It is the ancestor of the sword and the first sword in the world. All later swords are basically made by imitating it. It has a strong characteristic, that is, it is extremely sharp. I can feel that nothing can withstand its attack, even if it is touched lightly, it will be injured." The master listened to Su Qin's introduction, his eyes lit up, and he looked at Su Qin's martial arts carefully, instead of nodding his head, slowly said, "Although I don't know if its characteristics are as strong as you said, but from its appearance. Look, but you can see the shadow of other swords, the ancestor of the sword? No wonder you are born with soul power, this martial soul is indeed very powerful. If its characteristics are the same as you said, then it is probably the best weapon in the world. The Wuhan Clear Sky Hammer is even stronger." Thinking of this, the master placed a cup on the side in front of Su Qin, and said, "You can gently stroke it with the Kunwu sword to see what effect will be. Don't use too much force, just gently stroke it. That's it." Chapter 12, Twin Martial Spirit. Su Qin took the cup handed by the master and thought for a while, holding the Kunwu sword in his right hand and the cup in his left hand, gently approaching the Kunwu sword. The master stared at the cup and Kunwu sword closely, and slowly they met together, and then, the master saw a scene that was enough to shock him. Su Qin's left-handed cup touched the right-handed sword. There was no pause between the two. The sword passed through the mouth of the cup, and the cut was extremely smooth. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought that the cup was the strong did it deliberately. This can no longer be described by cutting iron like mud. Although this simple method does not seem to be very reliable, you must know that Su Qin has not even obtained the first spirit ring, and has not used the slightest spirit power. It is so easy to do this, the master has not listened. Said which sword type martial arts spirit had such an effect in the beginning. This is incredible. The master looked at Su Qin and exclaimed. Su Qin's martial spirit is really too powerful, his Kunwu sword is completely comparable to the mainland's first martial spirit, the Clear Sky Hammer. As for who is stronger, we still have to compare it before we know. The master looked at the Kunwu sword in Su Qin's hand and fell into contemplation. After a while, he looked at Su Qin and said solemnly, "Xiao Su, your martial arts spirit is very powerful, very suitable for the development of the strong attack system or the sensitive attack system. At the same level, I am afraid that no one can prevent your attack, even the spirit master of the defensive system, even if the spirit master of one level higher than you is facing you. If you don't have the spirit of 12 points, if you do, I'm afraid you will suffer a lot." After a pause, the master asked solemnly, "Xiao Su, before acquiring the spirit ring, you must first decide the future development direction of your spirit. The spirit master's spirit training must develop in one direction. This may become an obstacle to your future soul master cultivation, so remember to be greedy and not chew." Su Qin thought about it carefully. The general swords are basically light spirits. Only a few special heavy swords are power-oriented. And his Kunwu sword also belongs to the light spirit category. Therefore, Su Qin's future development direction will be it's settled. I listen to the teacher and develop towards the agile attack department. Su Qin said. The master drank his saliva and nodded, "Okay. For the development of the agile attack system, your spirit ring choices are focused on two aspects, first is speed, and second is explosive power. Since it is the agile attack system, your speed must be put at first, otherwise, how can you talk about agile attack? But speed alone is not enough. If your attack power is not enough, even if you can damage the opponent, you have to lose half of your skin, so explosive power is attack power. The size of the enemy is also very important. As long as the enemy is close to you, your set will explode, and it will be difficult for a spirit master of the same level to bear. The master has said so much. In fact, the meaning is very simple. From now on, Su-Chin will mainly follow the explosive flow. With a set of skills, the opponent will be seriously injured even if he is not dead, and even if it fails, he can retreat with the blessing of speed. Teacher, what will my first spirit ring be? Su-Chin asked curiously. Although he knew it roughly, he was still curious about which spirit ability the master wanted to acquire. The master smiled and shook his head and said, "Let's do it for the time being. I have to think about the spirit ring. You take this book and read it first. I will come to your dormitory to find you tomorrow morning. If you don't understand, you can ask me at any time." With that, the master handed it to Su-Chin, the book he had taken notes for many years, and that book contained many of his research and results over the years. Okay. Su-Chin took the book from the master, thanked him, and left the master's room. At this time, there was still some time before noon. Su-Chin thought for a while, and came to the single dormitory also on the top floor arranged for him by the dean. This room is not far from the master's room, only a few rooms apart. The size of this room is about 30 square meters. It was obviously cleaned by someone arranged by the dean, and it was very clean. The bed had a new bedding, 2 nodding college blue and white uniforms, and the bookshelves on the wall were full of books. He asked the dean. It seems that the dean is still very reliable. Looking at the layout of the room, Su-Chin thought to himself. Su-Chin first locked the door of the room, then closed the curtains, lit the kerosene lamp, and put the book the master gave him on the desk. Sitting at the desk, Su-Chin felt a little nervous. He didn't even know what his second martial spirit was, and it was an excellent time to check. It was not that Su-Chin had never thought of telling the master about the existence of this second martial spirit, but in the end he had denied this idea, and it was not the time yet. The thing that he has a second martial soul, before he really becomes stronger, the less people know the better. After calming down, Su-Chin slowly raised his left hand, and with a thought, a cloud of water condensed from soul power suddenly appeared on his left hand. Water. Su-Chin was puzzled. But soon, Su-Chin rejected this idea, because he smelled the smell of wine floating in the air, and he quickly found the source of the smell of wine, which was the water in his hand. Immediately, a sense of understanding came to Su-Chin's mind. His second wuhan is a wine belonging to the food class, but this wine is not ordinary wine. It can be called Qianjiu or Xianjiu. Even if he hasn't obtained the spirit ring yet, Su-Chin can still feel that a very pure energy is slowly radiating from it. Su-Chin believes that as long as he becomes stronger, he can achieve the effect of life and death without even using spirit abilities. Moreover, even if Su-Chin drank the immortal wine he made by himself, it would not have only 1/3 of the efficacy like the Oscar in the original book, but it would have a 100% effect, not because he was only a maker. The drop. However, it also has some limitations. For example, the same effect cannot be superimposed, nor can it be stored for a long time. It will slowly decrease over time, until it finally has no effect at all. The effect will be 100% during the first 7 days of manufacture. After 7 days, the utility will decrease by 10% on the 8th day, and the 9th day will decrease by 20% on the original basis. That is, the 9th day will be compared with the previous 7 days. Only 70% of the effect, and so on the 10th day, only 40% of the effect, by the 11th day, there will be no magical effect and can only be drunk as a normal drink. Thinking of this, Su-Chin quickly put away the martial soul. As for what kind of spirit ring to absorb for this martial soul, it still needs to be considered for a long time, but it must be at least 10,000 years. It was already noon. Su-Chin left the academy and returned to the blacksmith's shop. After explaining to Shi-san, what he went out was to help them pick up miscellaneous things. These blacksmiths have treated him well in the past 3 years. He has become a soul master, but he is not the kind of person who knows his gratitude but does not repay him. Besides, he will meet Tang-san here soon, and he has other plans. Chapter 13, Preparation and departure. Early the next morning, when everyone else was resting, the master took Suqin out of Notting College. The master took Suqin and did not rush out of the city, but walked towards the city. Along the way, the master taught Suqin a lot of common sense in the spirit master world, and also answered some of his questions for Suqin. Although Suqin already knew some of the things the master said, there were still a lot of things that Suqin didn't know. Suqin knew the importance of knowledge to a person, so he listened very carefully. Basically, he wrote down what the master said. Suqin naturally knew why the master didn't take him out of the city in the first time, but he didn't say much, but quietly followed the master behind him, asking him about some knowledge he didn't understand from time to time. Not long after, the two of them sold 2 large packages of supplies, and the most of them were the white radishes that the master Wuhan Luo Sanbao loved. After the two purchased all these things, they immediately hired a carriage in the city and headed towards the hunting forest outside Notting City. "Xiaosu, this is for you." The master's faint voice came into Suqin's ears, and Suqin looked at it, and saw a belt that the master did not know when he was holding it. Suqin took a closer look and saw that it was a black belt with 24 milky white jade evenly inlaid on it. It was the 24 bridge Minjiui gifted to Xiaosan by the master in the original work. Suqin was a little dazed, and didn't expect this thing to fall into his own hands now, but this thing did not help him as much as Tang San, so it seemed that he would give it to his future junior brother Tang San later. Teacher Xiet. Although this was in mind, Suqin did not reject the master's kindness, took him over and put it in his hands to play. The jade on this is the gem with the storage function in the teleportation. This is the first time Suqin has seen it, and he is also very excited at this time. When the master saw this, he smiled and said, "This belt has been with me for many years, and it has been buried for many years. I hope that it will shine in your hands as it should be. This thing was made by me more than 30 years ago. The reward for an expedition." The master introduced the origin of this belt to Suqin, and at the same time told Suqin what a soul guide is, and finally said lightly, "It doesn't have a name yet. Give it a name." Suqin smiled bitterly. If he later gave this thing to Tang San, tell him the name of this thing is 24 Bridge Minjai yet, don't know what he would think? After thinking about it, Suqin finally decided to let Tang San take the name himself, so he shook his head and said, "Teacher, I don't have a good name for the time being, let's take it later." The master nodded slightly, as he expected, and said, "Okay, then take it later." Then, the master gave Suqin the usage of this belt, and then taught Suqin some other things. At noon the next day, master and Suqin came to the soul hunting forest, the destination of their trip. They were at the small market outside the hunting forest. Many houses and shops were built here. At the same time, there were also many vendors who sold their goods directly at the stalls, small restaurants selling goods, and the voice of customers bargaining, seeking to form a team. The various sounds are very noisy. As the master walked, he did not forget to teach Suqin, and the two came to the entrance of the hunting forest in this exchange. As soon as the two arrived here, they saw a figure standing in front, who was the dean of Notting College. The dean saw the two coming, and walked over quickly, complaining, "Xiao Gang, why didn't you tell me when you left? I almost broke my promise." After a pause, he looked at Suqin said, "And you, don't say a word to me when you go, if that's the case, why did you mention that kind of condition in the first place?" Suqin glanced at the master beside him and saw that his face was also a little embarrassed at this time, and soon understood. The master doesn't want to trouble the dean for help. After all, it's hard to pay back the favor. The master is able to stay at Notting College thanks to the dean. A soul ring. Suqin sighed and apologized, "Dean, I'm sorry. We originally planned to call you after we sold the materials, but I was impatient, so I forgot." The dean looked at Suqin, but didn't know what Suqin meant. He did not continue to investigate the matter, but said with a slight seriousness, "Let's not take it as an example, just forget it this time. This thing just passed." The master looked at Suqin, his eyes flashed, nodded, and doubted. Novel www.thedu.cc didn't say much. So next, in the respectful eyes of the soldier captain in charge of checking the warrant, the three walked into the hunting forest together. After passing through the steel fence and entering the forest, all the noise is isolated. Except for the faintly visible avenue in the middle, there are many trails in all directions. Obviously, these are all used to advance to hunt down the soul beasts. The soul master came out. After entering the forest, the master did not rush forward, but silently observed the surroundings. The dean moved closer to Suqin's side, and protected Suqin by his side. Such a genius could not have trouble. The master looked back at the dean, nodded, and then said to Suqin, "Next, we are ready to enter the forest. From now on, you can't leave us with a single step, you know." "Okay, teacher." Suqin also knew the danger and nodded affirmatively. The master's originally decadent eyes suddenly brightened. He folded his hands on his chest, and quickly moved them downwards. He shouted, "Come out, Luo Sanbao." Accompanied by a soft pop, a lavender soul power split from the master's palms, and a dog appeared in front of the master, but it looked more like a cute pig. This is the master's martial arts Luo Sanbao. He has lavender hair all over his body, with small ears tugging, a pair of big blue eyes blinking, and 4 stubby legs beneath his fat body. Looks cute and cute. As soon as it appeared, it ran towards the master, rubbing its head against the master's leg. 2 yellow auras rose under the master's feet, and they wandered back and forth on his body. From the color, it was known that these were 200-year-old spirit rings. The dean on the side also completed his martial arts summoning in this gap. On his right hand, a burning long knife appeared. On his body, 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings appeared. Chong is obviously a strong man in the 4-ring soul sect. Chapter 14, Enter the Hunting Forest. Xiaosu, this is my martial soul. You can call it Luo Sanpao, or you can call it Sanpao directly. It is called this name because its cry is the sound of hello, and its attack it can only be activated 3 times, so it is called the 3 cannons. The master pointed to Luo San cannon at his feet. After a pause, the master said somewhat self-deprecatingly, "Although the 3 artillery is a mutant martial soul, its mutation is clearly developing in a bad direction, so this has also led to my soul power no matter how I practice it. If you can't break through the 30th level, you can only study martial arts theoretically. Now I can help you obtain the first spirit ring, but later, you can only rely on you to obtain the spirit ring." The master said that Suqin knew all these things, but it was another feeling to hear him say it personally. Although he would break the bottleneck with a fairy herb given to him by Tang San later, Suqin heard it in his heart. "Some are not taste," Suqin comforted, "Teacher, maybe you have a chance to break the bottleneck in the future." Suqin still knew the general plot of Douluos. He knew that the master would break the bottleneck with Tang San's help, but he couldn't tell it directly. After all, this didn't happen. "Xiaosu, you don't need to comfort me. I understand my own affairs." The master smiled bitterly, seeing Suqin feel a little warm in his heart. For many years, he hasn't been so comforted for many years. It feels pretty good. Looking at this scene from the side, I wanted to say something, but in the end I could only shook his head helplessly and didn't say much. 3 shots, look ahead. Hello. The fat Luo Sanbao shook his head and walked toward the front. Although his body was a little fat, his movements were still agile, and he was smelling something as he walked. The spirit ring on the master's body flickered, leading Suqin and Dean to follow Luo Sanbao, and walk towards the soul hunting claim. The 3 artillery has a very sensitive sense of smell and can detect the traces and strength of the soul beast. Although it has become weak due to its mutation, it consumes little soul power, so I can release it for a long time. Xiao Su, remember, you need to complete the final blow of the soul-killing beast yourself, otherwise you will not be able to absorb the soul ring. The master said to Su Qin as he walked. The dean didn't say anything next to the two of them. Instead, he was honestly in front of his thugs, watching the surroundings vigilantly, although most of them were low-level spirit beasts that were 10 and 100 years old, but they couldn't fail. Beware, it's not as safe here as imagined. After walking not far, Luo Sanbao stopped suddenly, looking in one direction with his big eyes, and there were two roars in his mouth. According to a treaty, a snake of more than 1 meter long appeared in the direction of its gaze. The snake spit out the snake letter and looked at the three Su and Qin. When it saw the dean, it did not hesitate at all. Turned around and ran away in the direction of the principal three. The master smiled indifferently, it's a 10-year-old 5-color snake. Just run away and keep going. The master did not forget to shout to Su Qin at all times, and while continuing to move forward, he said to him, the 5-colored snake just now belongs to the snake-like soul beast. It is very aggressive and has terrible toxicity, but as long as you don't take the initiative attacking it, it will not easily launch an attack. Moreover, the soul beast is more sensitive to danger. The situation just now was that the 5-colored snake felt the threat of death from the principal's body, and then it fled directly. If the soul beast is a snake for a spirit master like this, it is a good choice to use it as your first spirit ring. However, don't watch the 5-colored snake just run away, just look down on them, if it is a 5-colored snake from Qianan or higher. Even if the dean is here, we are very dangerous. Xiao Gang is right. The higher the age of the soul beast, the higher the degree of danger, and the soul beast will be much more powerful than the soul master of the same level. It usually requires the leadership of a high-level soul master to go hunting. Kill, otherwise it is very dangerous. The dean also rarely inserted a sentence at this time. Su Qin nodded clearly, looked at the master and asked, Teacher, can you tell me how to judge the age of the soul beast? The master smiled and nodded, and said, Of course it can. It is not difficult to distinguish the strength of the soul beast. For example, the green tree is also a soul beast, a plant-based soul beast. But it is not suitable for you. The aoki tree itself is very tough. Although the attack power is not strong, the defense is good. This is a 10-year-old aoki tree, because its branches are not thicker than the fist of an adult, and it is considered 100 years old if it is thicker than a fist. Therefore, in general, the distinction of soul beasts mainly depends on the size and the color of the soul power used when they attack. The color of the soul power of the soul beast is the same as the strength, which means that the soul power of a 10-year soul beast is white, and a 100-year soul the beast is yellow, and so on. Of course, when facing an unknown soul beast, you'd better not look at its spirit power. Once it is beyond your reach, then it will face a devastating danger. Teacher, what kind of spirit beast do we need to hunt? Su Qin asked. Su Qin didn't know what the spirit ring the master had envisioned for him was. The purpose of asking this question was to inquire about it from the side and to do it in his heart. A preparation, of course, if it hadn't been more than 100 years, Su Qin would definitely not want it. The master said, since you choose to develop into the agile attack system, then our goal is naturally a spirit beast that is fast and explosive. The choice of spirit ring must be cautious. Every spirit ring cannot be replaced. A soul master ascended to a soul master can absorb the soul ring of a century-old soul beast. More precisely, it is a soul ring of a soul beast whose cultivation level is lower than 423 years. I only like to study the growth experience and failure of many soul masters. Experience, 423 years should be the limit that the first spirit ring can withstand. Therefore, I hope that your first spirit ring will be as close as possible to the exact limit. After listening to the master's words, Su Qin nodded. There is a dean of the four-ringed soul sect. This time his spirit ring acquisition is basically stable, and with the master, he will definitely be very close to this limit value. It is also a 100-year spirit ring. Although the color of the spirit ring produced from the 100-year spirit beast is the same as the spirit ring produced from the 900-year spirit beast, there is a huge gap in the increase in the additional attributes. Toward the Limit is a compulsory course for every soul master. Moving on, the master seemed to be giving Suqin a vivid practical lesson. With the keen repair of the martial soul Luo Sanbao, even the soul beasts hidden in the crevices of the stones were discovered by them one by one. Because there is a four-ringed soul sect guarding them, they are still very safe in the periphery of this soul-hunting forest. After all, most of them here are soul beasts of 10-year level. The master introduced Suqin one by one the names and characteristics of these spirit beasts and the method of discerning the length of cultivation. Chapter 15, Shadow Leopard. After searching for a whole day, although I encountered many qualified soul beasts on the road, their ages did not meet the expectations of the masters and others. Most of them were 10 years old, and only a few had just reached 100 years old. Since there is the dean of the four-ringed soul sect, the master and Suqin's requirements will naturally not be so low. It must be extremely close to the master's theoretical age, at least a soul beast of more than 300 years. Therefore, they did not rush to do it, but searched patiently. Looking up at the sky, the master said, "Let's go here first. Tomorrow, I will look for it in depth and we should be able to meet a suitable one. Let's find a camping place to rest first." The dean nodded and agreed. Now that they both agreed, Suqin naturally didn't need to say anything, and could only agree. It was getting late, and the three of them simply ate dinner without a fire, and then leaned on a big tree to rest. The safety of a few people with the dean is still guaranteed. I have to say that the master is definitely a competent teacher as described in the novel. At the same time, he also attaches great importance to Suqin. Even though he is about to rest now, the master still asked Suqin about the knowledge he taught Suqin during the day. Answered some doubts. Suqin knew the importance of knowledge, and Suqin's memory was very good, so the memory was quite deep. Even if something was wrong, it was corrected by the master or the dean. The whole night quickly passed, and the three of them woke up early the next morning. After a brief breakfast, the three continued to walk towards the depths of the soul-hunting forest. Today's weather is not good. A piece of incense in the sky seems to rain at any time. As they continued to deepen toward the soul-hunting forest, the age of the soul beasts encountered around them gradually increased. It didn't take long for the soul beasts that the three of them encountered were basically over 100 years old. But these 100-year soul beasts were not just soul beasts that had just entered the century-old stage, and did not meet the expectations of the three, so the three did not stop and continued to walk toward the depths of the forest. Along the way, the master still did not forget to teach Suqin, but some unnecessary words were much less. The dean who has been following him has not changed. He is very silent and rarely speaks. The main thing is to observe the surroundings and look at the pair of masters and disciples. The more you walk in the forest, the more dangerous you are. The three of you still know this truth, so apart from some necessary communication, the three of them rarely speak. After all, survival is the first priority. Soon another day passed. Although the trio encountered many suitable centenary soul beasts this time, they did not hunt them down. As a qualified hunter, you need to have good patience. The three decided to see if they would encounter a more suitable spirit beast tomorrow. After all, choosing a spirit ring was a serious matter. Although the area where the three of them were located at this time was still on the periphery of the soul-hunting forest, the surrounding soul beasts had generally reached the age limit of more than 300 years. The soul beasts they hunted are probably in this area, and they only need to find a suitable soul beast tomorrow. At night, the sky is dark, only sporadic starlight falling on the ground through the branches, leaving faint spots. The woods are very dark, and can only barely see things with this scattered light. The master and the dean protected Suqin from left to right. At this time, the breathing of the three of them was very steady, and it was clear that they had entered a beautiful dream. In the shadow of a big tree not far away, a pair of green eyes flashed with strange light. Its figure was completely hidden in the shade of the tree, only a vague figure could be seen, but the next moment, this creature it was the whole disappeared in the shadow, no trace. There were only the slight sound of wind blowing over the leaves, and the inconspicuous breathing of the three people. A figure concealed in the dark woods, and slowly moved closer to the three people so quietly, without making any sound. The dean, who was still sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards a corner. "Hello!" At this moment, Luo Sanbao also discovered something, and suddenly shouted loudly. The master Luo Sanbao wanted to connect quickly woke up and looked around vigilantly. At the same time, he stopped in front of Su Qin and stretched out his hand to Su Qin, trying to wake him up. But it was Su Qin who reached out and touched the master, indicating that he was awake. Su Qin knows the dangers of sleeping in the wild, so how about this soul-hunting forest? Just when Luo Sanbao yelled for the first time, Su Qin woke up in shock. Leaned against the tree, looked around vigilantly, trying to find the source of the danger. The master was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Su Qin to wake up so fast, but he didn't froze. You must know that in the battle, it is very likely that a froze will lose his life. The master did not find out where the danger came from, so he asked in a low voice, "Dean, have you found anything?" After pointing to a tree, the dean replied, "There is a shadow leopard nearby, but it is sneaking with its spirit ability at this time. It is slowly approaching us, do you want to kill it directly?" The master looked in the direction pointed by the dean and saw nothing, but he believed in the strength of the dean. After thinking about it, he shook his head and said, "No. You will beat it to death or control it. Let me take a look at its age, if appropriate. This happens to be Xiao Su's first spirit ring." "Okay. Wait a moment, I will remove his limbs for you." The dean nodded. Flame slash! Accompanied by the dean's loud shout, his blazing knife appeared in his hand, and 4 spirit rings also emerged. I saw the dean's first spirit ring gleaming, slashed out with a knife, and a blade of flame formed towards the shadow he pointed at earlier. The light emitted by the flame illuminates the surroundings, and the shadow leopard hiding in the shadows is exposed in front of everyone. The shadow leopard hiding in the shadows, knowing that he had been discovered, and no longer hiding, immediately dodged to the side, wanting to avoid this attack. He never expected that there would be such a powerful guy among the three. The shadow leopard emerged from the shade of the tree, jumped to the left, and passed the attack dangerously. Shadow leopard landed on the ground, looked at the three of them, screamed in anger, and then turned his head and ran away. His figure was extremely fast, and he sneaked along with his talent skills, making him a little faster. In the dark forest, even the master couldn't find where it had gone for a while, as if it had completely melted into the darkness and disappeared. Chapter 16, First Spirit Ring. Hey, people are getting old. The dean sighed when he saw that he had missed the blow. The next moment, his whole person was chasing in the direction where the shadow leopard disappeared, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. At this time, the dean's words came from a distance. "Xiao Gang, wait for a while, I'll be back when I go." Looking at this scene, the master smiled helplessly and shook his head. This guy still looks the same as before. The master sighed slightly, but he did not relax his vigilance from the beginning to the end. At this time, the dean left them, and they are a bit dangerous here. His Luo Sankan can only have 3 strikes. If you encounter it at this time, other spirit beasts are very dangerous. Su Qin didn't speak, he had been watching all this silently from beginning to end. He had only seen it in novels before, but today he was very excited to see the somewhat mysterious attacking style of Dao Qi. Such a fantasy scene could only be seen on novels, television, etc., but at this time, seeing it with my own eyes, the shock can be imagined. These things evoked Su Qin's desire hidden in his heart. Su Qin believed that as long as he became stronger, he would even be able to break the mountain with a sword in the future. It was very exciting to think about it. Even the posture of the peerless sword Immortal in the Chinese legend of sword energy for 30,000 miles across and 19 continents, is not a fantasy. A seed has been planted in Su Qin's heart. Bang! Oh! The master and Su Qin were not allowed to wait for too long, accompanied by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground and a faint scream, which indicated that the dean had returned with the beaten shadow leopard. Xiao Gang, this guy must be more than 300 years old. As for the specific number of years, I don't know how long it is. Come and see if it is suitable for Xiao Su's first spirit ring. The dean's voice, it came from the shadow in front, and the next moment the dean appeared in front of the shadow leopard with his blazing knife. When the dean came back, the master's nervous heart relaxed a little, he nodded, and took Su Qin a few steps before coming to the shadow leopard. This shadow leopard is completely dark, but it does have some light-colored patterns on its body, which looks very beautiful. But at this time, all the limbs of this shadow leopard were cut off by the dean, and they were all cut off together with the thigh roots. At this time, the shadow leopard was lying on the ground like a leopard stick, with only the head and the tail behind him can barely move. It is very painful at this time, but it can only make a faint scream. The master looked at this scene without the slightest change in his eyes. Although he didn't see much of this kind of thing, he had seen it, and he was somewhat psychologically prepared in his heart. He turned his head to look at Su Qin with some worry. It seemed to him that Su Qin might have seen such a scene for the first time. Maybe he was frightened and wanted to comfort him, but he saw that Su Qin's face did not change at all, but instead he stared at the shadow leopard with beaming eyes, and suddenly knew that he was thinking too much. He shook his head and carefully checked the size and characteristics of this shadow leopard to judge the age of this shadow leopard. It was also the first time that Su Qin saw a creature like this, and he felt a little sick and even nauseous, but Su Qin changed his mind to the scene when he killed pigs before, and he felt much better in his heart. Suddenly Su Qin thought of something first. He didn't know what the meat quality of this shadow leopard was, how delicious it was, and he hadn't eaten it yet. It would be great if he could taste what it was. Thinking like this, Su Qin stared at the dying shadow leopard in front of him, and began to figure out how to get some leopard meat to taste. At the same time, Su Qin was still thinking about how to eat well. Still fried? Or is it a stew? I have to say that Su Qin is a Chinese person known as the capital of food. At this time, I can't forget about eating. The tail of this shadow leopard is 4 meters long, the length of the body is almost the same, and there are only 4 light-colored patterns on his body, and the end of the 4th pattern is still just formed, so the age of this shadow leopard should be just now entering 400 years. Yes, it's just close to the limit of the Soul Master Transmitter's ability to absorb the first soul ring. This shadow leopard is very suitable for Xiao Su. The master carefully looked at this shadow leopard and gave an affirmation. Answer. Su Qin immediately recovered when he heard the words. Looking at the shadow leopard in front of him, the light in his eyes was even more intense, and it seemed that the first spirit ring had arrived. Teacher, is it my first spirit ring? Su Qin asked, pointing to the master. The master nodded and said, that's right. This shadow leopard is fast and explosive. It is very suitable to be your first spirit ring. After getting the master's affirmative answer, Su Qin nodded, and took a step forward. Holding the Kunwu sword in his hand, raising the sword and falling, ending its pain. Although Su Qin's strength was not great, but with the invincibility of the Kunwu sword, Su Qin did not feel the slightest obstacle, and cut off its head very easily. The yellow spirit power floated out from the shadow leopard's body, gradually forming a yellow spirit ring on its corpse, floating there quietly and motionless. Su Qin looked at the spirit ring floating in the sky with excitement. He sat cross-legged in front of the shadow leopard's corpse and placed the Kunwu sword across his legs, with a faint white halo on it. Under the traction of the pale white halo, the 100 Years Shadow Leopard Spirit Ring slowly flew towards Suqin. Master Suang fixed his eyes on the floating spirit ring, and shouted in a deep voice, "Sit cross-legged and intend to guard your martial soul. No matter how the volume of the spirit ring impacts your body, remember that you must stay awake. Only in this way can it be better. Make good use of the power of the spirit ring." The dean on the side glanced at this place, a solemn color flashed in his eyes, retreated to a place 5 meters away from Suqin, and looked around vigilantly, absorbing the spirit ring protector for Suqin. The 100-year-old shadow leopard's spirit ring quickly came on top of Suqin's head. Suqin didn't give Suqin time to react. The yellow halo suddenly shrank and became only the size of a bracelet, but the extremely solid golden ring fell directly on him. Kunwu sword martial soul in front of him. At this time, the Kunwu sword was no longer lying horizontally on Suqin's leg, but floating in front of Suqin with the tip of the sword facing downward, and the yellow spirit ring was now on the hilt. Suqin felt a very violent spirit power pouring into the Kunwu sword frantically, and then rushed into the body along the Kunwu sword. The chaotic spirit power rammed around in the body, as if he wanted to find a breakthrough. Get out of the cage that trapped it. This spirit power collided in the body, causing Suqin to feel a slight pain. Suqin didn't think much about it, and immediately read the Taoist Supreme Taoism Huangtingjing silently in his heart and controlled this soul power to start to operate according to the cultivation week. Chapter 17, Wuhan is too powerful. As Suqin performed his exercises, this soul power gradually merged into the soul power river in his danshan. As time passed, this soul power was gradually assimilated and compressed, and finally became the pure soul in Suqin's body. The force was completely integrated, and under the guidance of Suqin, after running in the body for several weeks, it slowly flowed into his danshan. Click! Suqin heard a crisp sound from Kunwu sword, but this sound was not heard by anyone except Suqin. At the same time, Suqin felt that an invisible shackle that was bothering him was broken, and his previously suppressed cultivation base was gushing out like a fountain. However, Suqin practiced authentic Taoist techniques. What you pay attention to is zhongzheng and peace, so it did not have any impact on Suqin. Instead, with the help of this breakthrough, Suqin's physical body was moisturized and finally guided by Suqin. Next, return to danshan. All these feelings showed that Suqin had successfully absorbed the spirit ring and broke through the realm of the spirit master. After the breakthrough, without the invisible shackles, the feeling of comfort in it cannot be described in words. Without personal experience, I can't pay attention to this comfort. The fun of this far exceeds that of blowing at the South Pole. Hot springs with air conditioning. Suqin slowly calmed down the excitement in his heart, but now he has stepped into the first step in his practice, and has just stepped out of the first hurdle. There is still a long way to go. Suqin slowly opened his eyes. At this time, the sky was faintly bright, and the eastern sun was just showing a little white belly. Suqin knew that not only this forest, but also a brand new day for him. The master and the dean who had been guarding both sides of Suqin at this time saw Suqin wake up, and swept away the feeling of fatigue before, and the whole person instantly became energetic. "Xiaosu, how do you feel?" The master asked with a smile, with a rare smile on his face at this time. "I feel good. However, I hope I can take a shower sooner." Suqin looked at his body and responded with a smile. At this time, Suqin had some faint black substance on his body. This kind of impurity was tightly attached to Suqin's body, and it also exuded an indescribable smell. Suqin knew that this was the so-called washing of marrow and cutting bones to remove impurities in his body. These black substances were the impurities hidden in his body. The master and the dean looked at each other and both laughed. At this time, Suqin was like a child who had been rolling in the mud and then the mud stuck to his body. The master took out some spare water, and at the same time took out a small basin and said, "Wash it first." Su Qin smiled and took the things before taking a shower. There are only the master, the dean, and Su Qin is only a child. Although there is still some shame in his heart, he is indeed a little uncomfortable. There are dean and master guardians here, which is relatively safe. Soon Su Qin simply scrubbed his body again to wash away all the impurities on his body. At this time, Su Qin's skin also has an extra layer of luster, and the skin has also improved a bit, although the whole person has not what a big change, but it also looks a lot more energetic. Xiao Su, what are the skills that this spirit ring brings to you? The dean asked excitedly when he saw Su Qin changed his clothes. At this time, the master also looked at Su Qin curiously, with doubts in his eyes. After the spirit ring is acquired, the skills will undergo a mutation process to produce. This is related to the spirit, the type of spirit beast, and the age. Therefore, even a master who has studied for many years does not know what Su Qin obtained. What is the skill? Su Qin thought, and Kunwu sword appeared in his hand. Although Kunwu sword did not look any different from before, the moment the Kunwu sword appeared, both the dean and the master felt a sense of danger. And the source of that feeling is the Kunwu sword in Su Qin's hand. Su Qin at this time is just a 6-year-old kid, holding a 3-foot-6-inch sword, which looks very funny, but whether it is the dean or the master, he dare not look down upon holding the Kunwu sword at this time. Su Qin. The expressions of the two of them changed, and they looked at Su Qin's eyes more solemnly. Su Qin also noticed the changes between the two. He knew that they had changed because of the appearance of the Kunwu sword in his hand. This was probably related to the broken sound he heard before. Teacher, what's wrong with you, Dean? Su Qin asked while looking at the two. Xiaosu, your martial spirit may be stronger than I thought. Although you only obtained the first spirit ring, even a 29th level great spirit master like me feels dangerous. The master said with a solemn expression. Xiao Gang, let alone you, even I feel the sense of danger from it. If it is careless, maybe even a 4-ringed soul sect like me could be planted in this kid's hands. At this time, he also opened his mouth. The dean's words shocked several people. Su Qin, a first-level spirit master who had just broken through, made the dean and the old soul sect feel the danger, which is simply unimaginable. After frowning for a moment, the master shook his head and said, I don't know what the situation is for the time being, but from the current point of view, Xiaosu, your martial spirit is very powerful, and even too powerful. Su Qin looked at the two people with complicated expressions, then looked at the Kunwu sword in his hand. A thought flashed through his mind, could it be that the legendary sword spirit was pressing? But immediately, a message came from Kunwu sword. And Su Qin understood the reason for all this. Su Qin's Kunwu sword was not considered to have the power of the real Kunwu sword until this time. Before acquiring the spirit ring, the Kunwu sword was in a state of being suppressed and sealed by the power of the world, and after Su Qin absorbed the spirit ring, the Kunwu sword was a bit of unblocking, and as Su Qin's strength increased, the seal would slowly be lifted, becoming the real Kunwu sword with complete power. This sharp edge of Kunwu sword can be converged and hidden, but Su Qin is unable to control it freely now. This requires Su Qin to be able to control it freely after he has participated in the practice of enlightenment. Su Qin very much agrees with the words of the master at this time. His martial soul is indeed a bit too powerful. However, since it is temporarily unable to solve the problem of the Kunwu sword's aura convergence, so let's do this first, before he can freely retract the Kunwu sword's breath, he will take it out less in the future. Xiaosu, you should talk about it first, what is your first spirit ability? The master temporarily put aside to think about why Su Qin's spirit is so powerful, and directly asked Su Qin what his first spirit ability was. The first spirit ability is very important, and basically determines the direction of a spirit master's future practice. Chapter 18, First Spirit Ability. Teacher, my first spirit ability is Stealth. When activating the skill, my body will fuse with the surrounding scenery to reduce my sense of existence, and then achieve the effect of concealing the figure, and the speed is increased by 100%. It is activated in the stealth state. Attack power increases by 20%. However, if this sneak is used during the day, the effect will be very low, and it will only reduce the sense of presence, but it is not obvious and easy to be found. But if it is at night, hide in a dark place. If you don't pay attention to this kind of place, even if the other party is much stronger than me, you can't find me," Su Qin said. With that said, Su Qin directly activated his first soul ability. The only yellow spirit ring on Su Qin's body flashed, and Su Qin's figure looked a little lighter, but it was not obvious in this broad daylight. Su Qin took 2 steps forward, and the speed was indeed about twice as fast. Su Qin came and hid under the shadow of a big tree, and the whole person quickly merged into this shadow. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't find that there was a person hidden here. Seeing this scene, the master nodded in satisfaction. The overall effect is very good, but the shortcomings are also obvious. You can't hide your figure during the day, but there are 2 additional attributes. This time we come to the hunting forest. The task is considered successfully completed. The dean on the side nodded as he watched this scene, but if it is in the dark night, combined with Xiao Su's martial arts effect, maybe even a soul sect like me will be planted in his hands. Su Qin walked out of the shadow of the tree, and was also very satisfied. The effect of this skill was very good. With his Wuhan Kunwu sword, his attack power was a bit stronger. Now that the task of coming to the hunting forest has been completed, the 3 of them did not stay in the hunting forest for a long time. They started their return journey. The journey back will be faster than when they came. Although the master is still teaching Su Qin about soul masters and soul the knowledge of the beast, but the speed of the journey is much faster than when it came. As for the meat of the shadow leopard, Su Qin tasted it with the help of the dean and master. Although there is no seasoning, the meat is firm and tastes surprisingly good. In the morning of the next day, the 3 of them returned to Nodding City. The dean rushed back to the school because there were still things to deal with, leaving only Su and Qin on the road slowly. The master said, "Xiao Su, you have now obtained the first spirit ring and you are already a spirit master. I will now take you to the spirit hall in Nodding City for a soul master appraisal and test it for a while. Your spirit power situation, in addition, can be regarded as formally registered in the Wuhan Hall, and you can receive monthly subsidies in the future. Having a golden soul coin is a lot of income." Su Qin doesn't want to go to the spirit hall for soul master appraisal now. He knows what virtue the spirit hall is. If a genius like him goes, he will probably not be able to get out. He will definitely be abducted to the spirit hall. The palace headquarters, last time it was just luck. Su Qin shook his head and said, "Teacher, can I go again later? The deacon of Wuhandian invited me to join Wuhandian before, but I refused. If I go this time, I am afraid." Although Su Qin didn't say the rest, the master could understand what Su Qin meant. The master thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Okay. Then go back later, but you have to go to the Wuhan Hall before Nodding College starts. This is not a way to escape. Make it clear. By the way, when you go, remember to call me and the dean. If we are there, the spirit hall will not dare to go too far." Su Qin said, "Teacher Xie can understand. Although going to the Wuhan Hall for soul master appraisal now, one can obtain 1 golden soul coin every month, but compared with one's own safety and freedom, this small amount of money is not worth mentioning." The master nodded, and said, "The soul power test still needs to be tested. Nodding College has a special place for soul power testing, so there is no need to go to the spirit hall." So Su Qin and the master rushed to Nodding College. It didn't take long before the master took Su Qin to the room where the soul power test was conducted at Nodding College. At this time, in addition to the master and Su Qin, there was a young female teacher in this room. There was a blue crystal ball in front of the female teacher. This blue crystal ball was an item for testing soul power. The female teacher watched the master bring a child she had never seen before, and asked in confusion, "Master, why did you bring this child here?" The master pointed to Suqin next to him and said, "This kid has just obtained the first spirit ring. I will bring him here to test his spirit power." The female teacher was surprised. "How old is this child? Maybe only 6 or 7 years old. Got the first spirit ring?" Although she was shocked in her heart, the female teacher quickly recovered her senses and said, "Okay. Come over, kid, put your hand on this crystal ball." The master nodded and said, "Go." Suqin was also curious about how many levels his spirit power had reached, and walked 2 steps quickly to the crystal ball, stretched out his right hand and placed it on top of the crystal ball. Suddenly, the blue crystal ball exudes a bright light. The female teacher looked at the light emitted by the blue crystal ball and said in disbelief, "Level 13. There are actually level 13. It stands to reason that people who have just obtained the first spirit ring and broke through the realm of spirit masters are generally 11th level spirit power, and rarely exceed them," so this female teacher was shocked. The master on the side was also shocked when he saw this scene. Originally thought that Suqin had only level 11 spirit power, but he did not expect that he actually had level 13 spirit power. Thinking of this, the master also sighed secretly in his heart. Fortunately, those who had listened to Suqin before did not go to the spirit hall for soul master appraisal. Otherwise, even if the dean was added, they would not be able to protect Suqin if the opponent used force. After all, a genius like Suqin, I am afraid that there is no such force that would be unmoved. If he can join his family, in time, his family will be able to add another powerful soul master. Hearing the words of the female teacher, Suqin was happy in his heart and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the master didn't take him to the spirit hall for a soul master appraisal before, otherwise he might not be able to get out of the door of the spirit hall. "Zyasu, let's go," the master said. "Good teacher." Suqin immediately turned around, followed the master, and left the room. Only the female teacher in the room was still in shock, and had not recovered for a long time. "Xiaosu, remember to read the book I gave you. If you don't understand, you can ask me at any time. I still have something to do. You should go back by yourself. Remember, you should not go to Wuhan alone." Temple. The master looked at Suqin solemnly. "Teacher, I will." Suqin nodded. Hearing Suqin's answer, the master nodded in satisfaction, and then walked towards the interior of Nodding College. Chapter 19, Master of Wuhan Hall. A few days ago. After Suqin left, Su Yuntao immediately found Master Mathunyo and informed him of the results of Suqin's test. "Master Mathunyo, how do you think I should get this kid to join our spirit hall?" Su Yuntao looked at the old man in front of him. Mathunyo shook his head and said, "You shouldn't let the child go. You should move your mouth more. After all, the child is just a child and doesn't know much about many things. If you give him more benefits, he is moved. Naturally, he will join our Wuhan Hall. Stop talking about it, just say what I should do now." Su Yuntao said. "First of all, we should report this matter as soon as possible, and at the same time, we should block the news so that other people cannot know the news of this child. Secondly, you should go to the child's house more and talk more about our Wuhan Hall, Su. There are some advantages. If you can do it well before the people come, you will definitely have a good impression on you, which is good for your future promotion." Mathunyo thought for a while. Su Yuntao smiled bitterly, "I understand what you said, but I forgot to ask them where they live. What should I do?" When Mathunyo heard the words, he suddenly stopped getting angry, and sighed helplessly after a long while. "Hey, you kid, you are still so reckless. If that's the case, you can only wait for someone from above. After Suichin separated from the master, seeing the sky was still early, he went back to his room first, and realized the method of converging Kunwu sword breath. Because Suichin's understanding is very high, it didn't take long for Suichin to master it. The way to control the Kunwu sword breath. After this, Suichin picked up the notes the master gave him and read it. Until noon, Suichin left the room and returned to the blacksmith's shop to help. In the evening, Suichin will go to the master's room to study, ask some knowledge that he does not understand, and learn some new knowledge. After this, Suichin returned to his room and started daily practice. However, starting from this day, Suichin had two more tasks. One was to practice the first spirit ability, and the other was to try to operate while practicing swords. Soul power, in order to improve one's strength. Such a peaceful day, less than 3 days later, was broken. On this day, the master and the dean found Suichin together, and the dean directly said, "Xiao Su, the spirit hall has already started looking for you everywhere. You can't hide in this way. It's time to go to the spirit hall. The soul master has appraised it, but you can rest assured that with us, the spirit hall does not dare to do anything excessive. He does not dare not give the empire face." The master also nodded and said, "After all, this matter can't be avoided. If you solve it earlier, you can also practice with peace of mind." Seeing that both the master and the dean had personally recruited the door, Suichin did not decline, saying, "Okay." It didn't take long for the master and the dean to bring Suichin to the Wuhan Hall. The concierge at the entrance of Wuhan Hall saw that the dean of Notting College had come, and greeted them respectfully, and brought them respectfully to the VIP room in the Wuhan Hall, and at the same time reported the matter to the Lord here. The master and the dean didn't say anything, and took Suichin quietly to sit in the drawing room and drink tea, waiting for the arrival of the hall master here. It didn't take long. With a burst of hearty laughter, a burly middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed in Wuhandian costumes and wearing an exclusive emblem on his chest, walked in, marking his 4 rings. The strength of the soul sect, laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, what kind of wind is this today, since you have blown the dean over? Old stuff, naturally I have something important to come here, otherwise, what am I doing with you?" The dean looked at the incoming palace master and smiled. "Yu Xiao Gang, I have seen the lord." The master arched his hands. Suichin has seen the lord of the palace. Suichin also learned everything. The lord looked for the sound and saw a man about his age and a child about 6 or 7 years old. He only recognized their names after hearing their names. One was in the soul. Yu Xiao Gang, who is known as a master in the teacher world, is another genius he has been looking for these days, but now that they are coming together, things seem to be a bit troublesome. It turns out to be a master, long awaited. This is the genius Suichin who is full of soul power. The hall master smiled and greeted the two of them, and sat down to himself. Yes, this kid is Suichin, and now he is a disciple of the master. The dean introduced Suichin with a smile. The hall master heard this and was shocked. Doesn't this kid know that apprenticeship is a serious matter? In just a few days, he actually worshipped the master as a teacher, and now things are more difficult than imagined. I don't know what you are here today. The hall master suppressed the shock in his heart and asked with a smile. At the same time, he calculated in his heart how to make Suichin join the Hall of Martial Spirits, without guilty of the dean, master, and empire. Although he is not afraid of masters and deans, he still has due respect for the empire. The dean smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, isn't this just taking this kid to obtain the first spirit ring? We brought him to the spirit hall for soul master appraisal." Except for the first sentence, the master on the side didn't speak any more. At this time, he just nodded, confirming the dean's words. The hall master was shocked when he heard the words. He didn't expect these two people to start so quickly. Since they took the child to obtain the first spirit ring, it seems that he can't get the child, so he can only leave it to the person above. If this child didn't get the first spirit ring, even if the master and the dean were here today, he would have to fight. But now, he couldn't compete with the two, so he could only report the incident truthfully, which caused headaches for the people above. This kid's empire must also know about it, and now it's only to see who is more caring about this kid on the empire and Wuhan Hall. The hall master recovered from the shock, and smiled helplessly. Dean, I didn't expect that since you started so quickly, it seems that I can't compete with you for this child. Otherwise, I will definitely take this child. Go to the papal palace to study. Ha ha ha, let's not talk about these useless things. Hurry up and take us to the Soul Master appraisal. The dean laughed at the words, and at the same time praised his original decision in his heart. Otherwise, if such a child goes to the papal palace, it's a big loss for the empire. When the master heard the 3 words for the Pope's palace, the expression in the depths of his eyes changed, but it quickly returned to normal without being noticed by others. Okay, I will take you there now, and I will personally conduct a Soul Master appraisal for this child. I want to see what kind of genius this child is. The Hall Master said cheerfully. Chapter 20, Soul Master Advanced Certification. The master of the sub-temple of the Wuhan Hall in Notting City took Sue and Qin to the Wuhan laboratory where the Soul Masters were appraised. This room is very wide and very tall. It is 200 square meters. A huge French window provides enough lighting for the room. There are several black stones the size of a fist of lard inlaid on the surrounding walls. It's like a stone to help people with martial arts awakening. On the ground, a huge token in the shape of a token is depicted, and a long sword hangs straight down to the entrance of the gate. The hall master led Su Qin to the middle of the room. The hall master smiled and said to Su Qin, "This is the place for the advanced appraisal of the Soul Master. Let's start now. Release your spirit and spirit ring." The master and the dean stepped aside. Su Qin walked to the center of the marking pattern on the ground and stood still, raised his right hand. Calmly, a long sword slowly emerged from Su Qin's hand, and the next moment he was caught. Su Qin squeezed in his hand, and at the same time the next year's 100-year shadow leopard spirit ring rose from Su Qin's feet and moved up and down with his body as the center. The hall master looked at Su Qin's martial arts spirit and the century-old spirit ring on him, and nodded. It was the same as he guessed. With the master and the dean, it is absolutely impossible to attach only a 10-year spirit ring to such a genius. Otherwise, even if this child has been abandoned in half, and at the same time there is some sadness in his heart, why doesn't such a child join my Wuhan Hall? Although the palace owner was a little sad, he still did not forget the temptation to work hard. "Yes, kid, do you want to join the Hall of Spirits? We can provide you with better resources. With the cultivation of the Hall of Spirits, you will definitely become a great figure in the world of famous soul masters in the future." Su Qin hadn't spoken yet, and the dean on the side was immediately unhappy and said angrily, "Old guy, where is so much nonsense? Quickly test Xiao Su's spirit power. Do you think there is no one in my Heaven Do Empire? You still need to be trained in the Hall of Souls before you can become a big figure in the world of famous shocking souls. Let me tell you that under the cultivation of our Heaven Do Empire, Xiao Su can become a big figure in the famous shaking side, even you can be a knight in the empire." The master didn't say anything about it, just watched quietly. Seeing this, the palace lord smiled embarrassedly. "Well, I won't fight with you, say I can't win you." Su Qin looked at this scene, although on the surface he looked a little suspicious, but he was vigilant in his heart. It seems that the crisis has not been resolved. The spirit hall will definitely not be so easy to give up. There will definitely be others. After the action, Su Qin felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart, and he secretly said in his heart that some plans were about to be changed, and everything should focus on improving his own strength and protecting his own safety. The palace owner picked up a yellow crystal ball from the table on the side, walked to Su Qin, smiled and said, "Pour your soul power into it, and let me see how many levels you have hit. In theory, you should be 11 now." The palace lord hadn't said the word level, the crystal ball he handed to Suqin's hand was already lit up, and he was startled. 13th level. Since there is a 13th level of spirit power. The hall master looked at Suqin with a little excitement. Just as he wanted to say something, there was a somewhat angry voice next to him. Old guy, quickly give us the Soul Master handwritten notes, don't whistle and croak some other things there, otherwise, hee. The dean said with a smirk. The hall master was taken aback when he heard the words, turned his head to look at the dean on the side, and wanted to say something, but he saw the master on the side frown slightly, and sighed in his heart. With these two people, it seems impossible to control. This child has been pulled into the Wuhan Hall, so let this matter go to the top of the headache, not because he doesn't want to pull it, but can't pull it. The hall master sighed, as if he was relieved of the ball and said, okay. Xiaosu, can I call you that? Your advanced evaluation is over. From now on, you are a glorious soul master in the Heaven Do Empire. Yes. You are welcome to join the team of soul masters. From now on, you can come to the Spirit Hall to receive subsidies with the badges issued to you later. The subsidy of soul masters is 1 gold soul coin per month. As for the others, the master and the dean will tell you. Go pick up things, I won't accompany you much if I have more work. With that, the Lord quickly wrote a note and handed it to the master, and then left here quickly. The master and the dean looked at each other, shook their heads helplessly, and took Suqin to the special collection place to receive Suqin's Soul Master Handbook and badge. Back at Notting College, the master first explained some precautions to Suqin. For example, it is a special time that Suqin should not leave the college at will. He left with the dean to discuss some things. After the master and dean left, Suqin thought carefully and weighed the pros and cons. He came to the blacksmith shop where he had lived for 3 years. After thanking Shi-san, he quit his job but left. Previously, Suqin had spent a huge sum of money on 2 gold soul coins to customize a batch of training items he needed. After doing this, Suqin returned to Notting College. Although Suqin felt a little bit unwilling, but for the sake of his own safety and the safety of Shi-san and others, he had to do this, otherwise he would use the method of Wuhan Hall. What will happen? In the following days, apart from daily meals, Suqin never stopped, and had been working cultivation and learning. Suqin always uses meditation practice to replace sleep. Meditation practice can not only improve the strength, but also restore the consumed essence and energy, and it is even easier to restore the consumed essence and energy than normal sleep. Suqin practiced assiduously every day. When he was tired, he regained his energy and spirit by practicing meditation. After he recovered, he continued to exercise and study. Suqin also knew that he had been practicing this way and his body would not be able to eat away. The dean came to the Douluos continent with many books about medicinal herbs and began to study. Of course, Suqin was not alone in researching. Suqin was also called a master. With the help of the master, after several failures, Suqin successfully formulated a medicated bath that was very suitable for him. Suqin's cultivation speed was several times faster. Suqin himself did not have enough money for the medicinal bath, so Suqin asked the dean and the master to borrow some, and started his assiduous practice. The master and the dean saw all this in their eyes. While the two of them felt gratified, they were also a little distressed. Naturally, it was not that they were distressed that their money was gone, but that a child like Suqin was actually practicing in this way. It is really unbearable. Chapter 21, from Tiandu Royal Academy. The Pope Hall of Wuhan Hall. The current Pope Bibi Dong was in a secret room at this time, and suddenly an extra note appeared in front of her. She picked it up and looked at it, and burned the note on the candle light beside her, muttering, "Little gang, now that you have accepted a disciple who is innately full of soul power." A weird look flashed in her eyes, and she preached, "Let the people below must recruit Suqin into my spirit hall." Such a genius can only belong to my spirit hall. After a pause, she added, if he doesn't know good or bad and refuses my Wuhan Hall invitation, then let him go. Yes, a dark figure in the corner responded, and disappeared here in a flash. Bibi Dong looked into the distance. For the purpose of the plan after the spirit hall, this kid should join the Hall of Spirits. If he refuses the solicitation of the Hall of Spirits, then it will be abandoned. She couldn't get such a genius in the spirit hall, and no one else could even think of it. But this kid is his disciple, so don't let his life go, it's enough to abolish him. An abandoned genius is not a genius. A few days later, in the dean's office, 4 people were here at this time, namely Su Qin, the master, the dean, and a gorgeous middle-aged man from the capital of the Tiandu Empire. The middle-aged man looked at the 3 and introduced with a smile, I come from the Tiandu Royal Academy. I am a teacher at the Tiandu level. My name is Zhao Hao, a 75-level assault war spirit master. The expressions of the dean and the master changed. They didn't expect that since the empire would send such a person, they were shocked and said respectfully, the younger generation has seen the senior. Su Qin also showed a look of shock, and unexpectedly a soul sage came, and he also learned something like, the junior has seen the senior. Zhao Hao looked at a few people and laughed and said, ha ha ha, you don't have to be polite. This child is the child who is born with soul power and martial soul as a sword. On behalf of the empire, I want to bring him to the Tiandu Imperial Academy to study. I don't know how the 2 feel. The faces of the master and the dean changed, but they soon returned to normal. This situation was as early as they expected. The dean smiled awkwardly and said, Senior, this child has already worshipped the master as a teacher. Don't you know that the master will also go to the Tiandu Royal Academy with him? Zhao Hao shook his head and apologized, the task given to me above is to take this child back. It didn't say that I would take the master back with him, so I'm sorry. Although he said so, he didn't mean to apologize in his eyes. The task he received before coming was indeed only to bring Su Qin back, and he didn't say anything else. Therefore, if he took his own initiative to bring people back, he would not know where they would live by then. The master frowned when he heard the words, but in the face of the absolute strength gap, no matter what he said was pale and weak, although he was very angry, he could not do anything. Su Qin suddenly felt unhappy when he heard that he was going to take him away. If he left now, then what was the point of worshipping the master as a teacher before? His junior brother Tang San hasn't recognized yet, and many plans will be disrupted. Therefore, he must not leave with him. Su Qin stepped forward and bowed at 90 degrees and said, Senior, I'm sorry, I can't go to Tiandu Royal Academy with you for the time being. Hearing this, Zhao Hao frowned, and asked in a deep voice, why? You know, Tiandu Royal Academy is countless times stronger than this nodding academy, and it is directly managed by the royal family, and all the people who study in it are nobles. And the teachers in it are very powerful. There are several people who hold a soul sage like this, and there are also 3 strong men who are sitting in the town. You will definitely learn more in it than here. Now, are you still not going with me? Senior, I'm sorry. I understand what you said, but what you are paying attention to is a trustworthy person. Before I came to Notting College to study, I vowed with the dean to leave after studying here for 6 years. I just stayed here for less than a month. If I leave with you for better resources, what will other people think of me? Does anyone like a dishonest and trustworthy person? This way I followed you and left. Even if you become stronger in the future, do you dare to use me? And, there is a good saying, my parents are here, don't travel far, my master. The master is still here, how dare I leave with you? Su Qin has maintained a 90-degree bow. Although Zhao Hao also wanted to say dare, he thought about it carefully, let alone him who does not keep his promise, I am afraid that even the emperor would not dare to use him, he shook his head and sighed, don't dare. Zhao Hao never thought that a child as young as Su Qin would lie to him, because judging from the expressions of the surrounding deans and masters, they did not expect that Su Qin would say such things. Obviously this was not what they taught, so this what the child said is probably true. Zhao Hao thought for a while, and made a decision. He took out a badge from the soul guidance device in his hand and handed it to Su Qin. This is the identity certificate of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy. From now on you are a student of Tiandu Royal Academy. Su Qin was taken aback. He didn't expect this person to make such a decision. He quickly refused, "Senior, I didn't go to Tiandu Royal Academy to study with you first, and secondly, I didn't have the identity of a nobleman. Can you accept it?" Zhao Hao smiled and said, "It's okay, you just accept it. My task before I came was to take you back to the Tiandu Royal Academy, but after hearing what you said, I can't take you back, otherwise, as you said, when you become stronger, the Empire will not dare to use you. But it is not good for me to do business without taking you back. However, you can study here for a few years now. After you graduate here, you can go to Tiandu Royal Academy again. This way I will not be a disadvantage, and you will be able to fulfill your vow. However, you must remember that after graduation, you must come to the Tiandu Royal Academy to study, otherwise I can't spare you, boy. As for the status of aristocrat, I believe your talent, this is just a matter of time. Geniuses will be given preferential treatment." Su Qin was taken aback when he heard this, and said in shock, "How can this happen?" Su Qin turned to look at the master and the dean. Seeing that they nodded, Su Qin took the badge with the word Heaven Do and thanked him, "Thank you, senior, for your accomplishment." Seeing that Su Qin took the badge, Zhao Hao nodded in satisfaction and said, "Okay. Remember, you will be a student of Tiandu Royal Academy from now on. I will see it in the academy in 6 years. You." After finishing speaking, Zhao Hao looked at the master and the dean and said, "You have to take care of him. I have troubled you in the past few years. I have something to do, so I will leave." After Zhao Hao finished speaking, his figure flashed and he left here. The master and the dean looked at each other, and both saw helplessness in each other's eyes. This day was just a small episode in Su Qin's assiduous practice. In the next 3 months, Su Qin returned to his previous state, working hard every day, and there was no time to spare. Chapter 22, Brother Tang San. Time flies, and more than 3 months have passed quietly. In the past few months, Su Qin's strength has improved a lot, not only in strength, but also in knowledge. Su Qin's spirit power has now reached the 14th level. In just 3 months, he has raised his incomparably pure spirit power by 1 level, and the difficulty is far higher than that of a person of the same level by 5 levels. It is difficult, and at the same time the improvement in strength is far beyond them. After these 3 months of practice, Su Qin was able to use his spirit power to cooperate with his swordsmanship. His comprehensive strength had increased several times, and the only difference now was the integration of actual combat. This afternoon, after Su Qin finished exercising, he went to the master's room to study as usual. Su Qin knocked at the door, and the master's voice came from inside, "Come in." As soon as Su Qin entered the door, he saw a little boy who was about his age. At this moment, the master had just finished talking to him. When he saw Su Qin coming in, he pointed at Su Qin and said with a smile, "Little San, let me introduce you to this. It's your brother named Su Qin." Then the master pointed to the little boy and introduced, "Xiao Su, this is your junior, named Tang San, the apprentice I just received." Su Qin looked at the little boy. He was wearing the blue school uniform of Notting College. He looked a little thin and not very tall. He was much shorter than him. This was Tang San at this time. Su Qin showed a smile on his face and introduced himself. August 1 Chinese website www.zwdu8.me Hello, junior brother. Introduce myself, my name is Su Qin, the 14th level Agile Attack Type War Spirit Master, Wuhan Kunwu Sword, please advise more in the future. With that, Su Qin stretched out his right hand. Tang San looked at his senior brother with some curiosity in his heart. According to what the teacher told him, his senior brother was innately full of spirit power like him, and he was very hard in cultivation. At this time, he looked at this man who was taller than him. The boy, who looks stronger, is also a little happy in his heart, and maybe he won't be alone in his future cultivation. Tang San also showed a smile on his face, and said, "Brother, you can call me a junior like the teacher. My martial arts spirit is Lan Yinko, with a natural spirit power, so I haven't obtained a spirit ring yet." Su Qin pretended to frown in contemplation, muttering two keywords, blue silver grass and congenital soul power. Suddenly his eyes lit up, looked around, and whispered, "Little San, are you twin spirits?" Tang San was startled, and thought shockedly in his heart that he deserves to be the teacher's disciple, but from his words, he inferred that he is a twin martial arts spirit. It seems that the teacher's knowledge is better than he expected. Profound, otherwise it would be impossible to teach such a disciple. Although thinking like this in his mind, Tang San still asked curiously, "Brother, how did you guess that I am a twin spirit?" The master stood aside and watched this scene with a smile, without saying a word. He also wanted to take this to see how Su Qin's study progressed these days. Naturally, Su Qin could not say that he knew it a long time ago. Instead, he smiled and said, "Thanks to the teacher's teaching." In the theory summarized by the teacher, Lan Yinko is not powerful, and it is not enough to provide the soul master innate the strength of soul power, so I guess you are a twin martial soul. Tang San said, "The teacher said before, but why can't I be an exception?" Su Qin brushed the belt on his waist with his right hand, and took out a book without a title. He said, "It's not impossible. However, most Wuhan mutations have mutated in unfavorable directions, and they follow the teacher's book. In the notes in the book, it is almost impossible for Lan Yinko to mutate with other spirits. Even if it mutates, it can only be weaker and harder to become stronger. However, even if you are not a twin spirit, I will not lose. After all, the previous ones are just my guesses. Although I have a 19% chance that you are a twin spirit, I can't rule out that 1% possibility, but that possibility is really too low." The master listened to Su Qin's explanation, and he was quite satisfied. After all, the child really learned from him, and it was only a mere 4 months, and it was quite good to be able to reach this level. Tang San nodded after hearing Su Qin's words. The master said the same to him before, but Tang San noticed what was on Su Qin's waist and asked curiously, "Brother, what is your belt? Why did you take out this book out of thin air?" A smile appeared on Su Qin's face, and said, "This thing is called the soul guidance device. The purpose of my soul guidance device is to store things." As he said, Su Qin took off the belt and handed it to Tang San with a smile, "Little San, the first time I met, the brother has nothing to give you, so I gave you the soul guide that the teacher gave me. This thing, let me bury it. I believe it can only exert its greatest power in your hands." Tang San was startled when he heard the words, and quickly declined, "Brother, this thing is too precious, I can't ask for it." Su Qin pretended to be unhappy and said, "If you take me as your senior, just accept it." "Teacher, this..." Tang San didn't know what to do with the current situation, neither did he accept it, nor did he accept it. He looked at the master for help. The master was also a little surprised when he saw this scene. He didn't know why Su Qin did it. Although he was a little unhappy with Su Qin's actions, after several months of getting along with him, the master knew that his big disciple was like a person and did everything. It was after careful consideration, and there was a reason why he did it. And this is also his heart for his junior. If he refused, it would be a bit unreasonable. After hesitating for a while, the master nodded in the end and said, "Little San, your brother is very interested, you can accept it." "That's right, Xiaosan, this is the heart of the senior brother, you can accept it. Don't be so hypocritical, like a little girl." Su Qin added. Tang San looked at Su Qin, then looked at the master, knowing he couldn't justify this if it was postponed, and took the belt that Su Qin handed over and smiled, "Thank you, brother." It was finally delivered to Tang San. Su Qin smiled and said, "There are many books in this belt that I have read, so I will give you all of them." "Oh, yes, this belt does not have a name yet. Give him a name." Tang San looked at the 24 gentle jade on his belt. Tang San, almost without thinking, remembered a verse from his previous life, and said with a smile, 24 bridges and moonlit nights. "Call him 24 bridges. Bright moon night." Su Qin thought for a while, and finally did not reveal that he was a traverser like Tang San, but nodded and praised, 24 bridges with bright moonlit nights, a good name. The master was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and nodded, "The name sounds nice, but it's just a bit longer." Tang San sighed secretly in his heart, perhaps, this could be regarded as a little memory of his previous life. Chapter 23, My name is Xiao Wu, Dance Dance. "Xiao Su, let's take a day off today. You will take your junior brother Misan to the academy for a tour, and at the same time tell him some basic knowledge. By the way, remember to prepare when you go back. Tomorrow I will take Misan to get the first Soul Huan, come with you too." The master drank and said to the two brothers. "Okay, teacher." Su Qin and Tang San said in unison. Leaving the master's room, Su Qin took Tang San around in the academy, and at the same time explained some basic common sense in the spirit master world. It was getting late, although both Su Qin and Tang San wanted to talk more. After a while, Su Qin finally gave up this tempting plan. He had to take a bite and walk step by step, so he was not in a hurry. After the two separated, Su Qin returned to his room and recalled the direction of the original work. In the evening, Tang San would fight with Xiao Wu. It was a good opportunity to get to know Xiao Wu, but the time before that, still used for cultivation. Time passed quickly. When Su Qin opened his eyes, the sky was already dark, and the stars were hanging high. Su Qin came to the window and looked downstairs. On a clearing not far away, Su Qin saw a boy and a girl and two children fighting together. Su Qin looked intently. The little boy was only in the afternoon. Tang San, the other little girl I've seen, is naturally Xiao Wu. Su Qin stood by the window and looked at it for a while, and suddenly saw a female teacher walking towards where they were. The corner of Su Qin's mouth curled up, and it was time to change my appearance. "What are you doing? Don't get up soon. There are so many people, actually." Just as Tang San was controlled by Xiao Wu on the ground, a discordant female voice interrupted them, and a female teacher walked towards them with an angry expression. Xiao Wu blushed, and hurriedly jumped from Tang San. Tang San also took advantage of the situation and got up. The female teacher quickly walked up to the two and said angrily, "You two, what's the matter?" Tang San felt that he was a boy and he should explain it again, but before he could speak, Xiao Wu rushed to say, "Teacher, we are discussing each other." "Compare? Lying on the ground to compete? What does it look like?" "Teacher, wait." The female teacher hadn't finished speaking, but was interrupted by a voice, which made the anger in the female teacher's heart rise to the next level. She was about to scold each other, but she turned around to see a pretty boy in a blue school uniform. When he walked, the anger on his face disappeared by 3 points. It was Su Qin who came here. Su Qin smiled at the female teacher. "Teacher, I can testify that the two of them were indeed discussing each other just now." Su Qin's words are still very useful in Nodding College. Almost every teacher here knows that Su Qin is a genius with innate soul power, and he is also someone who the dean specially ordered to take good care of. So when Su Qin said this, the female teacher believed that Tang San and the two were discussing the matter, but her majesty as a teacher could not be lost. She said in a slightly serious tone, "Okay, this time first. I'll let you go. And don't be on the playground when you learn from each other. You need a teacher to protect you, do you know?" "Teacher, don't worry, we know," Su Qin replied with a smile. The female teacher nodded, gave a few simple explanations, and then turned and left. Even if she suspected that Tang San and the two were not discussing each other, but with Su Qin in her, she wouldn't say much. After all, Su Qin's future could be seen, and it was not worth it to offend each other for such trivial things. Seeing the figure of the female teacher gradually moving away, Tang San said a little embarrassed, "Brother, thank you for helping me out, otherwise I might be in some trouble." Seeing that Tang San and Su Qin met, Xiao Wu smiled and said, "Thank you, senior." After Xiao Wu finished speaking, she asked Tang San in a low voice, "Little San, who is this person? How do you know him? It seems very powerful, even the teacher listens to her." Su Qin's current comprehensive strength is very strong, and the whispers of Xiao Wu and Tang San can still be heard. Su Qin explained with a smile, "My name is Su Qin, Tang San's senior." "This schoolgirl, what is your name?" Tang San nodded to Xiao Wu and said, "Yes, he is my teacher's big disciple, my senior brother." A cute smile appeared on Xiao Wu's face and said, "Hello, Senior Su, my name is Xiao Wu, Dancing Wu." Tang San added, "Brother, this is the head of our 7th house." At the same time, Tang San didn't forget to explain, "Brother, we were really discussing it just now." Xiao Wu still nodded and asked curiously, "Senior Su, why are you so powerful? Even that female teacher is afraid of you. Are you the dean's son?" Tang San also looked at Su Qin curiously at this time. After what happened just now, he was indeed a little curious about Su Qin's identity. Su Qin smiled and said, "You don't want to confess your father to others, this is not good. The reason that teacher is so afraid of me is because of my strong talent." When Su Qin said this, Tang San quickly understood that although his senior brother was innately full of spirit power like himself, the difference was that his spirit was a sword, not a blue spirit like his spirit. Yinko, this is a waste martial spirit that people generally think. However, Tang San firmly believed in what the master said, there are no martial spirits of waste, only people of waste. Xiao Wu still had a little understanding at this time, but she probably understood the reason. Su Qin didn't explain this question too much, but with a playful smile on his face, and said, "You guys were discussing each other before, right?" "Yes." Xiao Wu nodded, vaguely aware of something wrong, but still said in a certainty. Looking at Su Qin's smile, Tang San also felt something bad in his heart, but he also nodded honestly, "Yes, brother." Su Qin nodded and said, "If that's the case, then you can discuss it with me." "Ah? What?" Xiao Wu said incredulously. She didn't understand why this senior named Su Qin did this. Tang San's expression changed a bit. He knew his senior brother's spirit power level, but he was not timid. He could just use this to test how strong his senior brother was, and at the same time, he could also look at it from the side. The strength of the soul master who understands this world. Tang San nodded and said, "Okay. Brother, please advise." Tang San said, immediately assumed a fighting posture, ready to fight Su Qin at any time. "Little San, how did you promise to be so fast?" Xiao Wu looked at Tang San who was ready to fight, and asked in surprise. She didn't understand that Tang San's senior brother asked him to learn from him. He actually agreed so easily. Does he know how strong the opponent is? Is it sure that this is not his brother wanting to teach them a meal? Chapter 24, Learn From. Tang San just smiled when he heard the words, and didn't say much. Although he didn't know why his senior brother wanted to do this, this was one of his ways to get to know the Soul Master. He couldn't waste such a good opportunity. Su Qin smiled and said, "Xiao Wu, you and Xiao San will go on together. Just let me see how your strengths are. I don't use spirit abilities, and only use the same spirit power as you. How dare you look down on me?" Xiao Wu suddenly became unhappy when he heard Su Qin's words. Su Qin looks about the same age as her, so why look down on her? Seeing Xiao Wu's appearance, Tang San sighed in his heart. How easy it was that Xiao Wu missed the trick. At the same time, his eyes when he looked at Su Qin became serious, but a few words easily aroused Xiao Wu's competitiveness. It is definitely not something an average child can do, and he is confident of his own strength by his appearance. Should he underestimate the enemy, or does he have that kind of strength? Su Qin was very happy to find two free sparring partners, just to use it to enhance his actual combat ability, and also to use this to improve the goodwill of the two. It is a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Su Qin picked up a branch from the ground on the side and folds off the extra leaves, leaving only a small branch about 10 meters long in his hand, holding it with a sword in his right hand, arching his hands. Su Qin, level 14 Soul Master, Spirit Sword. But in order to avoid accidental injury, I can use this branch as a sword. After a pause, Su Qin said with a smile, "It is a kind of respect for the other party to introduce your own strength before the battle. Of course, this is also limited to the time of discussion. If it is a life and death battle, you don't have to say your own strength at all. Maybe he could be surprised and hit the enemy by surprise." Looking at Su Qin's movements, Tang San frowned slightly. Is this because he has absolute confidence in his own strength? But after hearing Su Qin's words, Tang San's expression changed again, and he didn't forget to teach himself at this time. The brother himself treated himself very well. Tang San said, "Tang San, Wuhan Lan Yinko, 10th level Battle Spirit Master." Xiao Wu curled her lips and said, "Xiao Wu, Wuhantu, an 11th level War Spirit Master." Tang San turned to look at Xiao Wu, and soon turned around, looking at Su Qin vigilantly. He was surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Wu to have obtained the first spirit ring and was already a spirit master. Could it be that it was the reason why he couldn't beat her? It seemed that the presence or absence of soul skills was still very important to a soul master. Su Qin was not surprised that Xiao Wu already had the first spirit ring. After all, according to the description in the original book, Xiao Wu had already obtained the first spirit ring before coming to Notting College. Then the discussion will begin. Su Qin stood there holding a branch, smiling. As soon as Su Qin's word beginning fell, Xiao Wu quickly approached Su Qin. Her best soul skill was first of all to be able to use it when she touched the opponent's body, so she rushed towards Su Qin at this time. At the same time she was still thinking in her heart, "I want you to underestimate me." Tang San was unwilling to fall behind, his figure flashed, and he quickly moved closer to Su Qin. There was always a faint smile on Su Qin's face. He naturally understood what Xiao Wu wanted to do, but how could he let Xiao Wu succeed? Su Qin's figure flashed before Xiao Wu's pounce, and at the same time, holding the branch in his right hand, he quickly tapped Xiao Wu's ass. Although this shot was hit with a branch, it also made Su Qin feel dark. At this moment, Tang San also came to Su Qin's side, using his right hand to control the crane and capture the dragon to the branch from Su Qin's hand. Facing the opponent holding the sword in his hand, as long as the opponent's weapon was taken away, the opponent's strength would be reduced. It will drop a lot. Su Qin naturally noticed Tang San's movements. Su Qin pulled his right hand, and the branch in his hand hit Tang San's right wrist. Su Qin's speed was much faster than Tang San's, so before Tang San could react, he hit at Tang San's right wrist. His strength was not too big, just enough to interrupt Tang San's attack. At the same time, Su Qin flashed quickly, and the branch in his hand also lightly hit Tang San's ass. Su Qin stood still 3 meters away from the two of them, and said with a smile, "You lost." Xiao Wu's face was a little blush at this time, and she stared at Su Qin with an angry look, still a little unconvinced in her eyes. Although Tang San is a boy, there is a slight blush on his face at this time. Through the battle just now, he admitted that when he didn't use Tang Sek's unique skills, his brother was definitely better than him, but he lost. Even if he lost, he did not quibble, nodded and said, "Well, I lost." At this moment, Su Qin's heart was called a dark cool, but there was no change on his face. Su Qin smiled and said, "Okay, let's do this for today. I'll go first. You two will continue to practice." Although Su Qin knew that Tang San and Tang Sect martial arts did not perform, since he did not take the initiative to perform, then Su Qin was not in a hurry at this time. There were many opportunities in the future. Su Qin turned around and left, and didn't mean to stay much, but how could Xiao Wu leave Su Qin so simply? She wants revenge. Xiao Wu didn't shout out. Instead, she shot her body and quickly rushed towards Su Qin. With just a few breaths, she came behind Su Qin, with a tricky smirk on her face, and she stretched out her hand. It is necessary to grasp Su Qin's body to perform her soft skills. But when she was about to touch Su Qin's body swiftly accelerated forward, causing Xiao Wu to pounce in the air. Su Qin turned quickly at the same time, the branch in his hand fell, and he gently hit the place again. Su Qin stood in front of Xiao Wu and said with a smile, "You should continue to learn from each other and practice." With that, Su Qin threw the branch in his hand into the trash can, and quickly left the place and returned to his dormitory. Tang San didn't remind Su Qin before, and he also took a look at Su Qin's strength, but seeing Su Qin's sudden increase in speed, he knew that Su Qin and them did not use all their strength when fighting. Xiao Wu puffed her cheeks angrily, her eyes were annoyed, and she stared angrily at Su Qin who was going away. Seeing Xiao Wu like this, Tang San walked to Xiao Wu and comforted him, "Xiao Wu, don't be angry, brother, he didn't mean to." Before Tang San finished speaking, Xiao Wu turned her head to look at him, directly moved her hands, and rushed towards Tang San while saying in her mouth, "Although I can't beat your brother, but I can teach you to relieve your breath." Tang San's reaction was not unpleasant. He immediately used the purple demon eye and ghost's hidden trail, and dodged Xiao Wu's attack dangerously, but Xiao Wu reluctantly followed him, looking at this appearance. "Xiao Wu," Tang San smiled bitterly, brother, you have left me a mess." Chapter 25, Mandala Snake. The next morning, when most of the teachers and students of Notting College were still asleep, 3 people, 1 tall, 2 short, had already walked out of the gate of the college. After the 3 of them went to the market in the city to purchase the necessary materials, they sat in the hunting forest that was 400 miles northeast of Notting City. Tang San looked at it with a bitter look along the way. Su Qin. Last night, Tang San had been fighting with Xiao Wu. Although the feeling of hitting a moving target was really good, but the first few shots were not so good. His senior brother was miserable. Su Qin seemed to be completely unaware of Tang San's grievances. He was either cultivating or asking questions from the master to improve his knowledge reserves and strength. Although Su Qin's heart was dark and refreshing, Su Qin couldn't say it. Can he say that it was on purpose? Although the master also noticed something wrong, he didn't say much, but tried his best to teach the 2 of them knowledge. At noon the next day, they arrived at their destination, the Soul Hunting Forest. Since Tang San was here for the first time, he seemed very interested in this place and asked many questions. The master didn't answer Tang San's questions by himself, but Su Qin answered them on his behalf. If there is something wrong, he will correct and supplement it. Just to test Su Qin's learning results during this period. Not long after, under the leadership of the master, the 3 entered the hunting forest in the respectful eyes of the guards. "Well, we are going to enter the forest. From now on, don't leave me a step away." the master said in a deep voice. Yes, teacher. The two said in unison. The master's eyes suddenly brightened, his hands pressed together on his chest, and then quickly moved downwards, and then he said softly, "Come out, Luo Sanbao." With a sound of poof, Luo Sanbao appeared in front of the master. As soon as he saw the master, he ran over and rubbed his big head against the master's leg. "Little San, don't you want to know what my spirit is? This is my spirit. You can call him Luo Sanpao or Sanpao." Luo Sanbao seemed to be able to understand the words of the master, his eyes turned towards Tang San, and his eyes showed a kind of flattery, and he immediately ran to Tang San's teacher and rubbed up. Tang San looked at Luo Sanbao at his feet, and said in surprise, "Teacher, this is your martial soul? But isn't the beast martial soul's way of being possessed? Why is it?" The master showed a bit of bitterness on his face, sighed, and began to explain the origin of Luo Sanbao. Hearing this, Tang San thought a lot. He lowered his head and said, "Sorry, teacher, I mentioned your sadness." The master shook his head mockingly, and said, "It's okay, I've already gotten used to it. 3 shots, open the way in front of my head." "Hello." Su Qin watched closely from the side, did not interrupt, and watched vigilantly around him. He could faintly feel someone peeping at him, but as to where he was, he didn't know exactly where. Don't need to think too much, these 80% are people sent by Wuhan Palace. So there is no need to explain what it is. In the past few months, Su Qin still wondered why the people in the spirit hall hadn't come to the door, because they were waiting for him here. At this time, Su Qin's brain was turning rapidly, thinking about how to go back alive and even kill the person in the spirit hall. The spirit hall and the empire have not completely opened up, so the spirit hall still needs to care about the reaction of the empire. The master took Tang San and Su Qin in the hunting forest for most of the day. Although they encountered soul beasts that did not meet the requirements, their ages were a little worse. Therefore, the master did not rush to do it, but did continue to search patiently. Looking up at the sky, the master said, "It seems that many of us live in the hunting forest today. Let's find a camping place first." In the end, the master took Su and Qin to a depression. The surrounding terrain was complicated and surrounded by many towering trees. Seeing the terrain here, Su Qin was slightly stunned, with some doubts in his heart. Is it so coincidental that there will be a mandala snake attacking at night? The master took the two to quickly set up the place, sprinkled snake powder around, and made an extremely simple camping site. The sky is getting dark, but the forest is not at ease. On the contrary, the calls of various beasts come and go. It seems that the coming of night marks their entertainment time. There was no fire, and the surroundings were all dark. The 3 of them simply ate dinner, and then leaned on a big tree to rest. The master took advantage of this after dinner time and began to review their homework for them. They deepened their cognition of various spirit beasts and various knowledge about spirit masters. "Hello, hello, hello." Luo Sanbao's cry suddenly sounded, and the excitement in the master's eyes was immediately replaced by cold light. He grabbed Su Qin and Tang San by the hands, protected them behind him, and looked around vigilantly. Su Qin looked around warily, and said in his heart, "Is it finally coming?" At this time, the sky was completely dark, and the surroundings were very quiet, and a silly voice came into the ears of the 3 of them. Vaguely, there seemed to be a bit of fishy smell in the air, and the smell was not strong, and even contained it. A touch of sweetness and tea aroma. Tang San's nose moved, and he spit out subconsciously, "Poison." The master waved his right hand repeatedly and put all the 2 spirit rings on Luo Sanbao's body, looked vigilantly in the direction where the rustle came from, and said in a deep voice, "It seems we are in trouble." At this time, Su Qin had also held the Kunwu sword in his hand, but at this time, the Kunwu sword did not exude a sharp edge, but like an ordinary sword, a yellow spirit ring on Su Qin appeared. looked vigilantly at the place where the sound came from, and at the same time paid attention to other places to prevent the opponent from suddenly killing out. There. Tang San looked towards the place where the snake's head was raised. At this moment, the master had no time to think about why Tang San could see the places he couldn't. Instead, he quickly took out the huaqizi from the soul guide on his wrist and threw it over. Su Qin's gaze did not follow the huaqizi thrown by the master, but still looked around vigilantly. At this time, there must be no flaws in it, otherwise there will be only one end. Huaqizi burned in the wind, and the area was illuminated as it rolled. The master looked at the snake's head, took a breath, and said, "It is a mandala snake. How can such a fierce guy appear outside the soul-hunting forest? Hope it's 10 years. Sisi, Sisi," as if being irritated by huaqizi, the mandala slowly raised the snake's head, and made a slight noise towards Su Qin and others, but the deterrent power of the snake powder was still there, and it did not directly attack come up. Chapter 26, I and number 039, M. Fine. Su Qin looked at this mandala snake with a strange look in his eyes. "Why is it so coincidental?" The master said in a deep voice, "The mandala snake is extremely toxic, not only has a paralyzing effect, but also has a strong damage to the body's nerves." Before the master's words were finished, the mandala snake rushed towards the three Su and Qin quickly, extremely fast. The master did not hesitate, grabbing back with both hands, grabbing one person with one hand, and flashing to the side, avoiding the attack of the mandala snake with difficulty. Fart like thunder, blast the sky and the earth 3 shots. The master immediately issued an order to Luo Sanpao and launched an attack. With the yellow halo, Luo Sanpao shot himself up in a crazy surprise, quickly expressed his stomach, and pointed his at the mandala snake. Amidst the thunderous roar, Luo Sanbao's super thunderous fart rushed out. Although the mandala snake is fast, Luo Sanbao's attack is range-based, and it still plays a proper attack. I saw a huge snake body lifted off the ground and thrown away far away. "Run!" The master did not hesitate, and led Su and Qin quickly towards the direction they had come. At the same time, he did not forget to teach, "Now I teach you a theory. The ring is more bones, the skill is more, the ring is less bones. Less, just run away. The ring here is the spirit ring, the bone finger spirit bone. I will tell you more about this knowledge in the future. Simply put, when there is a big difference in strength, don't hesitate to run away, and save life is the most important thing." Sisi. Behind him, the mandala snake just screamed and chased towards Su and Qin again. Its speed was extremely fast, constantly narrowing the distance between it and Su and Qin. Although he was escaping, Su Qin was always paying attention to the surrounding scenes. This kind of moment is an excellent time to attack and kill. If someone comes out at this time, then only one of the 3 will die. But the man seemed to be extremely patient and didn't mean to do it. Su Qin looked at the mandala snake that was getting closer and closer to the people behind him. Although he knew that this snake was not a threat to himself and others, even if he didn't have him, Tang San alone would be sure to kill it. But the situation is different now. In addition to the mandala snake behind him, there is an enemy hiding in the dark. Everything is different. Su Qin is not the kind of person who sits and waits for death. It is impossible to wait until the desperate situation is coming. It is not excellent, but stupid. Su Qin broke away from the master and grabbed his hand. The only spirit ring on his body flashed light, the whole person melted into the darkness, the speed doubled, and the sword in his hand quickly moved towards the mandala snake. "Zaisu!" the master exclaimed as he looked at Su Qin, who disappeared behind him. "Brother!" Tang San was also frightened by Su Qin's actions, and exclaimed in the same way. At the same time, Tang San's eyes were glowing with lavender light, and he looked behind him. Su Qin's movements were extremely fast. He could barely see Su Qin's movements. Su Qin quickly approached the mandala snake. The mandala snake watched this weak human being come to die by himself. A flash of disdain flashed through the huge snake's eyes, opening the huge snake mouth, and biting towards Su Qin. Su Qin's figure moved, avoiding the attack of the mandala snake this time, and came to the side of the mandala snake, and the Kunwu sword in Su Qin's hand quickly swept across it. Although the scales of the mandala snake are very hard, it has no effect in front of the Kunwu sword. The Kunwu sword pierced Mandala's body and made a huge wound. The mandala snake screamed again and again, and the huge body of the snake shook wildly in pain, trying to drive Su Qin out of its body. Su Qin was not happy when he succeeded. The enemy hiding in the dark has not yet appeared, and he needs a quick fight. The blessing effect of Su Qin's first spirit ability is still there. Su Qin looked at the mandala snake that was shaking wildly. He knew that this mandala snake was suitable as Tang San's first spirit ring, so he only needed to use it. The danger can be eliminated. Su Qin came to the 7-inch place of the mandala snake. As the saying goes, the long snake body and tail behind it are useless. After thinking about it, Su Qin came to its 8-inch position. After all, only the spirit master who killed the soul beast's last blow can obtain its spirit ring. If it is accidentally killed by him, then this spirit ring can it's wasted. Su Qin saw the right time and jumped toward the 8 inches of the mandala snake. The Kunwu sword in his hand had already penetrated. Su Qin's right foot was on its scales. Although it was a bit slippery, Su Qin was able to take advantage of it. Su Qin held the Kunwu sword in his hand and quickly circled the bar inch of the mandala snake, separated its 8 inches back and forth, and cut it into 2 completely. During this period, the mandala snake roared fiercely, trying to throw away Su Qin from his body, but this was useless, and Su Qin cut it into 2 directly. The tail of the snake was still shaking subconsciously, and the head of the snake was roaring in pain, and it was still shaking, but it did throw out a lot of things, such as undigested food. Su Qin looked at the mandala snake still struggling with strength, and it seemed that he could not die for a while, and then he only had to let Tang San kill it. However, looking at the fangs in this mandala snake's mouth, Su Qin frowned. It was not enough to have this thing. Ever since, Su Qin came to the side of the mandala snake, and when he saw Su Qin's arrival, his eyes were full of anger, turning over and biting towards Su Qin. At this time, the mandala snake just exposed its 2 fangs, and Su Qin's mouth rose up, and his figure quickly flicked, cutting off its 2 fangs. Now, although there are still poison glands in the mouth of this mandala snake, there is not much threat anymore. Xiaosu, you're okay. The master hurried back with Tang San at this time. Watching the scene in front of him, the master was shocked before he could finish what he said. At this time, the scene here is very bloody. The mandala snake that was chasing them just now has been cut into 2 pieces. The tail behind him is still fluttering unconsciously. Although the head of the snake is also fluttering, but more still made a miserable cry. The most surprising thing was Tang San. He used the purple magic pupil to basically see the entire battle. In his eyes, Su Qin didn't take much effort to beat this fierce mandala snake into this one. Looks like this is a 100-year-old soul beast that can only run away even if his teacher's 29th level Great Spirit Master sees it. He was so easily dealt with by his brother? Su Qin turned around and looked at the 2 and smiled, I'm fine. Chapter 27, Tang San and number 039, S First Spirit Ring. Su Qin saw the 2 in surprise, but smiled and didn't explain anything. The danger had not been eliminated. Since the person hiding in the dark did not take the initiative to come out, Su Qin led him out. Teacher, I think this mandala snake is very suitable to be the first spirit ring of Xiao San, can you see if it works? Su Qin pointed to the mandala snake that was still tumbling in pain. Although the master was surprised that Su Qin's strength was so strong, it was obviously not the time to ask about this. After the master was slightly stunned, he looked at the mandala snake. This mandala snake has the thickness of a bucket, and the whole body is 4 meters long, marking the age of this mandala snake in the first 400 years, which is very close to the limit of the first spirit ring he studied. The master's original surprise has now turned into joy. He smiled, yes, this mandala snake is very suitable to be the first spirit ring of the junior. The mandala snake survives every year before the cultivation base breaks through the millennium. The body will grow by 1 centimeter. The length of this mandala snake is close to 4 meters, indicating that it has a cultivation base of about 4 years. It is well close to the limit of the first spirit ring absorbed by the soul master. There will be no problem for Xiaosan's innate full spirit power to absorb its spirit ring. At this moment, Tang San heard the words of the master, suppressed the shock in his heart for the senior brother, and asked doubtfully, "But, teacher, my martial spirit is a plant, and this mandala snake is a beast-shaped soul beast. I can let him. Does it become a spirit ring? Will there be no conflict?" The master smiled confidently. The 10 core competitiveness of the Wuhan world that I have researched and proposed is the theory of Wuhan mimicry. Simply put, plant Wuhan and beast Wuhan are under various preconditions. It can absorb each other. As I told you before, one of the advantages of blue-silver grass is its non-exclusiveness. Because it is too weak, it will not repel any additional attributes of the spirit ring, but passively integrated. Therefore, it is not a problem to absorb this mandala snake. Remember what kind of spirit ring we are looking for. Tang San's eyes lit up, and he said, the additional toughness effect is best to be toxic. And the mandala snake happens to have both of these characteristics. The master glanced at Tang San deeply, and said, however, whether it is an ordinary soul master or a person in the spirit hall, they sneered at my 10 core competence theories, and no one believed it. There was no soul master before. Willing to absorb different types of spirit rings to strengthen yourself, Xiaosan, would you like to try? Although I have absolute certainty in theory, no one has tried it. As the saying goes, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. The reason why I am the 10 core competencies of Wuhan proposed are only theory, not truth, because no one wants to practice it. Tang San looked at the master. He saw a lot from the master's eyes, among them there were expectations, fanaticism, etc., for such a person he respected in his heart. But seeing the brother on the side, he asked with some doubts, "Teacher, didn't the brother help you practice it?" The master smiled upon hearing the words and said, "Xiao Su's martial spirit is a sword, a weapon, not a plant or a beast. It does not reject these 2 spirit rings, so whether it is a plant or a beast spirit rings can be absorbed. But this theory of mine studies the theory of plant and beast spirits, so even if he has the heart, he is powerless." Tang San nodded, and suddenly said firmly, "Teacher, let me be the one who helps you practice. I believe your research can't be wrong." "Good, good, good." Hearing Tang San's words, the master's eyes were filled with relief, and he nodded excitedly, and said hello 3 times in excitement. "Little San, this mandala snake will bleed and die if you don't touch it, and then you won't be able to absorb its spirit ring," Su Qin reminded. Upon hearing this, the master and Tang San turned their heads and looked at the mandala snake. At this time, the body of the mandala snake has gradually stopped moving. It seems that it has lost half of its strength to move, but its eyes are. It was staring at Su Qin, eyes full of anger and fear. Seeing this, the master said anxiously, "Little San, hurry up, give this mandala snake the last blow. Only the soul master who killed the soul beast with the last blow can absorb its soul ring, otherwise you will not be able to absorb its soul ring." "Up. Okay, teacher." Tang San nodded quickly. Tang San stroked his waist with his right hand. The sharp dagger that the master gave him was already in his hand, slowly moving towards the mandala snake with only the upper half of the body still lingering. "Although this mandala snake is dying, and its fangs were also cut off by me, you must be careful of its dying counterattack and pay attention to safety," Su Qin reminded. "Thank you brother for reminding." Tang San turned his head and thanked, carefully approaching the mandala snake. Suqin only focused a small part of Tang San's attention, his main attention was still on the surroundings, vigilantly guarding against the enemy hiding in the dark. Tang San cautiously approached the snake's head, and stopped at a position about 2 meters away from the snake's head. The mandala snake saw Tang San approaching, glanced at him, and opened its mouth fiercely at him, but it affected its wound, and the severe pain made it only shut its mouth and glared at Tang San fiercely. It once again looked at Suqin's eyes with resentment. Tang San turned his body sideways, pointed his back at the two of them, and blocked the sight of the two with his body. Then he held the dagger with his right hand, purple light flashed in his eyes, and his right hand flicked in a unique way. The sword pierced the mandala snake's eyes at a very fast speed, penetrated its head, and understood its life. Tang San thought that he could kill the mandala snake in a safe way without telling the two of them. He didn't know that all of his methods were seen by Suqin on the side. Suqin's mouth showed a wicked smile. In the future, when you talk to Tang San, you can directly let him use the hidden weapon, which will be very helpful for Suqin to improve his combat ability. The mandala snake died completely after being shot through the head by Suqin. Due to the darkness of the sky, and with Tang San's blocking, the master did not see Tang San's movements, he just vaguely saw Tang San hit and kill the mandala snake. "Little San, let's start." Tang San nodded. Raised his right hand to release the blue-silver grass martial spirit, and dragged the mandala snake's spirit ring. The master stared at the floating spirit ring with his eyes, and shouted in a deep voice, "Sit cross-legged and intend to collect the martial soul. No matter how the power of the spirit ring impacts your body, remember that you must stay awake, the only way to improve make good use of the power of the spirit ring." Tang San sat down cross-legged, focusing on the spirit blue-silver grass in his right hand, and began to absorb the spirit ring. Chapter 28, Secret Mission. The master watched nervously at Tang San's absorption of the spirit ring. This was the time to verify whether his theory was correct. Although he was confident in his theory, at this time, watching Tang San absorb the spirit ring, he was still a little worried. Suqin watched Tang San start to absorb the spirit ring, but he had no worries about it, and secretly apologized to Tang San. Using him as a bait really shouldn't be something a senior should do, but it can only be done for the time being. People should appear soon. Whoosh! A short sword flew out from the shadow of the tree on one side, and headed towards Tang San, who was sitting cross-legged and was absorbing the spirit ring. If this attack was implemented, Tang San would fail in absorbing the spirit ring. "It's cold." The master was shocked, and he was about to stop the sudden attack, but Suqin was faster than him. Suqin had always been vigilant around him. At this moment, he saw the short sword flying out with a wicked smile on his face and caught you. The only yellow spirit ring on Suqin's body flashed. Suqin took a step and blocked the Kunwu sword in his hand, which was to cut the dagger from the sneak attack in half. Suqin's gaze turned to the direction where the dagger flew. Xing moved quickly in that direction, and at the same time said quickly, "Teacher, let me see who it is that dare to attack us. Take care of the mistress." Suqin's words are still finished, but the person has long since disappeared in the realization of the master. The master just wanted to stop Suqin, but it was too late to go. Looking at the direction Suqin is leaving, and seeing who is at the critical moment of absorbing the spirit ring, Tang San sighed helplessly, greeted Luo Sanpao to be vigilant around him to prevent another sneak attack and prevent Xiao San from absorbing the spirit ring. Suqin flew out about 300 meters in the direction where the short sword came, and then stopped. Suqin stood in a clearing, looked around, and suddenly laughed and said, "You don't need to hidden, there are only two of us here, come out." The breeze blew through the branches and made a rustling sound. Apart from this sound, there were no other sounds around, and it was a bit terrifying quiet, and no one responded to Suqin's words. This was as early as Suqin expected, and Suqin looked around and said, "If I don't come out again, I'm going to leave." However, there was no body voice echoing Suqin all around, only the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves. Suqin didn't stay much, turned around and left. But at the moment he just turned around, a terrifying wind whistled behind Suqin, and in a flash, it came behind Suqin and fell towards Suqin's back. Suqin's complexion condensed. Although he knew that the person who came might be very powerful, the strength of this individual was far stronger than he expected. Suqin's momentum rolled forward, and at the same time the Kunmu sword in his hand appeared on him. The back. The fierce attack collided with the Kunmu sword's blade, only to pause for a while before continuing to move forward. Although Kunmu sword helped Suqin withstand most of the damage, a part of the damage fell on Suqin, knocking Suqin away several meters. Thanks to Suqin's hard work during this period of time to improve his own physique, otherwise Suqin would not be so comfortable with this attack. Suqin lay on the ground and coughed a few times, endured the pain and got up, looked up, and saw the person who attacked him just now. He was wearing the iconic uniform of the Spirit Hall, and on his right chest, there was a badge with 5 long swords painted on him, marking his identity as a soul sect. The moonlight shone from behind him, just covering his face. From Suqin's position, he could barely see his aquamarine eyes. He couldn't see his specific face. He just vaguely felt that this person some are familiar, but I can't guess who he is immediately after a while. This person looked at Suqin, who was able to get up so quickly after receiving a punch from him, and a slightly surprised expression flashed in his eyes, and slowly said, "Yes, you can get up even after taking a punch from me. The strength of the Soul Master is enough to make you proud." Hearing this person's words at this time, Suqin also immediately remembered who this person was. This person was the Hall Master he had just met in the Wuhan Hall of Notting City not long ago. He is a level 42 4-ringed soul sect like the Dean of Notting College. Suqin wiped the blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth, looked at the Hall Master who was about 10 meters away from him, and smiled. "Thank you for the Hall Master's praise, but the Hall Master came this time, won't you just try my strength?" The palace owner hadn't intended to conceal his identity, otherwise he would not come wearing this outfit, he would definitely change his outfit. He came to perform a secret task assigned to him by the above. He looked at Suqin in front of him, and he felt a little regretful. It would be great if such a genius could join my Wuhan Hall. Unfortunately, it is too late. The secret task entrusted to him is to kill this genius. A genius who was strangled in the cradle can only be a poor worm that is unknown. Although regretful in his heart, this is after all the task explained above. He can't violate it and can only do his best to complete it, and the less people know about it, the better. The Hall Master smiled and said, "Naturally not. I still have a task that needs your cooperation to complete. I wonder if you are willing to cooperate." So Kingson sank down. Although the palace lord was smiling, Suqin sensed a sense of evil from it, but he did not show it. So he first stabilized him, argued, and thought about how to fight back. So Suqin smiled and said, "I don't know what is going on. If it is within my abilities, I am willing to serve the Lord." The Hall Master nodded in satisfaction, and while approaching Suqin, he smiled and said, "This matter is very simple, and it is not enough and only you can do me this favor." When he was only 3 steps away from Suqin, his gaze suddenly changed from a stern look, his right hand became a claw, and he grabbed Suqin's head abruptly, and said in his mouth, "You give me death." Suqin has always been vigilant about the actions of the Hall Master. Although he did not back off as he watched the Hall Master approaching, he kept the Kunmu sword firmly in his right hand. Surprised, but Suqin also reacted quickly, stabbing at the hand that the Palace Master attacked. Stabbed. The Kunmu sword pierced directly through the palm of the Palace Master. Although the Palace Master's palm was protected by his powerful soul power, he could not avoid the fate of being pierced by the Kunmu sword. "What?" The Hall Master let out a scream of pain, and immediately drew his hand back, took a few steps back quickly, opened the distance between him and Suqin, and looked at Suqin with doubts and incomprehension in his eyes. Chapter 29, Broken Arm. Boy, what is the sword in your hand? The hall master looked at the sword in Suqin's hand, and a greedy color flashed in his eyes. This sword is a good thing. In the hands of a first-level spirit master, it can easily break through the defense of a four-ring spirit sect. If you get this sword in your hand, even if you can't use it, you can leave it to your ineffective second son, or turn it over to the martial spirit hall to give you a good reward, all of which are excellent. Suqin looked at the blood remaining on the Kunwu sword in his hand, and a shocking color flashed through his eyes. Although he knew its indestructive characteristics for a long time, it was still a bit shocking when it was actually used. This feeling is really cool. Up. Suqin smiled and said, Hall Master, this is naturally my martial soul. Otherwise, where did this sword come from? Are you stupid X? Okay, you guy with sharp teeth, I wanted to give you a good time, but now, it's not that easy for you to die. The hall master looked at Suqin viciously. Although his right palm was pierced, it was not a problem for him to kill a spirit master. Black Wolf, possess. The hall master gave a low cry, an array of grey light was released from his eyebrows, and immediately covered his whole body. His hair instantly turned pale, and quickly expanded, and the same hair appeared on him. Above the bare hands, the body swelled a lot, about 2 meters high, the muscles were high and bulging, and the whole body was full of a powerful sense of strength. 4 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, emerged from under his feet, and 2 spirit rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, flashed at the same time. The third spirit ability, the Grey Wolf changes. Second spirit ability, Nether Claw. His figure suddenly rose up a bit, and the claws on both hands quickly swelled and enlarged a circle. He stepped on his right foot and rushed towards Suqin at a speed twice as fast as before. At the same time, his hands became claws from both sides. Grab Suqin's head together. Seeing this, Suqin stared, and did not take the initiative to meet the enemy, but headed towards the darkness not far from him behind him. Although Suqin's speed was not as fast as that of the Lord, Suqin was not slow, plus he was not far from the shadow of the tree, and soon he plunged into it, and the whole person quickly merged with it, and the figure disappeared. Seeing this scene, the Lord laughed loudly and said, Do you think I can't see you if I hide in the shadows? A wolf can see at night. I can naturally too. I found you. He quickly came close to a big tree, grabbing both hands at the same time. Suqin looked at the hands that followed, and quickly squatted down, while swinging a sword towards the right hand of the palace lord. Stabbed. Bang. The host only felt a slight tingling sensation in his forearm. The next moment his right hand was directly cut off, and a large amount of blood sprayed from the broken arm in front of him, staining everything in front of him with bright red. But the left paw kept passing over Suqin's head, grabbing directly on the tree trunk, making a loud noise, and the tree trunk snapped. Suqin, who was dangerously dodged by a blow, was completely splashed with blood. Suqin succeeded in a blow, did not stop, and rolled to the right to hide back into the darkness. It wasn't until this time that the Lord later realized the severe pain of the broken right arm, and the severe pain caused him to let out a scream. Although his third spirit ability can double his abilities in all aspects, but at the same time, his pain and so on are also doubled. At this time, the pain of double broken arm cannot help but let out a miserable cry. Sound. However, his reaction should not be unpleasant. He grabbed his left hand down, trying to catch Suqin, but Suqin avoided him in advance. Seeing Suqin concealing into the darkness once again, he did not rush to chase this time, but first used his left hand to give a simple hemostasis to the broken right arm. The severe pain made his face hideous, and he looked a little more fierce. He endured the pain and looked around, but this time, he did not find Suqin hiding in the first place. He gritted his teeth and said, Boy, You honestly explain, where did you get the sword? Your martial arts. The soul does not have this ability. If you tell me honestly, maybe I can keep a whole body of you. Su Qin did not respond to him. Who would tell such a false statement? Besides, Su Qin had told him the truth a long time ago, but he didn't believe it. Who could be to blame? Although Su Qin was only a first-level spirit master, relying on the strength of the Kunwu sword, and careful handling, it would not be a problem to kill the palace master. The question now is how to get close to him. As long as Su Qin can get close to the palace master, it is still very simple to solve him, otherwise it will be a little troublesome. The hall master waited in place for a while, but did not hear a response. His face was so angry and terrifying at this time. He thought it was a very simple task, but he unexpectedly fell into the hands of this kid and broke one right arm. At this time, his right arm wound has recovered a bit, and he is not bleeding. Although the pain has doubled, the speed of self-healing has also increased a lot, but he still cannot exercise vigorously, otherwise his right arm may affect the wound at any time, continue spray blood. But now he can't take care of that much. Get rid of this kid early, go back and invite a senior spirit master of the healing system, maybe this right arm can be taken back for him. Boy, you don't have to hide, your soul skills are useless in front of me. You should come out and die. The Lord looked around and waited for a while. He wanted to see if Su Qin was really stupid enough to come and die, but although Su Qin was young, he was obviously not stupid. He didn't take the initiative to come out and die, he sneered. With a cry, he said, "In this case, don't blame me for being cruel." The Lord turned and walked slowly towards the direction Su Qin had dodged before. He wanted to move faster, but this would affect his wound, causing the wound to rupture and spurt blood again. He didn't need to do this before he found the target. Believe that Su Qin can't escape his palm. Su Qin was hiding in the shadow of a tree, looking at the palace master coming in his direction below. A brilliant idea was born in his mind. He held his breath, carefully hidden on the branch, waiting for the prey to enter the net. The branch where Su Qin is located is about 4 meters high from the ground, and the height of the palace owner is about 2 meters at this time. The difference is close to 2 meters during the period. There is a certain error rate when jumping directly, but the Kunwu sword is in hand. The Lord never dared to take this blow. So even if the sneak attack fails, there is still room for maneuver. Chapter 30, Fishing Law Enforcement. The hall master watched the surroundings vigilantly, and did not notice Su Qin hiding on the branch. He was still walking forward carefully, getting closer and closer to the branch where Su Qin was. According to the hall master's understanding of ordinary people, if they find a chance, they will definitely turn around and run without looking back. After all, only by living can there be a future to talk about. But Su Qin is obviously a little different from ordinary people. The palace master can be sure that Su Qin is not far from here, because in his enhanced perception, Su Qin did not run far just now, but was still hiding somewhere nearby. He had also seen Su Qin's previous battle with that mandala snake. Su Qin used the same sword twice, which made him a little suspicious. Could it be that this kid's martial spirit really? But how can a sword martial arts soul have such a powerful power? This matter is of great importance. After this task is completed, this situation must be reported. Su Qin hid on the branch, looking at the palace master who was getting closer and closer to his feet. He couldn't help feeling a little nervous. After all, if he made a mistake, the consequences would be extremely serious, but he also had certain confidence in his plan, even if he attacked. If you fail, there is a way back. Su Qin nervously looked at the temple master who was slowly approaching, and clenched the Kunwu sword in his hands with both hands. When the temple master came directly below him, Su Qin did not hesitate, the sword pointed downwards and pierced towards the head of the palace master. Go, and at the same time, with the help of the foot on the branch, he quickly attacked away with lightning speed. The hall master's ears were extremely keenly aware of the movement on the top of his head. Without hesitation, he slammed his right foot, quickly hindered his leg, and looked up at the same time. I saw Su Qin holding the sword in both hands. The sword tip was in front, and it fell quickly. If he hadn't reacted in time, he might have been pierced through his head and died. A trace of fear flashed in the hall master's heart, but at this moment, after seeing Su Qin, his face showed a happy expression and smiled. "Boy, if you keep hiding, you might still have a way to survive. But you don't know how to show your body shape, you are looking for a dead end." The fourth spirit ability, Nether Slash. The fourth purple spirit ring on the palace master's body flashed, and at the same time he stretched out his left hand and slashed towards Su Qin in mid-air. A purple half-moon arc of energy quickly flew towards Su Qin. Soon, it was 1 point faster than the speed of the palace owner after blessing himself. Su Qin had long been prepared for this miss. When he saw the lord retreating, Su Qin knew that his attack was empty, and immediately retracted his sword and stretched out his hand to grab the cloth strap that tied his right foot. Quickly returned to the branch. As soon as he arrived on the branch, Su Qin saw the attack from the palace master. Su Qin did not hesitate, and swung his sword to cut off the cloth straps that bound his feet, jumped toward the trunk, and quickly climbed up the trunk with his toes. Su Qin's reaction was timely, and he escaped the blow somewhat thrillingly. Seeing Su Qin's reaction, the hall master was shocked in his heart. Why did this guy react so fast? Actually escaped my fourth spirit ability. However, if you dodge once, can you dodge the second or third time? The hall master gritted his teeth. Being a first-level spirit master who hadn't cultivated for a long time, evaded his fourth spirit ability, wouldn't it be a big laugh if this matter was spread? Looked down by others? Where does this put his face? The hall master's left hand was facing Su Qin's direction, making crazy gestures, one after another purple arc-shaped slashes towards Su Qin, vowing to kill Su Qin on the spot while smashing the corpse. After releasing the fourth spirit ability several times in a row, the hall master stopped tiredly, and continuously used the fourth spirit ability, causing his soul power to be consumed very seriously. At the same time, it also affected the wound, and his right arm began to crack again. Blood began to flow out. At this time, the time for his third spirit ability had also arrived, and his body changed the way it looked when the spirit was possessed. However, the hall master did not care about these at this time, but looked at the place where Su Qin was. At this time, the tree and several nearby trees were all cut off and fell to the ground, splashing a piece of sawdust. And dust blocked the line of sight. Even if it was a palace owner with night vision, he couldn't tell what was going on there for a while. Su Qin is naturally fine. Just now Su Qin did not climb up at all. The climb up just gave the hall master an illusion. After climbing up a few steps in a row, he came to the back of the tree and let the tree stand between him and the hall master. At that time, with his young figure, this tree just completely blocked the sight of the lord of the palace from looking at him. After disappearing from the sight of the palace lord, Su Qin did not hesitate, and immediately fell back to the ground, while performing the first spirit ability to sneak, like a Voldemort, lying behind the trunk, hiding himself. When the surrounding trees fell, he moved his body carefully so as not to be killed by the lord, but instead was smashed to death by these trees. Except for eating ashes and sawdust, Su Qin escaped the attack of the palace master without injury. At this time, the lord of the palace was tired and relaxed, so Su Qin would not let it go. But Su Qin didn't take the initiative to approach him. Although he looked very tired now, who knew if this was pretended to attract him? Su Qin kept a sneaking transition, squatting here like Voldemort, waiting for the other party to deliver him, commonly known as fishing law enforcement. It didn't take long for the smoke and dust here to disappear, and the remnants of several trees were scattered all over the place, looking extremely chaotic. The palace lord looked at this place, and the first time he searched for Su Qin's whereabouts, he wanted to see the scene where Suqin was dismembered, but he didn't see anything. There was only a piece of sawdust and branches that were randomly piled up together. He frowned slightly, not seeing Suqin's body make him feel a little uneasy, but he was very confident about his attack this time. He didn't believe that a little guy who had just cultivated for a short time could survive in such a situation. Maybe the kid's body was crushed by these trees? The Lord thought so. Although thinking about this, he still kept a little vigilant and approached here carefully. These few short fights let him know that this kid is definitely not only as simple as it seems on the surface, but very sinister in his heart. That brat's martial arts spirit is special. If he comes to a counterattack when he is about to die, and pulls him into the water, then he will lose it. The palace master approached this battlefield vigilantly. When there was still about 5 meters away from here, he did not continue to approach, but stopped here. Chapter 31, Cut. The hall master stood at a place 5 meters away from the ruins and stopped. He looked at this place vigilantly, thought for a moment, and did not continue forward, facing the front, once again stretched out his left hand, and quickly swiped it several times. Several purple half-moon arc attacks passed from here once again, making this messy place a bit messy. The palace owner had not recovered much spirit power originally, and at this time there was not much left, but he did not move on, but instead used the first spirit ability he had not used, the Grey Wolf Shield. A protective shield emerged from him, although he knew that this protective shield might not be able to block the kid's counterattack, but it at least made him feel at ease. After doing this, the hall master was relieved a lot. He stepped forward and walked towards the ruins in front of him, scanning around, looking for Suqin's body. Suqin lay on the ground, watching the tree stump that was only 1 meter away from him was split in half from the middle, feeling a little panicked, and he almost was about to be hacked to death by a knife. It was really good. Risk. In the future, the spirit ability must find a powerful defensive spirit ability, preferably invincible or golden, Suqin thought to himself, otherwise it would be really wrong to be hacked to death by the master. Suqin lay on the spot and did not move, but quietly waited for the arrival of the hall master. Although the hall master remained vigilant at this time, he must have relaxed a lot. This time the sneak attack was definitely no problem. Suqin squatted on the ground, holding his breath, quietly waiting for the Lord's approach. Suqin listened to the footsteps of the palace master slowly approaching, and did not look at it, but hid himself perfectly in the darkness. The Wuhan Kunwu sword had been put away by him, and he could quickly use it. Appearing in the hand, this is also an application of weapon spirit, which is very convenient. Suqin was patient and not anxious, waiting for the prey to enter the net by itself. The hall master was looking for Suqin's figure everywhere, especially those dark corners. He didn't let it go, but he couldn't see the place where he blocked his sight. He walked slowly, and at this moment he felt a little bad. It feels like he didn't smell a strong smell of blood here, and that kid probably didn't get the trick. Perhaps he had already escaped in the gap just now. If he didn't run away, he thought that Suqin was definitely a tough guy. It's silly. However, if Suqin ran away and reported the incident to the dean of Notting College, then he would not escape death, and even his family would be affected by it. This made him panic and prayed in his heart. Suqin did not run away. Once people panic in their hearts, they are prone to errors. He thought about this in his heart and scanned around, trying to find Suqin, but he didn't know that he had fallen into Suqin's trap. Suqin lay on the ground, listening to the footsteps very close to him, and looking slightly to the side, he just saw the palace master who was less than 1 meter away from him. He was really looking around other places at this time, and his attention was not on his feet. Suqin was delighted when he saw this. This was a great opportunity, and he might not let it go. Kunwu sword is 3 feet 6 inches long, about 1 meter 2, this distance is just within the attack range of Suqin. The Kunwu sword appeared in Suqin's hand, and Suqin aimed at the ankle of the palace master and quickly cut it out. Suqin's move has been in place for a long time, and this attack has no warning. Although the palace master quickly discovered this attack, it was too late to avoid it at this time. The palace owner's body cover did not have the slightest effect. The Kunmu sword cut off the palace owner's feet like cutting tofu. The palace owner just wanted to fight back, but the sharp pain that followed made his movements dull. Suqin took the opportunity to retreat quickly and opened the distance between them. What? The wound on his right arm was not healed, and his feet were severed. The double pain made him scream again. The hall master resisted the pain, looked at Suqin not far away, his killing intent skyrocketed, and roared, "Boy, I want to kill you." The hall master waved his left hand to use his fourth spirit ability, but it was a pity that his spirit power at this time was not enough to use his fourth spirit ability. Half of the spirit abilities that the palace master had used were backlashed by his own due to lack of spirit power. He vomited a mouthful of blood and half kneeled on the ground, looking at Suqin with anger in his eyes. The palace master who had broken his feet and his arm was severely injured. He was being backlashed by his fourth spirit ability. The palace master could no longer withstand the backlash. He half kneeled on the ground, watching Suqin's eyes were cracking not far away, and he never thought that he would be planted on such a kid who had just cultivated. Suqin stood not far away, looking at the palace master vigilantly, and did not approach, but was still slowly backing away. Suqin didn't think he would just die so honestly. There must be some ultimate life-saving trick or counterattack. The palace lord looked at Suqin who was gradually backing away, and suddenly laughed, "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it. I was actually planted in the hands of such a kid like you. It was too careless. However, you think you won. You may be able to hide this time, but the next time you will be a soul master who is stronger than me. Will you still survive? You will come Liancheng www.wsx5.cn sooner or later to accompany me." After the hall master said these words, he watched Suqin and didn't make any other movements, just laughed like crazy. He was seriously injured, and the wound could not heal, and he kept blood. After a while, his laughter gradually lowered until he finally died completely. Suqin stood 100 meters away from the palace master and watched this scene quietly. Seeing that the palace master died, Suqin did not go up immediately, but waited quietly. This might be his strategy. The fake death waited for him to pass, and the last strength burst out, pulling Suqin to die with him. To be on the safe side, Suqin waited until the morning of the next day before slowly approaching the palace owner's body. Suqin's previous approach was correct. The palace owner originally wanted to reduce Suqin's vigilance. When Suqin approached, he shot and killed him. Even though he died, the task was also completed, but until he really died, Suqin without getting close to him, his abacus is naturally useless. Suqin came to the palace owner 10 meters away, stopped, did not continue to approach, but used his only first soul ability to sneak, holding the Kunmu sword in his hand, approaching the palace owner's corpse at a very fast speed. Raising the sword in his hand, he cut off the head of the lord, and then quickly opened the distance. Suqin stood in the distance and waited for a while. After seeing that the hall master was really dead, he slowly approached the hall master's body. Chapter 32, Touch the corpse and return. Suqin came to the corpse of the palace master and looked at the corpse. Suqin felt nauseous, and felt an uncomfortable feeling that could not be described in words. Regardless of the previous life or this life, this was the first time Suqin killed someone. Although this person wanted to kill himself, he was his enemy, and he killed him out of self-defense, but he felt like killing him for the first time. It's really uncomfortable. But this is not a previous life after all. This person wants to kill himself, he is his enemy, and everything now is just asking for trouble. After Suqin gave himself some psychological counseling, he felt much better. Looking at the corpse in front of him, although it was still a little uncomfortable, it was much better than before. Looking at the corpse of the Lord, Suqin breathed a long sigh. This time it was a fluke, but not so lucky next time. Therefore, Suqin deepened his desire to become stronger, but now it is the long-awaited one. Time to touch the corpse. After all, this person is the head of the branch hall of Nying City Wuhan Hall. His family should be quite large, and he should have some good things on him. Suqin squatted down, resisting the nausea and discomfort, and searched on him. The Lord's body does not have a soul guide for storage, so there are not many things on his body, only 100 gold soul coins, and some necessary things to enter the soul hunting forest. Besides, there is nothing extra. Things. Touching the small bag of gold soul coins in his hand, Suqin curled his lips uncomfortably and said, as the hall master of the Nying City Spirit Hall sub-hall, there is such a thing on him. Isn't it a bit too shabby? It wasn't that the palace owner was shabby, but he thought the task this time was very simple, so he brought some of the things that he used, but didn't bring the rest. Suqin only put the small bag of gold soul coins into his bag, but didn't take the others. Then Suqin piled up the body of the palace master, with various dry branches on it, and then took out the fire fold and directly set it alight. After doing this, Suqin smiled and said, I won't take your money for nothing, so I will cremate it for you. As for your ashes, let the wind help you raise it. Suqin glanced at this place for the last time, then turned and left quickly, heading in the direction he came. The battle that took place yesterday should have attracted some soul beasts, but because of the powerful strength of the four-ringed soul sect of the palace lord, those guys were scared to approach. Now the battle has been over for a long time, don't wait for those soul beasts to surround him, it's hard to go anymore. At this time Tang San had also absorbed the spirit ring. He first looked down at himself and looked at his changes, then looked up at the master and Suqin, and shouted at the same time, Teacher, brother! I succeeded! When he woke up, the first thing Tang San arrived was the master and the senior. He was eager to tell the master and the senior that the martial spirit mimicry theory of the master was correct, but he only saw the master, his eyes flushed and his face was full of worry. The color was guarded by his side, but Suqin was not seen. Seeing this, he realized something was wrong, maybe something happened last night when he absorbed the spirit ring. He hurried to the master's side, and asked suspiciously, Teacher, where did the brother go? Seeing Tang San regaining consciousness, the master flashed extremely excited light in his eyes. He held back his excitement and asked, Are you successful? Tang San smiled and said, Teacher, don't worry. I succeeded. Look. While talking, Tang San raised his right hand and released his martial soul for the master to watch. Seeing the change of Tang San's martial spirit, the master nodded in satisfaction, and said excitedly, Okay, that's great. My theory is correct. But immediately, the master's expression dimmed, and he said, When you absorbed the spirit ring last night, someone attacked you and wanted to stop you from absorbing the spirit ring. Thanks to your brother for stopping you, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Then your brother chased in the direction of the attack, and he has not returned yet, and I don't know how he is. Hearing this, Tang San frowned slightly, and asked, Teacher, where did he chase him last night? Maybe we can still find him in the past. He didn't expect that someone would want to prevent him from absorbing the spirit ring. He didn't seem to offend anyone. At the same time, he was a little worried about what happened to Suqin. After all, Suqin chased him out because he cared about him. Improved a lot at once. The master shook his head and said, Your senior brother's soul skill is stealth. When you enter the dark state, you will hide your figure. Coupled with the dull and dark sky last night, I didn't know that Xiaosu was chasing there. Listening to the words of the master, a thought flashed in Tang San's mind. Perhaps the man's goal last night was not him at all. The man's purpose was to attract Suqin to chase him, and finally killed Suqin in a deserted place. Thinking of this, Tang San's young heart began to panic. Although he and Su Qin had only known each other for a day or two, he knew that his senior brother was still more concerned about him. At this time, he thought that this might happen. In this case, he was still very worried about Su Qin's safety. "Teacher, do you still remember which direction the brother chased in? Maybe we can catch up now." Before Tang San had finished speaking, a somewhat familiar voice came from behind him. "Teacher, Junior, I'm back." Su Qin looked at the two with a smile on his face, and almost never saw them again. Tang San turned around and saw Su Qin with a smile on his face. There was also less worry in his heart. However, when he saw Su Qin's some tattered and dusty clothes, he was also a little worried. He asked with concern, "Brother, what happened to you?" The master had a somewhat gloomy expression. When he saw Su Qin again, his eyes regained his brilliance. He walked quickly to Su Qin's side and asked concerned, "Xiao Su, are you all right? Are you not injured?" Su Qin saw that both of them cared about him so much, the smile on his face became even worse, and said, "I'm fine, I just suffered a little injury. It's not safe here. Let's go back and talk about it." The master looked at Su Qin, nodded and said, "Okay, let's go back and talk about it." When Tang San heard the words, he didn't say much, and nodded in agreement. Immediately the three of them cleaned up quickly and walked towards the entrance of the hunting soul forest. But before that, Su Qin had dealt with all the valuable things from the mandala snake that he had killed before, and brought it with him. After a while, the three of them left the soul hunting forest safely and took a carriage back to the Norton Junior Soul Master Academy. Chapter 33, Gossip. On the carriage back, Su Qin thought for a long time, but in the end he did not tell the two of them the truth. The two told them that there was a passing person. When they saw them, they had evil thoughts and wanted to kill people and win treasures. He fights back. Listening to Su Qin's explanation, although the master felt that things could not be so simple, since Su Qin had said so, he didn't say much. He just reminded Su Qin that next time he encounters this kind of thing, he should take his own safety as a priority. After that, he applied some medicine to Su Qin. Tang San looked at his senior brother's appearance, and sincerely thanked Su Qin. He didn't say too much, he just hid the matter in his heart. As soon as he returned to Notting College, Su Qin said goodbye to the two of them, and returned to his room to start daily painstaking practice to improve his strength. Tang San looked at Su Qin who was leaving, turned to look at the master, and asked, "Teacher, brother, has he always cultivated so hard?" Looking at the back of Su Qin who was leaving, the master felt relieved, and he nodded and said with emotion, "Since I met your brother, he has worked so hard." Xiaosan, although you have to regard your brother as an example, works hard, but you have to learn to combine work and rest. You are still young, so remember not to hurt your foundation. Tang San changed Su Qin's senses again. He nodded and said, "Yes, teacher. But is it really okay for brother to cultivate like this?" The master raised his eyebrows and sighed, "The problem is not that big, it's just a bit of a burn." "Burning money?" Tang San asked in confusion. The master smiled and shook his head and said, "I will tell you about this in the future. Now I will take you to the Spirit Hall for Soul Master appraisal." "Okay, teacher." The master and Tang San did not go back to Notting College directly, but turned and headed towards the Wuhan Hall in Notting City. Su Qin returned to his room and first analyzed the previous battles, and analyzed the good and bad places he did during the period, and learned lessons from it. Su Qin sighed and said, "If I had a teleport-like displacement skill in that battle, it would not be so difficult to fight. As long as I can get close to him, he will definitely die." Thinking of this, Su Qin shook his head again, "No, I can't borrow the peculiarity of Wuhan every time. What if its characteristics are no longer useful?" Although Su Qin knew that such a probability was very small and almost impossible, he had to make emergency response methods. It was time to start studying how to use soul power to display those legendary skills in film and television dramas, such as The Return of Swords to the Ancestors and the Imperial Palace. The sword-flying ilk. Su Qin knows that these legendary skills are achievable in the Douluo continent with spirit power, and their essence is to use the spirit power in the body to induce the resonance of the spirit power in the heavens and the earth, so as to display the skills and the display of the spirit abilities. It's almost the same. Immediately, Su Qin fell into a life of assiduous practice and studying how to use those skills. However, on the third day, Su Qin was on the way back to the dormitory, but he heard what the students passing by him were saying. Su Qin heard the names of Xiaowu and Tang San from the middle. Su Qin raised his eyebrows, as if something happened. Su Qin stopped a senior student walking by him and asked, "This senior, what did you just say?" The male student glanced at Su Qin in shock, and asked in surprise, "Don't you know about this?" Su Qin asked suspiciously, "What do you know?" This male student looked at each other with a good friend next to him, and smiled, "Since you don't know, then I will tell you. Those working students are too self-conscious and dare to challenge the 6th grade Boss Xiao. Did you know that Boss Xiao is already a first ring war spirit master, and several of his younger brothers have already obtained the first spirit ring? I haven't heard of any working student who has obtained the spirit ring. I guess tomorrow I'm afraid it's hard to see the working students in class anymore." His friend added, "Although I heard that there is a strong Xiaowu among the work students, she cannot be the opponent of Boss Xiao. It is estimated that she will cry if she loses. And, it is said that this incident was initiated by the freshman named Xiaowu. Do you know what their bet is?" Su Qin raised his eyebrows and asked cooperatively, "What is their bet?" This male student's friend continued, "I'm telling you, their bets are pretty impressive. If Mr. Xiao wins, all future work students will be his pets and little brothers. If the work-study student wins, in the future, the Xiaowu of the work-study students will be our school's Xiaowu sister. Ha 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 ha, I ask you, are the work-study students stupid? Isn't this looking for abuse, and send them up to be younger brothers?" The male student echoed, "That is, maybe Boss Xiao still looks down on them, he won't want it. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Having said that, the two of them laughed together. From their point of view, this incident was a joke. They had never heard of anyone who had obtained the first spirit ring, but the Boss Xiao and his younger brothers, but all of them have already obtained the first spirit ring. There is no suspense about this matter at all, and working study students will undoubtedly lose. Su Qin also laughed in cooperation and asked, "Two seniors, do you know where they are now? I want to go over and take a look." The male student glanced at Su Qin. He didn't know Su Qin, but from the appearance of Su Qin, he should be a second or third grader, and from the look of his dress, it is obvious that his family background is also quite good. He smiled, "Little brother, fighting over there is very dangerous, I advise you not to go, otherwise you will be injured by mistake, and it is you who feel uncomfortable." Su Qin said, "Don't worry, I just go and take a look from a distance." The male student nodded and said, "Okay, but you have to pay attention to your own safety. Don't find us if you accidentally hurt. They should be dueling in the woods on the back hill of the college." "Thanks." Su Qin thanked him and turned and ran towards the back mountain of the college. The two academies looked at Su Qin's departure, shook their heads, and continued to move toward the dormitory. They were also curious guys. What's so interesting about this kind of unsuspecting thing? Although Su Qin knew the final result of this incident, it was after all a battle in which his junior brother Tang San participated. Although his senior brother, although he can help, he should at least visit the scene and give him "come on, cheer up." Besides, Su Qin also had an excuse to look for Tang San to learn from each other. Chapter 34, Tang San, good job. The woods in the back mountain were not quiet. Su Qin had heard the sound of fighting from a distance before he got close here. Su Qin did not hesitate, and immediately ran towards the direction of the sound. When Su Qin rushed to the place where the two sides were fighting, what he saw was Tang San fighting with a small senior student. Tang San's upper body was lurking, his right leg was half broken, and the one he loved was snapped back and his heel was snapped. It happened to kick on the chin of the thin senior grader, causing him to flip 3 consecutive back in the air, falling several meters away. On the side of the senior group led by a strong figure, everyone was surprised when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe that the scene before them was true. That sturdy man is obviously the Xiao boss in the population. Hearing the sound of a thin senior student landing, Tang San slowly retracted his right leg raised backwards, and said calmly, "Next." A fat guy behind Tang San who had obviously suffered some injuries stood up at this moment with a gleeful expression, and laughed, "How about it, Boss Xiao? I'm not convinced. We Tang San don't even use spirit power. See if you can still surrender directly. It saves the pain." Elder Xiao walked out with a sullen face, looking at Tang San coldly, his face full of solemn expression, and said, "Xiao Chinayu, 6th grade academy, spirit, wolf. 11th level, 1st level combat spirit master." While talking, a layer of blue light emerged from him, and his body changed rapidly in the blinking of the blue light, and soon he had many wolf-like characteristics, and a circle of white spirit rings came from under his feet. Ascending, he has completed the possession of the spirit. Su Qin stood in the distance, watching this scene quietly, and did not step forward to interrupt the farce. People are always responsible for their actions. This rule of reporting martial arts, Tang San heard from Su Qin, and the master said that if the other party reported the martial arts, if he is not afraid that the other party will become an eternal enemy, he must also report his own martial arts. This is to show mutual respect and exchange views. The meaning of skill. Tang San, a first-year work student, Wuhan, Lan Yinko. A 13th level one-ring weapon spirit master. When Tang San reported that his martial soul was Lan Yinko, the senior students behind Xiao Boss laughed almost at the same time, and the tension on their faces suddenly disappeared, even the soul that Tang San reported behind. The strength level was not heard either. Tang San had already completed the Soul Master appraisal in the Spirit Hall a few days ago. He was already a Soul Master registered in the Spirit Hall, and he also knew his current spirit power level. "You just said, what is your spirit power?" After all, Boss Xiao is the boss, he is not as careless as his subordinates, because the noise behind made him fail to understand Tang San's spirit power level, but he vaguely heard a 3 character, which made him a little confused, so he asked again Tang San's level again. 13th level, a ring weapon soul master. Tang San repeated it, and at the same time he summoned his martial soul blue silver grass. A faint white light lit up from Tang San, and the blue silver grass grew from the palm of his right hand, and at the same time a circle of yellow spirit rings surrounded him. The body emerged, moving up and down with the frequency of the blue silver grass shaking. Elder Xiao looked at the spirit ring on Tang San, took a breath, and said, "It's actually a century-old spirit ring, and you still have 13th level of spirit power." This time, the senior students also heard Tang San's spirit power level clearly, and at the same time they saw the yellow spirit ring that symbolizes a century of rhythm on Tang San's body. At this time, they all opened their mouths and looked with unbelievable eyes. Looking at Tang San, it was like seeing a monster. "Boss, if you abolish him, isn't it just a blue-silver grass? Even if it has a higher spirit power, is it useless if the spirit ring is stronger? It's just a waste spirit master who wastes a martial spirit." A senior student Shinobu can't stop. "Shut up, idiot!" Old Xiao shouted loudly, interrupting his subordinates. Xiao Chenayu's father is the city lord of Nodding City, so he learned a lot of knowledge from his dad that other people don't know. The kid in front of him is definitely not simple. Although his martial spirit is the waste martial spirit blue silver grass, he has reached the soul. In the realm of a teacher and possessing a century-old spirit ring, this blue-silver grass was different. This kid has not only obtained 100 years of spirit ring, but also possesses such a high spirit power level. This is definitely not something a first-year working student can have. This kid definitely has a huge power behind him, otherwise he would never reach such a realm. His father had exhorted him 1,000 times, telling him that those big families must not be offended, otherwise the consequences would not be something he could bear. Boss Xiao couldn't help asking, "Are you really a working student?" Tang San nodded faintly. At this moment, he also wanted to know what his strength had reached, and said, "Do it." At this time, the arrow is on the line and he has to send it out, and Boss Xiao has a heart in his heart. Even if he defeats this first-year work student, he will definitely not be hurt. Boss Xiao slammed forward and rushed towards Tang San. He who had obtained the first spirit ring had great power. This was a pounce of absolute power. All he wanted was a head-on. Seeing this, eyebrows raised slightly, Tang San didn't dodge, and immediately gathered his palms and slowly pushed them out of his chest, welcoming Boss Xiao's dew claws. Seeing Tang San greeted him, Elder Xiao began to hesitate in his heart. In his opinion, his attack could definitely crush Tang San's hands, but in this way, the consequences would be very serious, and he did not dare to do that. The speed of the attack was very fast. Before Boss Xiao thought it through, his claws touched Tang San's palms. With a muffled sound, the spirit powers of the two colors were intertwined, and the impact of the airflow made the people around their feet unstable, but Tang San still stood steadily on the spot and flew towards him. Boss Xiao was shocked and took a few steps. Boss Xiao didn't expect that he was actually repelled by a spirit weapon spirit master who was abandoning martial arts. The anger in his heart made him temporarily forget his scruples. He threw once again. This time he caught Tang San's hands with both palms, trying to force Tang San flew away. But Tang San was faster than him, and saw Tang San split his hands and pulled out of Boss Xiao's wolf claws, squeezing Boss Xiao's wrists with his back hands. His hands poked back, his figure bullying forward, his right shoulder it directly hit Boss Xiao's lower abdomen, knocking him back a full 3 meters away. The subordinates of Boss Xiao, who were watching the theater in the distance, were just ready to shout. They were all surprised when they saw this scene. Why is this kid so powerful? And the work-study students behind Tang San, when they saw this scene, they all shouted in excitement, "Tang San, good job!" Chapter 35, Invite. Tang San looked at Boss Xiao who fell on the ground. The opponent's strength obviously had a relatively large gap with him, so Tang San also had no plans to continue fighting, and said, "I have something to do, so let's end it." Lanyan grass, entangled. Boss Xiao just bounced from the ground. Tang San's collision didn't use his full strength, plus he was now possessed by a beast spirit. His defense was quite good, and he didn't suffer any injuries. Listening to Tang San then, he became vigilant subconsciously, and just wanted to dodge, but suddenly there were more than 10 thick blue-silver grasses on the ground without warning, entangled Boss Xiao's feet. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. Instead, the more struggling, the tighter it gets. He said in surprise, "What is this?" Tang San walked to the side of Boss Xiao step by step, and said, "No need to try, you can't get rid of it. My first spirit ring is a 100-year-old mandala snake, so my blue-silver grass has a mandala color. The toughness and toxicity. If you want to fight again, I don't recommend letting you taste its poison. Oh, yes, by the way, I will remind you that I will not detoxify." As soon as Tang San's words fell, more than 10 blue-silver grasses appeared behind Tang San, and the grass leaves hovered behind him, like dozens of mandala snakes, staring at everyone, as if they would be there anytime. Choosing people and biting them in general. Fear began to surface in these senior students. They began to fast hind legs uncontrollably. Although they had never seen the mandala snake, they had heard of the poison of the mandala snake. No one wanted to fight with him. Dealing with such horrible snake venom. Don't put snake venom, I give up. Although Boss Xiao is the student's boss, he is only 12 years old after all. He also has the fear that a child should have. When he heard Tang San's words, he was confused for a while, fearing that Tang San would poison him, and hurriedly shouted. Tang San showed a gentle smile familiar to work-study students, let go of Boss Xiao, and said with a smile, since you have given up, then follow the agreement you and Xiao Wu had agreed upon. Boss Xiao also withdrew from the state of possessing the spirit of martial arts, staring at Tang San blankly, and asked with some doubts, then should I recognize you as the boss, or should I recognize her? Tang San smiled and said, of course Xiao Wu is your boss. I can't beat him, otherwise, the head of Qi Shi will be me, not her. Boss Xiao, oh no, the predecessor. Xiao Chenaiu's mouth opened into an O shape, which was a little unbelievable. Xiao Wu slowly walked to Tang San's side, patted him on the shoulder, posing as a big sister, and complimented, Little San, you did a good job, you have worked hard. Tang San chuckled and said, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. You can handle the things below yourself. From now on, you will be the older sister of the college. Tang San had already found an apprentice in the third uncle's blacksmith's shop in Notting City at this time, and he was rushing to do things at this time. If it hadn't happened today, I'm afraid he would have been there early. Xiao Wu smiled and thumped Tang San's shoulder, and said, okay, you go first. I'll take care of the things underneath. After that, she turned her gaze to Xiao Chenaiu and said, what? Are you still not convinced? Introduce yourself. My name is Xiao Wu, a first-year work student, martial arts, bone rabbit, 12th level and first level battle spirit master. Although I am the first level than the junior third, but the junior third is my defeat, understand? Tang San, who hadn't left, was also taken aback when he heard Xiao Wu's words. He didn't know until now that Xiao Wu was a spirit master just like him, and that his spirit power was only one level lower than him. Xiao Wu's body lit up with a red light on you, under the faint red halo, her eyes began to turn red, and her ears were slowly getting longer, with soft white hair standing up from the side of her head, her figure seemed to change a little higher, a yellow centuries-old spirit ring rose under his feet. Xiao Chenaiu patted his forehead vigorously, and said, Sister Xiao Wu, I'll take it. From now on, you will be the eldest sister of our Notting Junior Soul Master Academy. Come here, I've seen Sister Xiao Wu. In the distance, Su Qin watched this scene, and now it was time to make his debut. Su Qin slowly walked towards a few people, came to Tang San, smiled and said, Little San, you are doing a good job, wait for me on the playground tonight, let's discuss it. Tang San recovered from the shock, and said with a wry smile, okay, brother. Xiao Wu proudly watched a group of senior students bow and salute in front of her, and saw Su Qin who had suddenly arrived, recalling how she was taught last time, pointing at Su Qin, and said angrily, it's you. Xiao Chenaiu and the others were also shocked by Xiao Wu's sudden words. They all got up and looked in the direction of Xiao Wu's fingers. They saw someone wearing Notting College uniform. They didn't have any impression. They looked like 2 or 3. Greater guy. Xiao Chenaiu stepped forward and said to Su Qin, seeing Sister Xiao Wu, you still don't pay respect, are you tired of living? Su Qin glanced at Xiao Chenaiu, did not put him in his eyes, looked at Xiao Wu with an angry face, and smiled and said, Xiao Wu, it's been a long time since I saw you. Are you going to come together to learn and compare tonight? Thinking of what happened that day, Xiao Wu suddenly became a little irritated. She stepped forward and came to Su Qin's face, looked up at Su Qin, and said, you don't have to wait until night, you can do it now. With that said, Xiao Wu deceived herself, she was about to wrap Su Qin's body and give him a soft skill she was best at. Su Qin doesn't have the thought of playing with her now. Su Qin takes a step to the side. avoiding Xiao Wu's attack, and smiles, "It's not necessary now, or wait till night, you and Xiao San will go together. You one people are not my opponent." Xiao Wu didn't give up when he missed a hit. He turned around and rushed towards Su Qin again, saying at the same time, "Is it an opponent? You have to pass before you know." Su Qin quickly backed away again, evading her attack once again, and said, "You are now Xiao Wu's sister of the academy. I will save you some face. If you continue to do this, I will be welcome." Xiao Cheniu originally wanted to say something more, but when he saw that Xiao Wu couldn't even touch Su Qin's clothes, he immediately realized that Su Qin must be better than Xiao Wu, so he stopped and wanted to shout. The little brothers just watched the battle between the two quietly. Said it was a battle, but it was Xiao Wu's unilateral pursuit. Xiao Wu's expression changed, she stopped chasing, and looked back at the crowd standing behind her. She recalled the scene of being bullied by Su Qin that day, and her pretty face blushed. She knew that she was not Su Qin's opponent now. If she really started fighting, she might still be ashamed. She glared at Su Qin and said, "Well, the playground at night, see you or leave." Chapter 36, Bet. When Su Qin came to the playground after completing a day of exercise and learning tasks, the sky was completely dark, and the bright moon hung high, barely illuminating the playground with its faint light. On the side of the playground, Xiao Wu was waiting there early. She saw Su Qin and Tang San walking together, her eyebrows frowned slightly, and she pointed at Tang San slightly angrily, "Little San, who are you with?" "Yes? Come to Sister Xiao Wu soon." Tang San smiled awkwardly, turned his head to look at Su Qin, and asked, "Brother, do you really want this?" Su Qin smiled and nodded, "Yes." "Go over." "Okay." "Brother, then you have to be careful." Tang San said. He ran to Xiao Wu's side quickly, smiled, and said, "Wait, I will take control of the brother first." "You are near. Fight him." Xiao Wu gave him a white look, and said proudly, "Of course I know this. How about you teach it?" Seeing this, Tang San didn't say much, just smiled. Through the previous exchanges with the master, he knew that his brother, a person of a far different level, was stronger. Under the analysis of the master, he is not Su Qin's opponent now. Although he agreed with the master's words, Tang San knew that the master's judgment was based on ignorance of his Tang sect hidden weapons. If he used the Tang sect hidden weapons, it would be hard to say what the result would be. Xiao Wu raised her head slightly, looked at Su Qin opposite, and asked, "Can we start?" Su Qin looked at Xiao Wu with a smile on her face, looking through her, and looking at the grass behind her. There were many peeking people hidden in it. Among them, Su Qin saw some people he saw in the afternoon. The boss of the college, the boss of Xiao, and the work students of Kishi and others. Su Qin said, "There are too many people here, let's go to the back mountain." After speaking, Su Qin did not wait for the two to reply but turned and quickly headed towards the back hill of the college. Xiao Wu was taken aback, turned her head and looked behind her. The boss Xiao and others who were hiding in the grass, saw that they had been discovered and no longer hide, stood up embarrassedly, and said, "Sister Xiao Wu, listen. I explain. You all get me back, if you dare to follow, I want you to look good." Xiao Wu said viciously, and raised her small fist and shook it. Immediately, Xiao Wu turned around, grabbed Tang San's hand, and quickly pursued Su Qin. Tang San froze for a moment, and quickly reacted, breaking free from Xiao Wu's hand, and heading towards the back mountain side by side with Xiao Wu. After a few people walked away, one person looked at Boss Xiao and asked, "Boss, shall we follow up and see?" Boss Xiao glanced at him and said faintly, "If you think you can avoid that guy's detection, just follow up by yourself." After speaking, Boss Xiao took a deep look at the direction of the few people away, turned and walked towards the dormitory, while still thinking about the origins of Su Qin in his mind, planning to ask his father after returning home from the holiday. When the other people saw Boss Xiao leaving, they looked at each other and sighed. They followed Boss Xiao back to their respective dormitories. They didn't think they could escape the perception of the seemingly powerful person. On the hill behind Notting College, on a clearing, Su Qin held a branch in his hand, looked at the two people who came over, and said, "Are you ready? You can start now." Although they ran all the way, both of them were still very strong. Seeing Su Qin, who was much faster than them, a solemn color flashed across their faces. They knew that Su Qin was faster than them. A lot. This battle will be more difficult than imagined. Xiao Wu's eyes rolled and pointed to Su Qin. "I don't think there is any point in betting like this, so I need to bet more." Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu in surprise, and asked next to Xiao Wu, "My teacher said that it is difficult for us to beat my brother. Are you sure you want to raise the bet?" Xiao Wu smiled mysteriously at Tang San. "Your teacher said that if you can't win, you can't win. You haven't played before. Do you know if you can't win? What if you win?" Tang San thought about it after hearing the words. Xiao Wu said that it seemed to make sense. How could he know that he couldn't win without trying? Although he believed what the master said, he was not so easy to admit defeat. Whether he could win a fight or not, he still had to try to know. Su Qin glanced at Xiao Wu playfully, thought for a while, Evil Charm smiled and nodded in agreement. "Okay. What do you want to bet on?" Seeing that Su Qin agreed, Xiao Wu showed a tricky expression on her face, and said, "If you lose, let me spank you 3 times, dare you?" Su Qin said, "Yes, but what if you lose? It's impossible for you to lose without any punishment, right?" Xiao Wu thought for a while. Su Qin said something reasonable, and slightly raised her head and said, "If I lose, then you will spank us 3 times. Is this always okay?" Su Qin gave Xiao Wu a surprised look, and asked curiously, "You like being spanked by me so much?" Xiao Wu heard the words and remembered the scene of being spanked by Su Qin a few days ago. She blushed and pointed to Su Qin and said, "You are a pervert." After a pause, Xiao Wu said, "How do you know that you must win before you start fighting? What if you lose? Do you still want to admit it?" Su Qin smiled and said, "I have to say if you win." "Hey! Sharp teeth and sharp mouth. Later, let's see how Miss Xiao Wu can smash your ass," Xiao Wu said viciously. Immediately, Xiao Wu turned to Tang San and said, "Little San, in a moment, you will use your first spirit ability to entangle this bastard, and then you are using your stone-throwing method to hit him. Just let Sister Xiao Wu meet that bastard. That guy will lose." After a slight pause, Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with suspicion. "Are you sure that your senior brother sent me to pit me undercover?" Tang San said, "Xiao Wu, don't worry, I am definitely not." Listening to Tang San's assurance, Xiao Wu nodded, and said, "Are you sure you can hit your senior? Don't be merciful because he is your senior, otherwise, see what happens after me. Teach you." Tang San looked at the fierce Xiao Wu in front of him, and assured him again and again, "Don't worry. We are grasshoppers on the same rope. I will definitely not cheat you. You are the grasshopper. People are cute rabbits." Xiao Wu said. "Okay, you are a cute bunny." Tang San smiled and voluntarily admitted defeat. Su Qin looked at the two people who had been there chattering and whispering something, and asked, "Have you discussed it?" "I'll attack if I don't start." "Okay. I'll start in tens of seconds." Xiao Wu nodded. Su Qin nodded and agreed, "Okay." Chapter 37, Win. 3, 2, 1. Start. As soon as Xiao Wu's voice fell, she moved, and with a kick, she quickly approached Su Qin. At the same time, Tang San saw Xiao Wu's movements without any hesitation, pointing his right hand to Su Qin, and whispered, "Blue silver grass, twine." Before Tang San's words fell, Suqin was mingrui aware that dozens of thick blue-silver grass suddenly rose under his feet, entwining his ankles. If it was entangled, then it was restricted by the opponent. Up! At this time Suqin also knew what attention the two were playing. It was Tang San controlling him, and then Xiao Wu hit a set close to him, wanting to take him away with this set. How could Suqin let the two succeed? Suqin's spirit power poured into his calf instantly. Without retreating, he approached, and gently stepped on his toe, his body ejected like a cannonball, and flew towards Xiao Wu quickly. Tang San's blue-silver grass had just grown out, and Suqin had already escaped its control range before it had entangled Suqin. Tang San saw this. He didn't expect Suqin's speed to be so fast, but he also reacted quickly. The stone he was holding in his hand was thrown out by his peculiar technique, towards Suqin's shoulders, wrists, and ankles. Smash it somewhere! Xiao Wu saw Suqin's speed so fast, with a look of surprise on her face. At the same time, she was a little angry at Tang San for not controlling Suqin. She thought in her heart that she must give Tang San a severe lesson later, but right now let's get rid of Suqin in front of me. When she saw Suqin coming towards her, a smile appeared on her face, and what she thought was just right, to see how Miss Xiao Wu taught you to be a human being. Suqin heard the roar of the wind, raised his right hand, and danced a sword flower beside him, knocking all the stones hitting his upper body into the air, and at the same time, his feet quickly changed positions to avoid Tang San's sneak attack. Suqin's speed didn't slow down the slightest because of Tang San's interference, and he rushed towards Xiao Wu unabated. Watching Suqin easily break his attack, Tang San showed a look of surprise in his eyes. Although these are just some basic techniques, they can be broken so easily, enough to see that his senior is stronger than the master described. It's much stronger. Xiao Wu was also surprised by Suqin's so simple breaking of Tang San's attack, and at the same time she felt a little angry. This was definitely Tang San deliberately. When he beat himself, he was obviously so accurate, so why could his senior be so simple? Escaped? Xiao Wu saw that Suqin was about to get close, and with a flick of her head, she flicked her long hair towards Suqin's neck, and at the same time she leaned forward with her right hand, trying to grasp Suqin's left hand. Suqin looked at the hair that Xiao Wu threw out, on one side of her body, and at the same time the branch in her right hand hit Xiao Wu's outstretched right hand. While avoiding Xiao Wu's hair, the branch in her hand lightly touched her right hand. Between hitting and changing footsteps, Xiao Wu had come from the front of her to behind her. Suqin didn't hesitate, hitting Xiao Wu's cock 3 times with his hands, breaking her balance, causing her to stagger and fall forward. Xiao Wu's pretty face turned red, and she staggered a few steps to regain her footing. When she turned around, Suqin was already heading towards Tang San not far away. Seeing this, she just hesitated a little and then walked towards chasing Suqin. Tang San looked at Suqin coming towards him, his face flashed solemnly, his eyes glowed with lavender light, he could see Suqin's movements clearly, and just wanted to throw a few stones to interfere with Suqin's movements, but however, he saw an evil smile on Suqin's face, his speed suddenly doubled, and an afterimage disappeared into his sight. Tang San subconsciously threw the stone in his hand towards several places, and at the same time quickly pulled away and backed away, but just after a few steps back, he stopped with a wry smile on his face. At this moment, the tree branch in Suqin's right hand was already resting on Tang San's neck. He looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu who had just rushed over, with a smile on his face, and said, "Accepted." Tang San held his fist at Suqin and said, "Brother, I lost." Xiao Wu looked at Suqin, but was a little unconvinced, and said angrily, "You brothers, don't do it anymore, I know you just joined hands to bully me." "Humph, I'm not convinced." Tang San looked at Xiao Wu's appearance at this time, spread his hands, and said helplessly, "Xiao Wu, I didn't really control the brother just now. I didn't expect the speed of the brother to be so fast. Xiao Wu still looked dissatisfied, glared at Tang San, and said angrily, then why were you so accurate when you hit me before? Hey! Tang San circled his head unconsciously and told the truth, although your speed is fast, you are still within my acceptable range, so. Xiao Wu was covering her ears and shook her head again and again, I don't listen, I don't listen, I don't listen. Seeing this, Tang San didn't know what to say, turned his head to look at Su Qin, and said in embarrassment, brother, Xiao Wu was not like this before. Su Qin smiled and retracted the branch in his hand and said, it's okay. Xiao Wu, since you are not convinced, how about we continue to fight? Xiao Wu glanced at Su Qin, protected her ass, quickly hindered a few steps, and said angrily, you are a pervert, I know, you just want to spank my ass, I won't beat you. Su Qin smiled awkwardly, and it was really a little embarrassing to be directly broken by the person. Su Qin coughed and asked, then how do you get convinced? Xiao Wu snorted coldly, if I don't accept it, I don't accept it. I don't accept anything. Unless. Xiao Wu said this, paused, with a sly look in her eyes, and said, unless you let me spank you 3 times. Xiao Wu, aren't you shameless? Tang San looked at Xiao Wu's appearance in a straightforward voice, angrily said. Xiao Wu glared at him, and said, I want you to control, just a little bit. Turning to look at Su Qin, Xiao Wu's eyes flashed expectantly and said, how about it? Do you dare? Ha ha ha, don't dream. Let me wait until you can win. Su Qin smiled and shook his head while looking at Xiao Wu. Humph, stingy pervert. Xiao Wu said uncomfortably when she saw that Su Qin was not fooled. Su Qin glanced at Tang San and praised, little San, what was your stone-throwing technique just now called? It's pretty good. Looking at Su Qin, Tang San hesitated for a while and said, this is a technique of throwing hidden weapons, which is passed down from my family. Su Qin nodded and said, that technique is pretty good. Practice hard, but don't forget to practice. Let's do it today. We will be here to discuss each other every month. I look forward to you winning mine. That day. After a pause, Su Qin looked at Xiao Wu and asked, how about it? Do you want to come? Chapter 38, Breakthrough Level 20. Humph, I'm not coming. You just changed your pattern and wanted to spank my ass, just slightly. Xiao Wu snorted coldly, and said with a grimace at Su Qin. Su Qinbei glanced at her and ignored her. Although he did think so in his heart, it was meaningless to be told directly. Okay, I'm leaving, you two will practice and learn from each other. After Su Qin finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving only Tang San and Xiao Wu looking at each other in the wind. When Su Qin completely disappeared here, Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with a fierce look, and said gloomily, little San, I asked you to cooperate with your brother to fix me just now, look at the trick. As soon as he fell, Xiao Wu rushed towards Tang San, trying to subdue Tang San, and avenge Su Qin's bullying against her. I've said it, I'm not, I don't. Tang San explained while using ghost shadows to quickly retreat. I don't believe it, I don't listen. Xiao Wu shouted and continued to rush towards Tang San. For the next month, Su Qin maintained a high-intensity exercise every day, learning the knowledge of measurement. Except for eating, washing and other things, most of the time Su Qin was immersed in cultivation, and his life was very good. Be honest. A month later, in the open space on the back mountain of Nodding College, Su Qin looked at Xiao Wu standing next to Tang San with an evil smile on his face, and asked with a chuckle, hey, isn't this our Xiao Wu sister? Who can't say this time? Why did it come today? Humph, I'll come if I want to, I won't come if I don't want to come, I'll take care of you. A little bit. Xiao Wu snorted coldly, making a grimace at Su Qin. Really fragrant. Su Qin added something to Xiao Wu in his heart, and said lightly, it's up to you. Immediately Suqin turned to look at Tang San and nodded, are you ready? Ready, brother. Tang San said. Okay, let's start then. Suqin nodded. Blue silver grass, twine. Suqin retracted the branch from Tang San's eyebrows, glanced at Xiaowu who had been watching him, and looked at Tang San and said, yes, there is progress. I look forward to your performance next year. Yes, brother. Tang San said with a smile. Through the battle with Suqin, Tang San had a corresponding improvement in his actual combat ability, so Tang San also respected his senior. Seeing Suqin approaching, Xiaowu let out a cold snort and turned her head. Suqin smiled, did not say much, turned and left here. Time is hurried, and another month has passed. In the old place on the back mountain of Nodding College, Suqin looked at Xiaowu who followed again, and joked, why are you here again? Humph! Xiaowu snorted coldly, turning her head, not wanting to pay attention to Suqin. Suqin smiled at this, and said to Tang San, are you ready? Ready. Tang San respectfully said. Start. After another month passed, Suqin looked at Xiaowu who had come again, smiled and joked, yo, here again. I'm coming, I want you to care? Abnormal. Xiaowu said with a grimace at Suqin. Brother, I'm ready, I can start. Tang San interrupted, actively looking at the two people who would bicker every time. Suqin nodded and said, okay, let's start then. Time flies quickly. The time of a school year has passed by the two master brothers once a month in the exchange. After many times of exchanges and exchanges of martial arts, the actual combat abilities of the two master brothers have also improved. At the gate of Nodding College, Tang San looked at Suqin who came to see him off, and asked, brother, are you really not going? Suqin smiled and shook his head and said, I'm not going. After a pause, Suqin looked at Xiaowu on the side, and said, Xiaowu, are you sure you want to go to Xiao San's house? But other people's homes are making trouble, ha ha ha. Pervert, you should take care of yourself first. A little bit, Xiaowu said with a grimace, sitting towards Suqin as always. Suqin smiled, and didn't pay attention to this rude little girl. After all, she was used to being funny about this girl. This was a hairy girl who liked the fragrance very much. All right, I won't delay your journey. Go back early. Bye. Suqin waved goodbye. Brother, see you next year. Tang San also waved goodbye. Pervert, better never see again. Xiaowu said. Suqin smiled, did not argue with her, and quietly watched the two figures slowly disappear from his sight. When the two figures completely disappeared from his vision, Suqin turned and returned to his dormitory. Started the journey of practice as always. Time is the most valuable thing and the least valuable thing. During Suqin's assiduous practice, his level was increased by 1 level every 3 months on average. So when Tang San's second school year had just passed, Suqin's level had reached the 20th level. On this day, Suqin did not leave after the master's night's small stove, but remained here uncharacteristically. Seeing that Suqin had not left, Tang San stayed with some curiosity. The master looked at the two people who were behaving a little, frowned slightly, and asked, Xiao Su, Xiao San, what else do you two need? Suqin glanced at Tang San who hadn't left, and didn't intend to hide it from him, and announced in a slightly low voice, Teacher, Junior San, I have broken through to level 20. The master was taken aback for a moment, and then he was overwhelmed. He looked at Suqin who was sitting, and asked a little excitedly, you have broken through the 20th level. Suqin nodded in affirmation. After hearing this, the master happily turned around in the house, and muttered, 20 level, it has broken through the 20th level. At the same time when he came back and forth, the master also understood why Suqin was staying. He broke through the 20th level, so he should start preparing for the second spirit ring. Although according to his theory, even if you don't get a spirit ring, you can still continue to practice, but since you can get a spirit ring, why not? The happiest thing about being a teacher is that your students have improved. Tang San looked at Suqin with a surprised look. He knew that his senior brother was very hard in cultivation. But he was still a little surprised at how fast his senior brother could improve his spirit power. Tang San knew that there was no cultivation technique in this world. Even the simple technique developed by the master was extremely rare. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to quickly improve his strength, and his brother was able to do so again. It is really surprising that he has improved so quickly under such conditions, and this can only be attributed to the brother, who is a veritable genius. What Tang San didn't know was that the reason why Suqin cultivated so fast was that besides his hard work and being a genius, there was another reason that Suqin's cultivation technique was the highest Taoist scripture. Chapter 39, Centennial or Millennium. After just turning around a few times, the master stopped and looked at Suqin, who was sitting. I have already thought out your second spirit ring for you. Look for a spirit beast called the ghost wolf in the hunting forest. It's better to be close to 700 years old, so that you have a high chance of acquiring a skill called Nether Spike, and sneaking with your first spirit ability, it will have a miraculous effect in some cases. Suqin nodded after listening to the master's words. I have to say that the master has a high level of knowledge in Wuhan research. Although this skill is also very suitable for Suqin, the skill Suqin wants is not this kind of displacement skill. After thinking about it, he wants to obtain a second spirit ring and its age. Teacher, I have already figured out what the second spirit ring I want to obtain. Suqin said. The master was taken aback for a while, looking at Suqin's eyes with surprise, but then he nodded and asked, then what do you think? It is a good thing for one's own disciple to have his own ideas, but he is still young after all, and his understanding of himself is definitely not comprehensive. As a teacher, he must lead him to the right path at this time. However, if the reason he said is very good, it also shows that his own disciple is not bad at learning, and it is not impossible to follow his ideas. Suqin said, Teacher, I calculated my body strength according to the formula in your notes. According to my current body strength, it is enough to withstand the upper limit of about 1,300 years of spirit ring, so my second spirit ring, I think at least 1,100 years or more. At the same time, I also thought about the second spirit ring skill, which is the same as the teacher you think, is a displacement skill, but the difference is that what I want is the instant on the lightning rabbit. Shift skills. Tang San stared at Suqin with eyes that were as big as cowbells, and looked at Suqin with a shocked expression of indescribability. From the knowledge of the master he knew that the maximum age of the second spirit ring of a soul master could not exceed 721 years, which was the limit that ordinary people could bear. He did not expect that his senior brother was so courageous. The second spirit ring wanted to obtain 1,000-year spirit ring, wouldn't he be afraid that he could not endure the explosion and die? The master looked at Suqin with shocked eyes, and it took a long time to come back to his senses. After walking for a few laps, he looked at Suqin with a serious face and said, Do you know what you are talking about? How serious are the consequences of failure? You may die. Suqin looked at the master with firm eyes and nodded solemnly, I know. Then you still. The master spoke a little angry, but before the master could finish speaking, Suqin interrupted him. Suqin took out a few papers filled with formulas from her pocket, and handed them to the master. Teacher, I know what you are worried about. But please rest assured, the data I got are based on your research. The optimal solution calculated based on my own situation is all within a safe range. Don't you even believe in your own research results? The master took the paper from Suqin and looked at it carefully. At this time, the scene was very quiet. There was only the sound of the master turning the paper in the air. Tang San looked at his brother in admiration, and then looked at the master with a nervous look. He wanted to know his brother's calculations. The result is right or wrong. Compared with Tang San's nervousness and master's seriousness, Su Qin seems to be much calmer. Those pieces of paper are the result of his combined master's research results and the 21st century's calculation methods, and after many times it was verified that Su Qin had full confidence in guaranteeing its correct rate. After a long time, the master moved his gaze away from the few pieces of paper in his hand, and his gaze at Su Qin changed again. He saw Tang San, who was watching him nervously. He thought about it and said to Tang San, "Little San, you go back first, your brother and I have something to talk about." Tang San felt even more nervous when he saw the appearance of the master. He thought for a while and asked, "Teacher, can I stay and listen?" The master shook his head and said, "You can't understand it even if you stay. You haven't learned these." After a pause, the master added, "I'll talk to you well in the future. You can go back today." Su Qin looked at Tang San with a smile on his face, and said with a smile, "Little San, you go back first." Tang San looked at the master and turned to look at Su Qin. Although in his heart he wanted to stay and listen to what the result was like, since the master and the brother said so, he has no reason to stay and continue listening. He said, "Well then." With that said, Tang San walked towards the door, turned his head one step at a time, and wanted to stay, but seeing that neither of them said to let him stay, he closed the door in disappointment, left the master's room, and returned to Qi. She continued his practice tonight. The master saw Tang San completely leave, his gaze kept staring at Su Qin. After a long time, he sighed, "The calculation methods you used are simple and easy to understand. Based on your calculations, the data obtained is indeed as good as yours," said. "But, have you ever thought about what will happen if you make a wrong calculation?" Su Qin nodded and said, "I know. Teacher, you also think that I am correct. Then my second spirit ring can withstand 1,000-year spirit ring theoretically. If I can bear it, why don't the second spirit ring choose a stronger one? Where is the 1,000-year spirit ring?" The master shook his head and said, "Xiaosu, you underestimate the 1,000-year spirit ring. The 1,000-year spirit ring is not as simple as you think, and do you know how difficult it is to hunt a 1,000-year spirit beast?" Su Qin looked at the master. He knew the helplessness of the master, and also knew what the deep meaning of the words of the master was. Even with the dean, the master and the two of them could not be sure to hunt and kill him under the safety of a spiritual master. A 1,000-year soul beast. Su Qin understands the difficulties of the master, and can obviously become stronger, but because some things cannot be done, how can Su Qin be willing to get a stronger spirit ring? Why not? "Teacher, can I only get an ordinary 100-year spirit ring?" Su Qin lowered his head and asked in a low voice. The master looked at Su Qin's face with helpless eyes, and there was something uncomfortable in his heart. He knew what Su Qin wanted. Su Qin practiced so hard and studied hard. All this is to become stronger. Opportunities can become stronger. He knew that Su Qin could not be willing to do so, and he could not bear to see Su Qin like this. "Are you going to find him?" A figure appeared in the master's heart, with a bitter smile on his face, and his heart was full of helplessness, but if it was for his own disciple, it was not impossible to look for him. "Xiaosu, you go back and rest first. I will give you an accurate answer tomorrow," the master said in a low voice. "Okay, teacher." Su Qin glanced at the paper in the master's hand, slowly walked out of the master's room, and returned to his room to continue his cultivation. When Su Qin also left, the master slumped weakly on the chair, looking at the pieces of paper in his hand and fell into contemplation. Chapter 40, Flanders. On the second day, when Su Qin came to the master to study again, the master said to Su Qin, "I agree to your idea, but it will take a few days to wait." "No problem, teacher." Su Qin responded with a smile that while the master could agree to make Su Qin a little happy, he also had a general idea of his learning progress. His current learning effect at the master is still very satisfactory. As for what the master said about waiting a few days, Suqin roughly guessed the reason. 1,000-year spirit beasts are not so easy to hunt. The master's strength is only a 29th level Great Spirit Master. Even with the 42 level Dean, it is difficult to protect Suqin's safety while helping him to kill the 1,000-year-old soul beast. Therefore, at this time, requesting foreign aid is the only wise and correct answer, and that person, Suqin guessed, was the four-eyed cat and eagle Flanders who was once one of the golden iron triangles. Tang San watched the conversation between the two of them. Although he didn't know what they locked up last night, it was clear that the master agreed to Suqin's proposal. Regarding this, Tang San was just a little shocked, and nodded clearly. Tang San's contact with Suqin was not too much, and it was not too little, but he still knew a little bit about Suqin, his senior. This result was in his expectation, but seeing it with his own eyes still made him a little bit small. Little shocked, this brother of my own is much stronger than I thought. The master did not explain much, nodded to the two of them and said, "Now start today's study." Pencil novel www.qbxs.me. The master didn't let Suqin wait for too long. On the third day, the master took Suqin and Tang San to the soul hunting forest again. The master took the two of them and did not directly enter the hunting forest, but waiting at the entrance of the hunting forest. Tang San looked at Suqin, and asked the master in a low voice, "Teacher, don't you want to get a 1,000-year spirit ring? Most of the soul hunting forests are 10-year-old spirit beasts. Very few have heard of 1,000-year spirit beasts. Haunted, can I really find the 1,000-year spirit ring that senior brother needs like this?" Suqin also looked at the master with some doubts. In his guess, with the help of Flanders, the master should take him to the Stardo Great Forest a little far away to obtain the second spirit ring. After all, the soul hunting forest, most of them are spirit beasts raised in the Empire, and there are only a few 1,000-year spirit beasts, and even if they encounter a 1,000-year spirit beast, it may not be exactly the kind of 1,000-year spirit beast that he needs. Isn't this a waste of time? The master looked at the two people who showed the same doubts, and smiled. "This is also a lesson I want to teach you. Before doing things or setting off, collect as much information as possible, and then integrate them to get a precise information. In this way, when facing the enemy, it is not an unknown state. Whether it is attacking or retreating, it will not be caught off guard." After a pause, the master continued, "Before I came, I had obtained a lot of information about the 1,000-year soul beasts in the hunting forest through various channels. Through various comparisons and demonstrations, I came up with a piece of news. This news, I am 90% sure of its accuracy. It is a lightning leopard about 210 years ago. Although this soul beast is not the lightning rabbit that Xiaosu wants, but Xiaosu absorbs its spirit ring bonus. It is stronger than the lightning rabbit of the same age, and at the same time, there is a high chance of getting a skill like teleport, but the specifics depend on the effect of Xiaosu's absorption of the spirit ring." Tang San listened carefully to the master's explanation, and kept the knowledge taught by the master in his heart. This was a very good way of doing things. Suqin listened to the words of the master and nodded slightly while listening. On top of the two soul beasts Lightning Rabbit and Lightning Leopard, which are of the same age and possess similar skills, it is indeed the boost that Suqin brought to Suqin by absorbing the stronger Lightning Leopard from the soul beast be stronger. As the three of them were talking, a breeze came from a distance, and across the cheeks of the three of them, a somewhat excited voice came, "How about it, Xiao Gang, am I not late?" When the master heard this strange voice, a dim color flashed in his eyes. He sighed from the bottom of his heart, and said with a straight face, "Boss Fred, you are a bit late." Suqin and Tang San looked for their fame, only to see a middle-aged man who was about the same age as the master, wearing a pair of glasses, standing in front of the master with a grinning face, noticed the eyes of Suqin and Tang San. He turned his head to look at the two of them, smiled at the master and asked, "These are the two disciples you said in your letter? Yo, is this kid who has reached level 20? The master said lightly, "Let's go in first, and I will tell you some precautions for this hunting of soul beasts on the way." After the master finished speaking, before Flander could react, he turned and walked towards the soul-hunting forest. Su Qin and Tang San looked at each other. Su Qin smiled apologetically at Flanders, and said, "Uncle, don't mind, the teacher may be in a bad mood recently." After Su Qin finished speaking, he led Tang San to quickly follow the steps of the master and walked towards the soul-hunting forest. Flender looked at the three people who were going away, with a smile on his face, and hurried to catch up. Only a few steps before he came to the three of them, he and the master went into the hunting forest together. Not long after entering the soul-hunting forest, the master stopped at a fork in the road, turned and looked at Flander and said, "Boss Fred, since you are here, then you must follow the agreement in our letter. Everything here you have to listen to me, and you can't tell anyone else what happened here. If you can't, you can go now." Flander looked at the master. He had been with the master for a long time. He knew that the master was a persistent person. He would do what he said. Although the master did not tell him the detailed reasons, he also trusted the master extremely. Yes, so he didn't ask too much about the reasons, and he readily agreed. "Yes, I will listen to you." Flender smiled. The master nodded coldly, and introduced to Su Qin and Tang San, "This is my former eldest brother named Flanders." The master pointed to Su Qin and Tang San and introduced to Flender, "This is my eldest disciple, named Su Qin, and this is my second disciple, named Tang San. My eldest disciple Su Qin just broke through the 20th level. Our mission here this time is to help him obtain a second spirit ring, but his second spirit ring is different from ordinary people. The second spirit ring he needs is at the Millennium level." Flender was a little happy when he heard the master introduce his apprentice to him, but when he heard the last part, he looked at the master with a surprised look and exclaimed, "Xiao Gang, what are you talking about? Say it again." Chapter 41, Lightning Leopard. Xiaosuz needs a second spirit ring for 1,000 years. The master duly repeated the key information. Flender looked at the master in surprise, then looked at Su Qin on the side, then looked at the master seriously, and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Gang, do you know what you are doing? Just as you said before, the maximum age of an ordinary person's second spirit ring is 721 years. If you want to give Xiaosu a second spirit ring for 1,000 years, can he bear it? You are joking about his life." The master did not change his expression at all from the beginning to the end, his face was plain, and seeing Flanders finished speaking, he said calmly, "Have you finished? Xiao Gang, you. I would not agree with you to do this." Flender looked at the master in front of him. This was a little different from the master in his memory. He clearly knew the difference between a 1,000-year spirit ring and a 100-year spirit ring. It is impossible for him to watch the master joking about his disciple's life. The master's eyes flashed, but he still maintained a Sima face, and faintly explained, "Boss Fu, you said it yourself, that is the maximum age that ordinary people can bear, but this disciple of mine is not ordinary person, he is a genius. After my rigorous calculations, his current physical fitness is enough to withstand the pain of absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring. I won't make fun of my disciple's life." Flander looked at the master and asked seriously, "Are you sure?" The master nodded solemnly and said, "Okay." Seeing this, Flander cast a serious expression before and laughed, "Since you have said this, then I agree." Flander knows the master very well, and the master is very confident in his research theory. Since he has said so, the success of this event is very high. You can try it. He also wants to see the first one with his own eyes. The person with the second spirit ring that was the 1,000-year spirit ring appeared in front of him. The master also showed a long-lost smile on his face, nodded and said, "Okay, let's go." With that, the master led Suqin and Tang San to the depths of the hunting soul forest. Flender looked at the backs of the three masters walking in front, with a smile on his face, and took a few steps to keep up with the three. Along the way, the master also pointed at the soul beasts he encountered, and introduced the habits and characteristics of the soul beasts to the two, while Flanders became a somewhat bitter tool person. Along the way, the master was only explaining the knowledge of soul beasts to Suqin and Tang San, and ignored him, as if he did not exist, and he tried several times to intervene, but he still failed to intervene. Flander grinned hard, sighed, and didn't interrupt the conversation at all, but honestly started his hard work. With Flander, the more than 70-level Soul Saint Guard, the masters can already walk sideways in the soul hunting forest. In the next few days, the master took a few people all the way to the inside of the hunting forest. Taking advantage of the protection of Flanders this time, the master gave Suqin and Tang San a vivid and specific outdoor course. Gave them an in-depth explanation of all the spirit beasts they encountered along the way, and also taught them some outdoor survival rules and other knowledge. In this way, the master arrived at the expected destination very safely. The master looked around, and the few who spoke to Flander in the past few days said, "Father Boss, we are here. This is the place. The land of the lightning leopard for the first 1,000 years." Almost the master's voice just fell, and there was a roar of leopards, accompanied by the sound of leaves being crushed, a leopard about 3 meters long and 2 meters high, with lavender hair and lightning patterns on its body. Appearing in front of a few people, it didn't directly attack a few people, but let out an angry roar, as if telling them that this was his chassis, and the masters could roll away. Both Suqin and Tang San saw the 1,000-year spirit beast for the first time. At this time, they looked curiously at the lightning leopard that appeared in front of them. Although the master told them some knowledge about the 1,000-year spirit beast, they saw it for the first time. Still can't hide curiosity. Flander laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Xiao Gang, it came out by itself, but I will look for it again if I save it." The master nodded, stood aside and watched quietly, and didn't say much, just as Flandy knew him well. He knew Flanders very well. Tang San turned his head and looked at Flanders curiously. He wanted to know how the helper the master invited would subdue the powerful 1,000-year-old soul beast in front of him. Seeing the lightning leopard appearing in front of him, Suqin breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and his second spirit ring had stabilized. Flander is a soul sage of more than 70 levels. Dealing with such a 1,000-year-old lightning leopard is simply a sledgehammer, and it can be solved in minutes. Flander noticed Tang San's gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled up, deliberately showing his powerful strength in front of Suqin and Tang San. The aura on Flander's body suddenly rose. He did not use martial spirit possession, but his spirit rings emerged one after another from his feet. The first yellow spirit ring appeared first, but in the blink of an eye, the purple third spirit ring appeared outside the first 2 yellow spirit rings. And in the blink of an eye, the black ink-like fifth spirit ring emerged. In this fifth soul after the ring, 2 dark spirit rings appeared together outside. Flander's 7 spirit rings are the best spirit ring matching of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, and black. His 7 spirit rings emerged, and the strength of his spirit sage was fully revealed. Tang San looked at Flander with 7 spirit rings floating up and down, his eyes filled with shock. When Flander showed the 3rd purple spirit ring, he thought it was over. He didn't expect that the black 5th spirit ring appeared next, just when he thought Flander was a 5-ringed soul king. Flander had 2 more black spirit rings emerging from his body, and the strength of the 7-ring soul sage was undoubtedly demonstrated. The 7-ring soul saint Tang San had only heard of it from the village chief's grandfather. At this time, the shock that he saw with his own eyes could be imagined. At the same time, in his small heart, he yearned for becoming stronger. Although it was not the first time that Suqin saw the 7-ringed soul sage, it was also the first time to see the soul sage release the soul ring, and his face also showed a small surprised expression. The lightning leopard in front of Flanders. When Flanders released a terrifying aura, his legs were trembling, and his face showed a look of fear. When Flanders fully released his aura, this head the lightning leopard lay on the ground in terror. He didn't dare to move. He wanted to cry without tears. I was just a small 1,000-year-old soul beast. You, a soul sage, came to bully others. Woo. Chapter 42, Second Spirit Ring. Flender turned his head and glanced at the changes in their expressions, and nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. This wave of pretense was okay. Flender glanced at the lightning leopard in front of him, looked at its aggressiveness, and curled his lips. It was boring. He was over before he could exert any strength. However, in order to prevent the lightning leopard from dying back, Flanders walked towards the lightning leopard lying on the ground. The lightning leopard saw the dangerous person approaching him, and stopped pretending to lie on the ground, and immediately used it. His talent and skills teleporting 6 meters behind him, turning around and trying to escape. How could Flander let such a prey that got it flee from the palm of his hand? He stepped on his footsteps and quickly chased the lightning leopard, but a few flashes came to the front of the lightning leopard. The second spirit ring flashed on his body, and he kicked the lightning leopard's spine and kicked it. Kicked off his spine, and kicked him back again. Flander flew back quickly, stood beside the lightning leopard, and waved to Su Qin beside him, "Xiao Su, come and kill it, absorb the spirit ring." The lightning leopard was kicked and broke his spine. At this time, he no longer had the ability to escape, so he could only lie on the ground, howling in pain. Tang San looked at Flander in a couple of strokes and solved the 1,000-year lightning leopard. His eyes were full of shock. Is the Soul Saint capital so strong? Su Qin had anticipated that Flanders would be able to solve this lightning leopard so easily, but he did not expect that he would have solved the 1,000-year lightning leopard with only 1 second spirit ability, which was stronger than Su Qin expected. Many. Su Qin noticed Tang San, who was shocked by the sight, and said a classic sentence, "Soul Sage Powerhouse, terrifying." Listening to Su Qin's words, Tang San turned his head and glanced at Su Qin, repeating in agreement, "Soul Sage Powerhouse, terrifying." The master on the side listened to the two of them, glanced at them, a smile appeared on his face. He said to Su Qin, "Xiaosu, go." "Okay, teacher." Immediately, Su Qin walked in the direction of Flanders. At the same time, Su Qin summoned the Kunwu sword and held it in his hand. A yellow spirit ring appeared on his body, floating up and down. Flander had already retracted his spirit ring at this time. Looking at the sword in Su Qin's hand, a strange color flashed in his eyes. He saw the shadows of many other swords from it, as if this sword was the prototype of all other swords. Other swords are all modeled after it. "Thank you." Su Qin came to Flanders and thanked him, facing the head of the lightning leopard with a long sword in his hand, and pierced out with a sword to solve its pain. Seeing this, Flander dispelled the question of asking Su Qin's Wuhun, and walked in the direction of the master, intending to ask the master, leaving a small open space for Su Qin. A light purple light appeared on the body of the lightning leopard, forming a purple spirit ring, floating quietly on its body. Su Qin sat cross-legged next to the body of the lightning leopard, following the method taught him by previous masters, meditating on the martial arts and pulling the spirit ring. Under Su Qin's traction, the purple spirit ring slowly approached Su Qin, and finally turned into a bracelet size, and quickly set on the Kunwu sword. A domineering force burst out of Su Qin's body and bumped everywhere. Su Qin felt the power of the riot in his body, and immediately started the cultivation technique, pulling the soul power of the riot in his body, running along the path of cultivation, and turning it into his own soul power little by little. The master watched Su Qin begin to absorb the spirit ring, and immediately said to Tang San and Flander, "Boss Fu, Xiaosun, we protect Xiao Su, don't let other things disturb Xiao Su's absorption of the spirit ring." Is teacher. Ro. Flender and Tang San agreed. It is also the first time that the masters have seen a person's second spirit ring. They have absorbed the 1000-year spirit ring. Although they know that Suqin has a high success rate in absorbing the spirit ring, they are also very nervous. Beside him, protect him. Flender carefully faced the master and asked in a low voice, Xiao Gang, what is the situation with Xiao Su's spirit? I can see the shadows of other swords from his spirit, as if other swords are imitating it. It's so good. The master looked at Flanders without concealing it, and explained, Xiaosu's martial soul is called Kunwu sword, it has some characteristics. Time slowly passed during the conversation between the two of them. When the sun was slanting to the west, the slanting sun shone on the faces of several people, and the sky was getting dark. Suqin's closed eyes slowly opened. When Suqin was absorbing the spirit ring, although some unopened spirit beasts rushed over, but with Flanders, all of this was not a problem, so it was very safe during this time. When the master saw Suqin opened their eyes, their nervous expressions eased a little, and the faces of the few people showed joy. As soon as Suqin opened his eyes, he saw several people guarding him. He smiled and nodded and said, I succeeded. As he said, 2 spirit rings, one yellow and one purple, appeared on Suqin's body, moving up and down rhythmically on his body. The masters saw the 2 spirit rings on Suqin's body, and the smiles on their faces couldn't hide them. Tang San asked curiously, Brother, what is your second spirit ability? The master and Flender also looked at Suqin curiously, wanting to know what Suqin's second soul ability was. Although they knew the general type of Suqin's soul ability, they still needed Suqin to demonstrate it to them. Flender learned about Suqin and Tang San through the introduction given to him by the previous master, and also knew their position in the master's heart. The relationship between the master and him was very good, so he knew both of them. There is also some concern. Suqin looked at the curious expressions of the 3 of them, and said with a smile, My second spirit ability is the same as we expected. I have obtained the lightning leopard's teleport ability. I can move freely within 6 meters of my body. Teleport does not consume a lot of soul power at the same time, and the most important thing is that I can continuously use this skill. While talking, Suqin demonstrated to the 3 of them, appearing on the right for a while, and then on the left. The range that he can teleport is the same as he said, within a circle with a radius of 6 meters centered on him. Flender looked at Suqin's performance at this time, and said with a smile to the master, Xiao Gang, you are right. Xiao Su has successfully absorbed this 1000-year spirit ring as the second spirit ring, presumably with his peers, he is already a lot ahead, and he is simply a little monster. In this way, after Xiao Su graduates from you, let him continue his studies at my Shrek Academy. Chapter 43, Tang San and number 039, S second spirit ring. Not far away, the master looked at Suqin, who was performing the second spirit ability with some excitement, with a faint smile on his face. Listening to Flanders' words, he sighed, Boss Fred, I'm afraid this won't work. When Flander heard this, he was a little unhappy and said, Xiao Gang, I know you still have some opinions on me. But I am also for the good of this child. You also know my Shrek Academy. It is a specialized training institution. The Academy of Monsters, Xiao Su is definitely a little monster. The master smiled and shook his head and said, It's not that I don't want to agree, but that you are late. Xiaosu was admitted to the Tiandu Royal Academy a year ago. Hey, if it wasn't me, then he should be here now. Study at Tiandu Royal Academy. Flender was taken aback, looked at Suqin, then looked at the master. He knew that the master would not lie to him on such things. Although his Shrek Academy is not bad, it is still a bit worse than Tiandu Royal Academy. Although he does not want to admit it, this is true. Flender looked at Suqin, sighed helplessly, and said with regret, I'm here late. The master looked at Flander with a sad look, smiled, did not say much, looked at Suqin and Tang San's eyes, showing a look of relief. Because the sky was getting darker, the few people did not rush to leave, but found a safe place to rest. They started to return on their original path early the next morning. On the way back, although the master was also teaching Suqin and Tang San some knowledge, the speed of the few people was obviously much faster, and the way back only took 2 days. On the third day after Suqin absorbed the spirit ring in the afternoon, several people rushed back to the entrance outside the hunting forest. Flanders said goodbye to the 3 masters. Xiao Su's spirit ring has been obtained, and my mission here is considered complete. I will go back first. Oh, yes, Junior, you can come to me after graduation. Study at Shrek Academy. Tang San turned to look at the master, and said with a smile, Dean F., I still need the teacher to help me refer to this. Ha ha ha, your teacher will agree. Then put it this way, I'll go first. Flanders smiled and waved his hands to several people, flew in one direction, and left quickly. The master looked at Flanders who was going away, turned his head to Suqin and Tang San beside him and said, we should go back too. With that said, the master took Suqin and Tang San towards the market and found a carriage. After paying the fee, he got in the carriage and returned towards Notting City. After returning to Notting College, Suqin's life and work and rest returned to the original state again. His daily routine consisted of studying and cultivating, and discussing with Tang San once a month. When Suqin had obtained the second spirit ring for the first time and Tang San discussed, when Xiaowu realized that Suqin had already obtained the second spirit ring, a small face puffed up, very dissatisfied with Suqin's bullying of the small. So decisively joined hands with Tang San to teach Suqin a lesson. Xiaowu and Tang San joined forces. Although both of them were only 10-level first-level spirit masters, it was still a bit troublesome to control the attack one by one. However, Suqin still relied on a small branch to defeat the 2 after a little effort. This time, Suqin didn't hit the 2 of them, but laughed and teased, Xiao Wu, you're as itchy again, do you want to get a hit? Ha ha ha. Suqin knew that Tang San and Xiao Wu were much closer now, so he just ridiculed him, and left a mess for Tang San. This was just a small episode in Suqin's cultivation process. Apart from this incident, after Suqin broke through and obtained the second spirit ring, he did not directly go to the Wuhan Hall to register, but simply tested his spirit power in the academy. The soul power tested showed that Suqin already possessed a 20-level soul power. Because of the increase in strength, the set of auxiliary training equipment that Suqin used before was no longer enough to meet his training needs, so Suqin went to Sanshu's blacksmith's shop and upgraded those equipment. Suqin's life of asceticism continued as before. Time passed quickly, and another year passed in a blink of an eye. In the year of Douluos calendar, Tang San broke through to level 20. Because of the particularity of Suqin's second spirit ring, after careful consideration, the master finally invited Flanders to go to the soul hunting forest again to help Tang San obtain the second spirit ring. Although Tang San has been working in the blacksmith's shop to exercise his body, his physical strength is still much worse than that of Suqin, and is still within the range of a normal person. Therefore, the goal of their trip is a limit of years. The plant spirit beast ghost vine that is close to the limit of the second spirit ring. Several people searched the soul hunting forest for a long time, and luckily found a ghost vine in one place that had just broken through 700 years. Although Flemish's martial spirit did not restrain the ghost vine, it was still very easy to help hunt down a 700-year-old ghost vine in front of absolute strength suppression. Flender defeated the 700-year-old ghost vine, and handed it to Tang San to kill the final blow, allowing Tang San to successfully absorb the 700-year-old ghost vine as his second spirit ring. Although Tang San's second spirit ring was only 100 years behind the original, the increase in Tang San's growth was also somewhat different. With the same spirit power consumption, Tang San's current second spirit the skills should be stronger. When Flanders said goodbye, he once again invited Tang San to study at his Shrek Academy. Although the master did not directly agree this time, he asked him to think about it for a period of time. Is happy. After parting with Flander, the master took the two back to Notting City. Unlike Suqin, the master took Tang San to the Wuhan Hall for the advanced certification of the Great Soul Master. Time hurried, and it was time for Suqin and Tang San to discuss each other once a month. At night, the bright moon hangs high, and the hazy moonlight illuminates a clearing in the grove in the back mountain of Notting College. On this clearing, Suqin, as always, stands opposite Tang San holding a branch, and Xiao Wu stands beside Tang San. When the battle between the two was about to begin, Xiao Wu spoke, and she spoke with her hands on her hips, and said to Suqin, "Brother pervert, I also got the second spirit ring, I want to fight you with Xiao San, you dare?" Tang San turned his head to look at Xiao Wu in surprise, and asked happily, "Xiao Wu, when did you get the second spirit ring?" Xiao Wu smiled sweetly at Tang San, and said, "Why, you are allowed to obtain the second spirit ring, am I not allowed to obtain it?" "No, no. I'm just a little curious," Tang San said with a smile. He was happy that Xiao Wu had obtained the second spirit ring. He didn't think about how Xiao Wu obtained the second spirit ring. It should be her family's help? Chapter 44, Learn from. I won't tell you, this is my secret, just a little bit. Xiao Wu made a grimace at Tang San and said with a smile. Seeing Xiao Wu's appearance, Tang San showed a happy smile on his face, and nodded pettingly, "Okay, then you have to protect your secret." Hee. Xiao Wu stuck out her tongue and nodded with a smile. Suqin looked at the sudden wave of dog food on the opposite side, and his eyelids jumped subconsciously. It seemed that he had to teach them a lesson and let them know that in front of the elders, they still have to converge. Suqin recalled in his mind for a moment, and also recalled Xiao Wu's second spirit ability charm. His eyebrows wrinkled slightly, and the opponent had more control. It seemed that this battle would be a bit difficult. But the problem is not big, the odds of winning are still great. Suqin said with a smile on his face, "Dare, why don't you dare? But, do you think you all beat me by breaking through level 20? Hey, you won't know if you can win or not," Xiao Wu said with a smile. This time Xiao Wu had a serious eye, and she was not betting on spanking, although she felt that she and Tang San had both broken through the 20th level, relying on the tacit understanding of the two of them. To deal with Suqin, who is over 20th level, there is still a chance for a soul master to win, and there is no hurry for revenge when he wins. Tang San didn't refuse when he saw this, nodded and said, "Brother, then you have to be careful." Suqin smiled and said, "Take out all your strengths and let them go." Tang San nodded solemnly. He has fought with Suqin many times. He knows that his senior brother is very powerful. Now even if he performs Tang Sek's stunts, he can beat Suqin at most, even with Xiao Wu. It can only be kept at 50%. Xiao Wu whispered something in Tang San's ear. Tang San looked at Xiao Wu's expression and nodded. Xiao Wu turned around with a smile, and said to Suqin, "Xiao Wu, Martial Spirit Soft Bone Rabbit, the 21st level and second ring Assault Type War Spirit Master. Tang San, Wuhan Lan Yinko, 21st level and second ring Control System War Spirit Master." Tang San said after him. Suqin looked at the scene of the two of them, knowing that they were testing their own strength. He just smiled slightly and said, "Suqin, Wuhan Kunwu Sword, a 24th level Agile Attack Type War Spirit Master." Tang San and Xiao Wu glanced at each other. Suqin was 3 levels higher than theirs. This was within their expectations. Xiao Wu nodded to Tang San, indicating that she was ready. Tang San nodded and faced Suqin. Said, "Brother, you can start." Suqin picked up a stone from the ground and said to them, "When this stone falls to the ground, the discussion will begin." As Suqin said, he glanced at the Tang San and the two people who were opposite, and they nodded. They had no opinion about this. Su Qin threw the stone in his hand into the air when he saw this. Tang San's eyes flashed purple, staring at the rock that was falling freely in the air. Blue-silver grass emerged from his right hand, and his 2 yellow spirit rings moved up and down rhythmically. Xiao Wu also completed the state of possessing a martial soul at this time. Her eyes were nominally red, and her ears slowly grew longer, with soft white hairs standing up from the side of her head, and 2 yellows the same as Tang San rising under her feet. The century-old spirit ring. Su Qin watched the 2 people on the opposite side complete the state of possessing martial spirits, only smiled, did not summon martial spirits, and did not reveal the spirit ring, just holding a branch and watching them quietly. This is not Su Qin Tuo Da. Firstly, the spirit ring showed that it had no effect on his spirit ability. Secondly, although it is the back mountain of Nodding College, there is no guarantee that others will pass by. When other people saw his purple second spirit ring, what might happen? Bang! The stone fell on the ground with a soft bang. At the same time as the voice was uttered, Tang San moved, the first spirit ring on his body lit up slightly, and he waved his right hand towards Su Qin, and some of the middle 2 said, "Blue-silver grass, twist." At the same time, dozens of thick blue-silver grasses quickly rose up near Su Qin's feet, entwining them towards his feet. Su Qin Tang San has been fighting for so long, how can he be entangled? His body shape swayed, and he retreated to the back, pulling away his body shape. Su Qin jumped up, jumped on a nearby tree, and quickly approached Tang San with the help of these trees. Tang San naturally knew that his move couldn't control Su Qin, so he wiped his right hand on his waist, and a lot of stones that he had prepared appeared in his hand. He used hidden weapon tactics and threw it towards Su Qin. Seeing this, Su Qin did not dodge, waved the sword in his hand, and shot some stones that could attack him. As for those stones that could not attack him, Su Qin did not waste his efforts to manage. Su Qin swiftly swept the distance of several dozen meters between the 2 sides, quickly approaching Tang San, picking a branch in his hand, and hitting Tang San's left arm. At this moment, Xiao Wu suddenly rushed out from Tang San's side and stopped between the 2, a red light flashed in his eyes and looked at Su Qin. Su Qin had been paying attention to Xiao Wu's movements. The moment he saw Xiao Wu rushing out, Su Qin didn't hesitate at all, and immediately used a second spirit ability to teleport behind Tang San, avoiding Xiao Wu's charm. The moment Su Qin appeared, he pierced the branch towards Tang San's back. Seeing that Su Qin's attack was about to pierce him, Tang San used the ghostly hidden traces to move away from one side, and at the same time, he used the first one again. With spirit abilities entangled, the thick blue-silver grass sprang out from the ground without warning, entangled Su Qin's feet. At the same time, Xiao Wu quickly rushed to Su Qin's body, her eyes flashed red and looked at Su Qin, with a tricky smile on her face, her hair flicked, and her long hair twisted towards Su Qin's neck. With both hands stretched out towards Su Qin's shoulders, he was about to use the waist bow of the first spirit ability. Su Qin's feet happened to be entangled, and Su Qin expected what would happen in the next second. Without hesitation, he teleported once again, avoiding the attack that Xiao Wu followed. Su Qin appeared behind Xiao Wu, and the branch in his hand hit Xiao Wu's ass. As soon as Su Qin's movements reached halfway, Su Qin suddenly grew a lot of blue-silver grass, entangled Su Qin, and released paralytic toxin. Slowed down Su Qin's movements. Xiao Wu quickly turned around, with the red light in her eyes, with a smile on her face, she reached out and quickly grabbed Su Qin. Su Qin cursed in his heart, control is trouble. At the moment when Su Qin saw Xiao Wu turn around, he quickly cast teleport, teleporting towards the shadow of the woods behind him, and quickly displayed the first spirit ability to sneak, hiding in the shadow of the woods. Su Qin hid in the shadow and broke free from the shackles of the blue-silver grass. He was concealed in the shadow of the woods, looking at the 2 Tang San in the clearing, quietly waiting for the opportunity to attack. Chapter 45, Secret. Tang San's eyes flashed with purple gleams, and he looked in the direction of Su Qin's disappearance. Although Tang San's purple magic pupil could see Su Qin in a sneaking state, Su Qin had already disappeared from his sight. Tang San didn't see Su Qin's figure, his eyebrows frowned, and he was close to Xiaowu back to back, vigilantly observing the surrounding environment, trying to find where Su Qin was hiding. Xiaowu was taken aback by Tang San's action, but she didn't dodge, but instead let Tang San lean on like this. She blinked her big eyes and looked at the dark tree shadows around her, facing Tang San behind her. Whispered, "Little San, have you seen your perverted brother?" "I can't see anything." Tang San shook his head and replied in a low voice, "No. Brother is very proficient in his spirit ability. Although his first spirit ability has obvious shortcomings, the shortcomings still exist, but it is very difficult." "Found him?" Xiaowu widened her eyes and said, "Then what shall we do? Is it possible to wait for the beating?" A smile hung on Tang San's face and said, "Don't worry, brother, he will come out by himself." "Are you sure?" Xiaowu asked with some confusion. Tang San confidently said, "I'm sure. I believe in you." Xiaowu nodded and replied. Tang San and Xiaowu stood back to back at the center of the clearing in the woods, watching the surrounding woods vigilantly, guarding against Su Qin who might be killed at any time. Su Qin was hiding in the shadows in the woods, watching the two with both eyes. Su Qin circled the two in the woods and discovered the flaws in their cooperation. When they looked around, there would be a blind spot in their line of sight, and Su Qin could just use this to get close to them quickly. Su Qin discovered this, but didn't directly attack. As an excellent hunter, he knew how to forbear and wait for a better time. The small woods in the middle of the night have only a slight sound of the breeze blowing over the leaves, and the quiet needle drop can be heard. When Tang San and Xiaowu looked in the same direction at the same time, Su Qin moved. Su Qin tapped his toes on the ground and continuously teleported. It was just 1 or 2 breaths. Su Qin approached them with his right hand. The twigs tucked towards Tang San's stomach. A smile appeared on Tang San's face, and dozens of thick blue-silver grasses instantly grew on his body, entangled the branches attacking his stomach and Su Qin's right hand head-on, and wound up along Su Qin's right hand. At the same time whispered, "I have caught you, brother." A look of surprise flashed across Su Qin's face. He didn't expect Tang San's second spirit ability to be so cleverly used. So King Gong wanted to teleport away, but Xiaowu's soft hands grabbed his shoulders. There was also a bright smile on his little face, saying, "I've caught you, brother abnormal." Xiaowu looked at Su Qin's eyes with red light, but the speed on her hands was not slow, and she quickly lifted her knees and kicked Su Qin's stomach. "Ha ha!" Su Qin laughed, and disappeared from the control of the two in the next moment, and came to a place 10 meters away from them. Su Qin looked at the two with a look of emotion on his face, and smiled, "Yes, your strength has indeed improved. However, if you think that this will defeat me, then it is really naive." After a pause, Su Qin continued, "In order to reward your improvement in strength, I decided to show some of my hidden strength." Tang San looked at Su Qin on the opposite side, feeling a bit of a nuisance, and at the same time he was shocked. Didn't the senior brother and I have been discussing with me before, never using his true strength? Xiaowu's face also showed a look of astonishment. This abnormal senior brother still hides his strength? As soon as Su Qin's words fell, he held the tree branch in his right hand and swung out several swords out of thin air towards the direction of the two. Several sword lights flew out of the branches in Su Qin's hand, and swiftly moved towards the position of the two Tang San. The sword light slashed through the air, and the sound of air tearing was heard, indicating that it was extremely fast. Looking at this scene, Tang San was shocked. This was Jian Qi? Jian Mang's speed was extremely fast. Even if Tang San was using the purple demon eyes at this time, he couldn't see the speed of their attacks. Tang San didn't hesitate at all. He immediately pulled Xiaowu to cast ghost shadows and quickly retreated, at the same time his mouth was big. Shouted, "We surrender!" When Jianmeng was still 3 meters away from Tang San and the two of them, he shifted, and headed towards the trees on the side, without any reduction in speed, cutting off several trees with the thickness of a bowl. Bang! The trees fell to the ground and made several huge noises. Tang San and Xiao Wu turned their heads to look at the cut trees on the side, their faces turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on their heads. If this were to be cut on them, the consequences would be disastrous. "Thank you, brother, for being merciful." Tang San wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, a little afraid. Unlike Tang San's politeness, Xiao Wu pointed at Su Qin with one hand on his hips, and said angrily, "Perverted brother, what do you mean? What do you mean by talking about it? Do you see if you are talking about it?" Su Qin smiled apologetically, and said, "It's okay for you to be fine. Today's discussion is here first, I will leave first." After Su Qin finished speaking, without giving the two a chance to reply, a few teleports left here, leaving only Tang San and Xiao Wu in place. "You, don't go." Xiao Wu looked at Su Qin who had disappeared in the blink of an eye, and shouted, but Su Qin ignored her and left here. Xiao Wu saw this and complained to Tang San, "Brother, look at you. Perverted brother, we said that we had a good discussion. What happened? We almost killed both of us. As a result, we ran away without an apology." Tang San looked at Xiao Wu's appearance in front of him, and comforted, "Xiao Wu, don't be angry. I don't think senior brother did it on purpose." "Hey, isn't it on purpose?" Xiao Wu snorted, turning her head away. Tang San shook his head, not saying anything, but looking in the direction of the dormitory, thinking in his heart, "Brother, what are you hiding? How strong is it?" Su Qin quickly left the college and returned to his room, locked the door and everything, and Su Qin sat cross-legged on the bed and began to sum up today's gains and losses. Today this is the first time that Su Qin has carried out this kind of attack in actual combat. It is feasible, but there are still many problems, such as excessive soul power consumption. Although there are many problems, it also proves that Su Qin's idea is feasible, but it still needs improvement. These are all feasible, so the martial arts moves in the Taoist classics in Su Qin's memory, combined with the upper soul power, are absolutely powerful. However, before that, Su Qin needed to improve his method and find the best way to adapt to each other. Chapter 46, Heart of the Sea. Time was hurried, and another 2 years passed in a blink of an eye. Su Qin was 11 years old. After 5 years of studying at Neo College, it was the time for graduation that was agreed with the dean. In the past 2 years, in addition to daily practice, Su Qin studied and experimented how to better use the traditional martial arts of the Chinese Taoist school. Although the progress was a bit slow, it was improving steadily. In the subsequent discussions once a month, Tang San tried to test Su Qin's hidden strength every time, but Su Qin only played against him fairly and didn't use any skills other than 1 or 2 spirit abilities. Every time Xiao Wu was on the sidelines, she was a little nervous, worried that Su Qin accidentally injured Tang San, but later saw that Su Qin was only using the first and second spirit abilities and joined the battle between the two. Although the cooperation between Tang San and Xiao Wu became better and better every time Su Qin fought with them, it was basically Su Qin winning. On the night before graduating from the 6th grade, Su Qin did not leave directly when he finished studying with the master, but stayed. Seeing that Su Qin hadn't left, Tang San didn't think much, but stayed. The master looked at Su Qin and asked with a smile, "Xiao Su, do you have any questions?" Su Qin looked at the master, and then at Tang San next to him. Over the past 5 years, he had spent the past 5 years with the master and Tang San. He also had some feelings for the two of them. He was leaving at this time. Also a little bit reluctant. However, there is no end to the banquet in the world, and the world will eventually end, and it will not disappear in the future. With a slight smile on Su Qin's face and a little bit of reluctance in his eyes, he said, I will graduate tomorrow, and I will stay here today to say goodbye to you. The master was taken aback when he heard the words and looked at Su Qin, with a flash of memory on his face, and muttered, time flies. Tang San looked at Su Qin beside him, feeling a little bit unwilling, but he also knew that Su Qin was about to graduate, and he had to go to a higher academy to study. Sooner or later, he would have to separate, but he didn't know the higher soul Su Qin was going to. Teacher's college study. Brother, which higher college are you going to study at? Tang San adhered to the principle of asking if you don't understand, and asked Su Qin. Hearing Tang San's words, the master also remembered what happened 5 years ago. He looked at Su Qin and asked with some confusion, Xiao Su, you and teacher Zhao from Tiandu Academy have agreed that you will go to Tiandu Royal Academy in 6 years, this is 1 year away from the agreement, what are you going to do in this year? Su Qin thought for a while, and didn't say what he was doing, but rather euphemistically, he said, Teacher, Xiaosan, I want to take advantage of this year's time to practice outside, and then go to heaven. Register to study at the Royal Academy. The master looked at Su Qin's somewhat immature cheeks and frowned slightly, Xiao Su, you are still a little young now, so why don't you continue to study with me for a year? Su Qin had long expected the master to say this, but he made this decision after careful consideration, and would not give up easily because of a few words from the master. Su Qin shook his head, and said firmly, Teacher, I have already thought about this. Although I look a little immature, it's time to practice, and it's time to practice. The master turned his head and stared at Su Qin's eyes. After looking for a long time, the master sighed and said, Okay, you go and practice. But I have a requirement, everything must be your safety, and remember not to put yourself in danger. Seeing the master agree, Su Qin nodded with a smile, Teacher, don't worry, I cherish my life. Tang San also spoke at this time, Brother, you must pay attention to safety. As Tang San said, with his hands on his waist, several well-made hidden weapons suddenly appeared on his hands, and they handed them to Su Qin, Brother, these are some hidden weapons I usually make. You take them to defend yourself. Although it can't deal with a spirit master who is too powerful, it should be enough for self-defense. Su Qin looked at the hidden weapon Tang San handed over, waved his hand and refused, Little San, I appreciate your kindness. But I don't need these things. I don't know how to use them. Second, I don't have so many things. Put it somewhere. Tang San looked at the 24 bridges with bright moon and moon on his waist, recalling what Su Qin had said when he gave this thing to him, an awkward expression on his face. Tang San picked one of the things he brought out and handed it to Su Qin, Brother, these hidden weapons are easy to carry. I will find a place to teach you how to use them. The method of use is still very good. It's simple, but if you want to use it proficiently, you need to practice more. Su Qin thought about this, but did not refuse. Just as he was about to say something, the master on the side sighed and said, Hey, wait. With that said, the master walked to his table and took out a necklace from a locked drawer. The chain of this necklace was made of an unknown silver material. At its end, there was a large hanging a thumb-sized jade with a light blue glow. The master took this necklace, stroked it, and handed it to Su Qin. This necklace is also a storage soul guide. Although it is not as big as the storage space of Xiaosan's 24-bridge Minjiui, it also has 5. The cubic meter is enough for you to put some daily necessities, but it is not particularly convenient to carry. You can hold it first, and you must have a storage soul guide to store things outside, which is much more convenient. Su Qin looked at the necklace the master handed in front of him, for a moment, and subconsciously refused, Teacher, no need. The master said slightly angrily, Just take it for you, where is so much nonsense? Seeing this, Tang San's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, Brother, you can accept whatever the teacher gives you. This is also the teacher's intention. Su Qin looked at the frowning and slightly angry master, then at Tang San on the side, hesitated for a while, then took the necklace from the master and said, "Thank you, teacher." When the master saw Su Qin accepting the thing, his expression looked a little better. He pointed to the necklace in Su Qin's hand and said, "This thing has no name yet. Give it a name." Su Qin was stunned for a moment, and thought in his heart, "Why are things without names?" Although he thought so in his heart, Su Qin looked at the necklace in his hand and thought of the heart of the sea where he took the Titanic in his previous life. Su Qin said with a smile on his face, "Then call it Heart of the Sea." The master repeated the name and briefly commented, "Heart of the Ocean." The name is average, but it is better than Tang San's name. Chapter 47, Go Away. Tang San just smiled at the evaluation of the master. 24 Bridges and Minjiui was a trace of nostalgia for his past life. Although it was a bit long as a name, it did fit his belt. This time Tang San not only handed Su Qin the hidden weapon he had taken out earlier, he also took a few other things and handed it to Su Qin. Among them were the tools that Su Qin had updated to assist in cultivation. Tang San said, "Brother, now you have a storage soul guide, so you can accept all of these things. Originally, because you couldn't bring so many things, I planned to replace you with a new set later, but now, since you take it, you can take it all." The master looked at the things Tang San took out, and he didn't recognize many of them. Although he didn't like Tang San playing with hidden weapons, some things that couldn't be put on the table, and some were not happy, but the master didn't say anything, as Tang San said, "These things are good for self-defense." Su Qin looked at the pile of things that Tang San had taken out, and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he was about to leave. Tang San would actually take out so many things, especially his set of aids for cultivation. His strength increased, and gradually he could no longer play the role of assisting his cultivation, but he didn't expect Tang San to actually make a new set for him. As for those hidden weapons, it is also a good choice for self-defense. This made Su Qin, a senior, a little touched. Su Qin put the heart of the ocean on his neck, waved his right hand, and took all the things Tang San took out and said with a smile, "Little San, these things are all yours." I reluctantly accepted the intentions. "Oh, yes, you have to tell me how to use those hidden weapons." Seeing Su Qin accepting his things, Tang San nodded with a smile on his face, "Okay, brother." The master looked at the two brothers who were getting along well, smiled and said, "Let's do this for now, it's not too early. Go back and rest." "Yes, teacher." The two replied in unison. After Su Qin and Tang San left the master's room, they did not go directly to the dormitory to rest. Instead, they went to the open space where they often went to the back mountain of the academy. Here, Tang San used the hidden weapons he gave to Su Qin, simply and carefully. Explained a bit, and let Su Qin get started to try. Su Qin's comprehension was very high, and all the hidden weapons Tang San gave him were machine-expanded hidden weapons. The operation was very simple, as soon as you learned it, but you still needed more practice to master their proficiency. After Tang San taught Su Qin all the methods of using hidden weapons, he kept staring at Su Qin. Su Qin turned to look at Tang San, and asked with a smile, "Little San, what else is there?" Tang San hesitated for a while and said, "Brother, you have to pay attention to safety. Xiao Wu and I will miss you." Su Qin laughed when he heard this, and rubbed Tang San's head and said, "You think I'm fine? Let's forget that girl Xiao Wu, she has been thinking about how to teach me all these years." Tang San lifted his head slightly, looked at Su Qin a little higher than himself, and said with a smile, "Okay, brother." Su Qin looked at Tang San and said with a smile, "Let's go, we will rest in the dormitory." Tang San nodded and said, "Okay, brother." Then the two returned the same way. When Su Qin sent Tang San back to the 7th house, all the working study students except Xiaowu were basically asleep. Xiaowu complained when he looked at Tang San, who had only come back so late. Said, "Little San, why did you come back so late?" After a pause, Xiaowu faced Suqin on the side, and said, "Perverted brother, why are you here with Xiao San, are you?" With that, Xiaowu's face already showed a look of contempt, and her body was slowly receding, as if she saw something with spicy eyes. Suqin had long been immune to Xiaowu's quirky spirits, ignoring Xiaowu, who was pretending to be on the side, and said to Tang San on the side, "I'm leaving now." "Okay, brother." Tang San nodded. Suqin nodded, not staying for a long time, and went straight to his room. When Suqin disappeared at the top of the stairs, Tang San looked at Xiaowu, who had returned to normal, and whispered, "Xiaowu, brother is very good to us. You treat brother like this every time, isn't it a bit bad?" Xiaowu snorted with her arms akimbo, and said, "Hey, so what? This can't change your brother, he is a perverted fact." Tang San looked at Xiaowu's appearance, and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that he wanted to change Xiaowu's view of his senior, it was indeed a long way to go. After Xiaowu complained, she looked at Tang San and asked curiously, "What did you and your abnormal senior brother just do? Why are you only coming back now?" Tang San said, "Brother, he will graduate from Notting College tomorrow and will go to a higher college to study. So I..." Before Tang San finished speaking, Xiaowu's eyes lit up and said happily, "That's great. Finally, I don't need to see that abnormal senior." Tang San looked at Xiaowu, who opened his mouth and closed his mouth, and sighed in his heart, thinking, maybe this is something almost impossible to achieve at all. Suqin returned to his room, did not enter the state of cultivation, but quickly organized his own things, packed all his own and needed things, and put them into the heart of the ocean. Suqin took off all the load-bearing equipment he was carrying, replaced it with the new set of load-bearing equipment that Tang San had built for him, moved his body briefly, and nodded in satisfaction. The so-called weight-bearing equipment is actually a protective gear worn inside the clothes. This new set of weight-bearing equipment is very suitable for the current Suqin. While it can help Suqin increase his weight-bearing training, it can also play a defensive effect because it is forged from 100 steel-making plants. Suqin took out a letter from his arms and put it on the desk. This letter was addressed to the Dean of Notting College. The content was very simple. First, he apologized for his goodbye, and then he owed him 300 gold soul coins. "I will pay it back, so he can rest assured." The medicinal materials and other materials that Suqin needed for training in these years were not free. Although Suqin could do this as a student of the Tiandu Royal Academy, Suqin did not do so, but borrowed from the dean in his own name. After all, the things owed to others must be paid back, but compared to the empire, the dean's favor is obviously easier to pay back. After doing this, Suqin took one last look at the room he had lived in for 5 years, and took out a side from the heart of the ocean. He put on the black mask he had prepared on his face and put on a pure black cloak. Used his first spirit ability to sneak, hiding himself in the darkness, leaving Notting College along the dark shadow under the moonlight, and heading for his destination, the bitter cold land of the far north. Chapter 48, Sylv's Arena. At noon the next day, in Suqin's room, the dean read the letter in his hand, handed it to the master standing aside, and smiled bitterly, "Look at you, good apprentice." The master took the letter in the hands of the dean, read it quickly, handed it back, shook his head and smiled bitterly, "I didn't expect him to leave so early." The dean put the letter away, turned his head to look out the window, and sighed, "Since he has gone, so be it." In the evening of the next day, Suqin came to the capital of the Kingdom of Sylves in the south of the border. During these 2 days, Suqin used all kinds of methods to hurry, and rarely had time to rest. This was not only a kind of overload practice on his body, but also in a hurry. Suqin's current cultivation base is 30. According to the description in the 10 core competences of the master's martial arts, after reaching the bottleneck, a soul master can continue to cultivate soul power even if he does not obtain a soul ring, but these soul powers must be the phenomenon will only appear after obtaining the spirit ring. Su Qin went to the extreme north this time to use his own strength to hunt down a soul beast suitable for him as his soul ring. Although Su Qin had been discussing and practicing with Tang San for the past 5 years, although his actual combat ability had improved, it was not enough. According to his own calculation, the endurance limit of Su Qin's third spirit ring should be about 6,000 years. Even if a spirit beast with such a strength is hunted by a team composed of a 40-level spirit sect, it may not be successful. However, Su Qin wanted to rely on his own power to kill the opponent and absorb its spirit ring, then before that, he must have the strength to be strong, and the best way to improve the actual combat strength is to fight. The real battle. At first, Su Qin planned to go to the killing capital located in the barren land of the extreme west, to experience the crisis of life and death at any time, forcing himself to become stronger. But that place is a place where there are no rules at all. With his current strength, he is just looking for death. Only by living can there be a future. Therefore, after some thinking, the remaining relatively safe method now is to improve the battle in the arena of souls. Although there is a big gap between this kind of battle and the life or death in the city of killing, the battle here is far more real than the comparison between Su Qin and Tang San. Although it is not life or death, it is also possible to be maimed or killed by the opponent. Therefore, this is a good place for Su Qin to improve his strength. The arena of souls in every place is a local landmark, so Su Qin just asked about it at random, and then he came to the arena of Sylves. Silver City is worthy of being the capital of the Kingdom of Silver. Its prosperity cannot be compared to Notting City, which is dozens of times more prosperous. It was Su Qin who had been around for half an hour to come to the Sylves arena. With a height of nearly 100 meters, Sylves' great arena of souls is huge, and it looks extremely deep in the night. The Sylves' great arena is oval as a whole, reaching an astonishing 140 meters in height. The interior is divided into 4 main arenas and 36 sub-arenas. It can hold more than 100,000 spectators at the same time, including 150 VIP boxes. This is not only a place for soul masters to discuss and exchange, but also a place for all forces to show their strength. Su Qin just stayed outside the Sylves' great arena for a while, and then followed the crowd into the Sylves' great arena. Walking into the great fighting arena, the first thing you see is a huge stone monument with densely carved names. According to the notes on the side, these names are the dead in the fighting. Su Qin followed the signs in the great fighting arena and came to the place where the fighting soul registered. The receptionist for Su Qin was a beautiful girl. She was wearing Sylves' work clothes with a professional smile on her face. She saw Su Qin stopping in front of her and said respectfully, "This gentleman, what do you need?" Su Qin is only 11 years old now, and his height is only about 1.5 meters. Su Qin always wore a black mask and a black cloak, but the receptionist did not show any contempt for Su Qin's dress. He was very friendly, which made Su Qin nod slightly. The service attitude here is still not bad. Su Qin opened his mouth and said in a slightly immature voice, "I'm here to register for the fight." The receptionist listened to Su Qin's voice, and a little doubt flashed in his mind, but still had a smile on his face. He picked up an application form from the desktop and handed it to Su Qin. At the same time, he said, "Sir, you need to fill in this application form. Just pay the registration fee for 1 golden soul coin." Su Qin took the registration form handed by the receptionist lady, and took a quick glance. In this form, only the name, age, birthplace, and martial spirit are required. Su Qin picked up the table and kept writing on the registration form quickly. Filled it out, and at the same time took out a golden soul coin and handed it over. The receptionist took a brief look at the registration form. And when she saw Su Qin's age column, A slightly surprised look flashed in her eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. She simply operated it under the table and took out an engraved one. The Iron Fighting Soul badge with Suqin's name and a booklet with the rules of the Great Fighting Arena were handed to Suqin, while smiling. "I hope you have a good experience in the Great Fighting Arena, sir." Suqin took the thing handed over, put it in the bag, nodded slightly, and left the registration area. Suqin took out the pamphlet and looked at it briefly. It stated the basic rules of the Great Arena of Souls and the layout of the Great Arena of Souls. Suqin simply looked for it, and he came to the game class. Soul Zone. Not long after, Suqin finished the sorting here, and simply tested his soul power. Suqin was assigned to the 11th Soul Arena in the game area to fight souls. Since Suqin had already reached the 30th level, even if Suqin had not obtained the 3rd Spirit Ring, the opponents he would face were all the 30th level Soul Sage opponents who had already obtained the 3rd Spirit Ring. Because after the people here are able to absorb the Spirit Ring, the first thing they do is to obtain the Spirit Ring. No one continues to fight the soul without obtaining the Spirit Ring. Suqin can be said to be a great battlefield. Established for so many years, the first person to break through the realm without obtaining a Spirit Ring to continue fighting spirits. Suqin and the people who were assigned to the same Arena of Souls with him, led by the staff of the Arena of Souls, came to a spacious room to rest and waited to play. Chapter 49, First Fight. It was the first time for Suqin to come to the Great Fighting Arena, and the whole place gave Suqin a dazzling feeling. The business model of the Great Fighting Arena has already reached a very coordinated level. In addition to the 6 arenas where the fighting souls have been ongoing, there are also some official businesses developed by the Great Fighting Arena. Every battle opened. In the rest area, the arrival of Suqin and others immediately attracted the attention of others, but these people just glanced at them randomly, and continued to meditate, keeping themselves in the best possible state as much as possible, waiting for the upcoming fighting spirit. The one-on-one matchup is decided by the staff based on the lottery. While other spirit masters are in the process of fighting, waiting for the soul master can choose to watch the battle or choose to rest. Each area of the divided fighting venue has special facilities. The place for the participating spirit masters to watch the battle is very close to the soul fighting platform. Suqin came to the official opening window and said to the staff inside, "How about the odds for the 5th game of the fight?" The worker of Gong www.bikugex.info sitting in the window glanced at the information in front of him, and said in business, "The 5th game, Qinsu Hunzun vs Zhaoya Hunzun, the odds are 2:0.5, a silver soul coin is under pressure." Suqin nodded slightly, and the odds were pretty good. Suqin took out a small bag of money and handed it to the staff. "There are 3 golds, 23 silvers and 75 bronzes. I will win with Qinsu." The staff took the small purse handed by Suqin, carefully counted it, and handed the special paper with the bet amount to Suqin, nodding and saying, "Okay, I have already helped you bet. Please rely on this after the fight is over. Certificate to receive rewards." Although the staff was a little surprised at Suqin's bet, he didn't say much, but he did business to help Suqin register. Suqin took the paper handed by the staff, put it in his pocket, nodded, turned and left here, and walked towards the place where the spirit masters who participated in the Battle of Souls were prepared to watch the battle. Under the leadership of a staff member, he came to a special area on the side of the arena under the audience stage. You could just see the whole scene of the arena. Suqin found an empty seat near the arena and quietly watched the arena. On the battle. Although it was only a sub-fighting soul platform, the area was still not small, with a diameter of 20 meters, and there was enough space for the soul masters to perform. It is a pity that the number of spectators next to the one-on-one soul fighting platform in this 11-point soul fighting arena is not large, only about 3/10 of the number. At this moment, 2 30th level beast soul veterans were fighting with each other on the arena. The battle was fierce. They both displayed their third spirit abilities at the same time and rushed towards each other. Although this is not Su Qin's battle, watching other people fighting in the audience can also improve his combat thinking, and correspondingly, he can also improve some of his actual combat capabilities from the side. Not long after, the stage went through 4 battles, and it was Su Qin's turn in the 5th game. A middle-aged man in a tuxedo was standing in the center of the arena of souls. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "Next, we will be going on the 5th game of our one-on-one fighting in the 11th arena, will be 2 souls. They are Qin Su, the soul of war with a weapon and soul sword. They have won 3 games in a row against Zhao Yu, the soul of war with a beast, the soul of the wind wolf. After all, it is Zhao Yu's soul. Continuing his brilliant 4-game winning streak, it is still the newcomer Qin Su's soul sovereign that has won. Let us wait and see. Next, please let 2 soul sovereigns play." The spectators in the stands were in a state of excitement after a few previous soul fights, and most of them were calling Zhao Yu's name. Zhao Yu's figure is considered to be burly, and a pair of eyes reveals a strong self-confidence. His neck is raised at 45 degrees, and he makes a sound similar to a wolf's roar. His eyes gradually turned green, and wolf hair slowly grew on his body, completing the state of possessing a martial spirit, with 3 spirit rings floating on his body, 1 white, 1 yellow and 1 purple. The audience on the stage saw that Zhao Yu had completed the possession of the martial soul, and they suddenly shouted with excitement. On the contrary, Su Qin, who didn't look tall, took the masked man who had completely covered himself under the cloak and mask on stage, and the people on the audience stage suddenly buzzed. Su Qin nodded slightly towards Zhao Yu who was on the stage opposite, holding a wooden sword in his hand, arched his hand slightly towards him, and said, "Please advise." Although Su Qin shrouded himself in the unknown, as soon as his slightly immature voice came out, everyone on the audience stage uttered a whole sorrow. This masked person doesn't hear loudly. The host just said he is a soul sovereign. Is it true? I don't know, maybe it is the genius of some big forces who have come out to experience it. Otherwise, why do you still have to cover your face? Which of you have heard of the name Qin Su? It doesn't seem to be right. The people on the audience stage began to guess the identity of the masked Su Qin. They were very curious about this Su Qin who might come from a big family. Zhao Yu raised his eyebrows slightly when he listened to Su Qin's words. And he was also speculating that Su Qin might come from that big power, but the Sylph's kingdom had never heard of a genius by this name. After thinking for a while, Zhao Yu, who had no clue, gave up guessing about Su Qin's identity. On the arena of souls, as long as they don't kill the opponent, ordinary forces will not trouble them. Thinking of this, Zhao Yu felt relieved. Zhao Yu followed the example of Su Qin and replied, "Please advise." When the host saw that both sides were ready, he nodded and announced, "The Battle of Souls begins." As his voice fell, the host quickly left the fighting platform. The white first spirit ring on Zhao Yu's body flashed light, his speed increased by 20%, and he quickly ran towards Su Qin's direction. Su Qin didn't froze either, holding the wooden sword in his hand, without retreating, he quickly approached towards Zhao Yu who was rushing over, turned his wrist, and swung the sword towards Zhao Yu's outstretched right paw. Zhao Yu noticed that Su Qin's attack was not large enough. The second yellow spirit ring on his body flashed, and the second spirit ability, Wind Claw, was activated. The speed of both claws suddenly doubled, and he quickly changed direction towards Su Qin. "Grab his right wrist." Su Qin's eyes condensed, holding the sword in his right hand and retreating, making a fist with his left hand and blasting towards the forearm of the right hand that Zhao Yu had grabbed. Although Zhao Yu's speed doubled, he did not grab Su Qin's right hand. His claws only grabbed the middle of the wooden sword. The strong attack made the wooden sword make a slight noise. At this time, Su Qin's left fist had also arrived. A punch hit Zhao Yu's right forearm, and the mighty soul power wrapped his fist and punched out. Around Zhao Yu, who was already possessed by the beast spirit. A slight crisp sound came from his right arm. Chapter 50, 1 month later. What? Zhao Yu screamed, and his eyes were full of anger when he looked at Su Qin. The third spirit ring on his body also glowed slightly at this time. He grabbed Su Qin's wooden sword and dragged it in his direction. There was a faint green light, and it quickly swung towards Su Qin several times. The third spirit ability, Blast Claws. Su Qin's eyes narrowed, careless. Su Qin jumped in Zhao Yu's direction, and the speed doubled sharply. Before Zhao Yu's claws arrived, a sword pierced Zhao Yu's lower abdomen. The severe pain slowed Zhao Yu's attack speed a bit. Su Qin, seeing the timing, he bent down and pulled his sword, dodges Zhao Yu's attack, came behind him, put the sword on Zhao Yu's neck, and slowly said, "You lost." All this happened between the electric light and flint. The people on the audience stage basically did not see the movements of the two people clearly. This battle of spirits was over. Zhao Yu's eyes were red, and he covered the wound in his lower abdomen with both hands, feeling the warm blood between his neck. A trace of shame flashed in his eyes, but soon he recovered, bowed his head and sighed, and said, "I lost." Su Qin said to the dumbfounded host, "Announce the result." After listening to Su Qin's words, the host came back to his senses, and quickly waited for the soul fighting platform, and announced to the audience watching the game, the fifth game of the one-on-one soul fighting platform in the 11th area, Qin Su wins. Su Qin nodded slightly when he heard the words, retracted his sword, and said to Zhao Yu, "Hurry up and get treatment." After finishing speaking, Su Qin quickly left the soul fighting platform regardless of the reactions of everyone on the court. It wasn't until Su Qin left that the audience door in the stands made a violent discussion. "Am I right? Zhao Yu lost. This must be a talent cultivated by a major force. Ah, Zhao Yu actually lost, but I crushed him by 10 silver coins. Did any of you see their battle clearly? No, it's too fast, I can't see it at all." There was a lot of discussion on the audience stage, but all this has nothing to do with Su Qin. After Su Qin walked out of the Soul Master channel and simply registered the points, Su Qin returned to the one-on-one Soul Master stand and watched the soul fighting competition behind their group. Although Su Qin won easy, but the souls after him are not so easy. Most of them have experienced a hard fight before they can win the opponent. Few people think that Su Qin has such a crushing victory. Although Su Qin's spirit power is only 30th level, his spirit power quality is indeed extremely high. Even a 50th level Soul King is not necessarily as strong as Su Qin's soul power quality alone. Watching the same group of fighting spirits is free for the participating Soul Masters, but for other fighting spirits afterwards, you need to pay for tickets. Therefore, Su Qin did not continue to watch the game. The main reason was that he was shy in his pocket. He still owed a large debt, but he had no spare money to buy tickets to watch the game. Su Qin came to the place where he placed the bet and handed the special paper for the bet to the staff member. "I'm hit." The staff took the paper specially used for anti-counterfeiting in the Great Fighting Soul Field handed by Su Qin, identified it, took out a bag of money from under the table, after counting, handed it to Su Qin and said, "Sir, this is what you got this time. A total of 9 gold, 71 silver and 25 bronze." Su Qin took the purse, counted it, nodded slightly, put the purse into the bag, and turned and left the Sylphs arena. Su Qin doesn't have much money now, and he still owes foreign debts. He didn't wander around in the prosperous Sylph city and found a relatively cheap and safe hotel to stay. Su Qin returned to the room, before practicing, summed up the problems needed in today's battle, a bit underestimated the people in the world. Such mistakes should not be made again in the future. According to the rules of the Great Arena, each person can only participate in each type of fighting spirit once a day. Su Qin is alone now, no one can trust, so he did not participate in 2-on-2 and team fights. For the next month, Su Qin spent all of the time in Sylph City. Except for the daily one-on-one fights held in the Sylphs Arena in the evening, the rest of the time was rented. Practice in the small courtyard. Suqin's income from fighting in the Great Arena for the past month has exceeded 10,000 gold soul coins, so after the 300 gold soul coins that were repaid, Suqin still has more than 10,000 gold soul coins left outside of Notting College. At the level of the soul, Suqin did not treat him badly either. He moved out of the hotel and found a small yard as his temporary residence. Through this month of fighting spirits, Suqin's strength has increased exponentially, even if Suqin is only at level 30 now, without using spirit skills, even the 39th level Soul Venerable is not Suqin's opponent. Suqin knew that in the same level of the Sylph's Great Arena, there was no training partner suitable for him to improve his strength. Unless he leapfrogged and challenged the level 40 Soul Sect, Suqin had no opponents at the same level here. After much deliberation, Suqin finally decided to leapfrog the level 40 Soul Sect. In the evening, when the moon climbed up to the sky to hang, Suqin wore ordinary clothes and a hood, and went to the Sylphs Arena. Suqin is now a celebrity in the Sylphs Arena. The 30th level spirit power did not obtain the 3rd spirit ring soul, but he won 30 consecutive victories in the Soul Sovereign level fighting spirit. This is simply one incredible things. As the saying goes, there are so many popular people. After Suqin won 25 games in a row, there were some courageous xiao, who hit their minds on Suqin. Suqin quietly killed those brave people based on the principle that no one would offend me and I would not offend others, which made them feel more at ease. In order to avoid some unnecessary troubles, Suqin wears ordinary clothes when going out, not the image of a celebrity with a black cloak and a black mask. After entering the Sylphs Arena, Suqin replaced his iconic black mask and black cloak in the bathroom inside. Suqin came out of the toilet, went straight to a service desk in the Great Fighting Soul Arena, handed out his silver Fighting Soul badge, and said, "I want to challenge the level 40 Soul Sect." The receptionist at the back of the reception desk took Suqin's badge and looked at the name displayed on the badge. She looked up at Suqin for a moment. Then she noticed Suqin's dress and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. He soon recovered and said respectfully, "Okay, Qin Su's Soul Venerable. What level of 40th level Soul Sect are you going to challenge?" Suqin had already thought about this question long before he came, and he said lightly, "Silver Fighting Spirit level." Chapter 51, Black Sword vs 9 Curved Sword. The receptionist was slightly taken aback when she heard the words. She thought that Suqin was going to challenge the Iron Fighting Spirit or Bronze Fighting Spirit Soul Sect, but she didn't expect that Suqin would play such a big game from the beginning. Although the soul sects of the Silver Fighting Soul level are the same as the Iron Fighting Soul and the Bronze Fighting Soul, they are all 4-ringed soul sects, but the gap between them is also enormous. The young lady receptionist kindly reminded, "Qin Su's Soul Sovereign, there is no level limit for the leapfrog challenge. Although you are a Silver Fighting Soul Sovereign, you can also challenge Iron Fighting Soul and Bronze Fighting Soul Sect." Some people around here who are closer to here have already noticed Suqin's arrival, and they are all looking at the thorn out curiously at this time, wanting to know whether Suqin will change his mind, challenge the Iron Fighting Spirit or Bronze Fighting Spirit level Soul Sect. In their opinion, although Suqin has almost no opponents at the Soul Sovereign level, but against a strong soul at the Soul Sect level, even if the opponent is only an Iron Fighting Soul Sect, with 2 more spirit rings than Suqin, the odds of winning are also very small. So in their eyes, Suqin's wisest choice was to challenge the Soul Sect of the Iron Fighting Spirit level, so that his chances of winning would also be slightly higher. Suqin shook his head and said, "No, I will challenge the Silver Fighting Soul level Soul section." The young lady receptionist looked at Suqin in surprise, nodded and said, "Okay. Soul of Suqin, please choose your opponent." With that, the receptionist lady handed a book containing the Silver Fighting Soul level Soul Sect to Suqin. Suqin took the book and opened it and saw that there were very few things in it, only the name, spirit and spirit power level were recorded. The name is Taizhu, Wuhan Barbarian Bear, and 46th level Soul Sect. The name Gate Bolt, Martial Soul Jackal, Soul Power 46 Soul Sect. The name is Wangde, Wuhan Cudgel, and Soul Power 46. Suqin glanced briefly, and pointed to a 45th level soul sect named Hecao and said, "That's it." The receptionist took the booklet and said respectfully, "Qinsu's soul sect, please go to the one-on-one hall of the central main arena, and I will arrange it for you." "Okay." Suqin nodded, and under the leadership of another staff member, he walked towards the one-on-one lounge of the central arena. Hecao, Wuhan Jiqua Sword, Soul Power 45 Soul Sect. Like Suqin, he also uses a sword, so Suqin had the idea of competing with him. After Suqin left, the melon-eating crowds who had been on the sidelines were talking and walking quickly toward the central fighting arena. "Do you think Qinsu's soul venerable can win? Are you stupid?" Although Qinsu is a soul sovereign, he has not obtained the third spirit ring. Otherwise, his spirit power can't be at level 30, and if there is a gap of 2 spirit rings between the two sides, can he win? "Don't say it, go faster, there will be no place if you are late." The central fighting arena, one-on-one fighting area rest area. Although Suqin has won 30 consecutive victories here, it is the first time to come to this central fighting spirit arena. Looking around, the decorations here are more luxurious than other soul fighting areas, and each soul fighting platform is also better than others. The soul fighting platform in the sub-fighting arena is a bit bigger, like the one-on-one soul fighting platform that Suqin is about to board, which is a square soul fighting platform that is 50 meters long and wide. As soon as Suqin's iconic dress with a black suit and black mask appeared here, it attracted the attention of those waiting for the battle. For nearly half a month, Suqin's dress has been popular in Sylve City. Almost everyone knew of a black-clothed guest who didn't know where he came from. In the Soul Sovereign level fighting spirit of the Sylve's arena, he had won dozens of consecutive victories without a single defeat. It can be said that Suqin is already a celebrity in Sylve's arena of souls. As soon as Suqin came in, these people recognized Suqin. There was a surprised look in their eyes, all of them looked at Suqin secretly, but there was no one. When they came forward to say hello, a few people who knew each other talked together in a low voice. The staff was sending Suqin here and left. Suqin didn't know these people, and Suqin didn't plan to say hello to them. He went straight to the official plate of the Great Fighting Arena and asked skillfully, "How about Qinsu's odds?" The staff looked up at Suqin, his eyes were slightly surprised. Although Suqin came to the central fighting arena for the first time, the staff of the Great Fighting Arena had also heard of the news about Suqin. Before the game, he would pressure himself to win. In this way, Suqin obtained a large amount of gold soul coins in the Great Fighting Arena. This matter is a thing that makes people talk about it in the Great Fighting Arena. The staff looked at the screen soul guide on the table, and said to Suqin, "Qinsu Hunzun has an odds of 0.5:0.4 to Hecao Soul Sect." Suqin frowned slightly, the odds were not as high as he thought. "But if you buy too much, it's okay." Suqin took out a gold coin card that was officially given to him by the Great Fighting Soul Arena, and said, "I'm pressing Qinsu with 9,000 gold soul coins." Although Suqin has money now, it is relatively easy to make money, but he still has to save some money for emergencies. The staff member swiped Suqin's gold coin card and said, "Okay." The staff handed the gold coin card and a piece of paper to Suqin and said, "Sir, please take it away." Suqin nodded, took his things, and led by a staff member on the side, came to the one-on-one soul master watching area of the central fighting arena to watch the game. A soul master who can fight souls in the central arena, no matter what level he is, in addition to gambling and fighting, is generally capable. The battle between these soul masters was not small for Suqin now. After a few battles on the one-on-one soul fighting stage, it was finally Su Qin's turn. A pretty girl dressed in a bunny girl stood in the middle of the battlefield. She waved to the surrounding stands and said, "The battle that will be held next is a rare challenge. The one who initiated this challenge it is in the Sylphs Arena, the dark horse who has won 30 consecutive victories in the past month. The soul of Qin Su, who is known as the Black Sword. The object of his challenge is Jukwa Sword Hoko. He Cao Soul Zone is here." The Arena of Souls used to have a staggering 11 consecutive victories, and there are also some famous soul sect masters. After all, Qin Su's soul sect was able to defeat his opponent as always and won his 31st straight victory, or he Cao soul sect to end the black clothes sword Qin Su's soul. Let us wait and see. Next, please come on the battlefield. With the introduction of the bunny girl host, the two doors on both sides of the fighting platform opened silently at the same time, and both sides entered at the same time and headed towards the center of the fighting platform. On the left is Su Qin dressed in black with a black face, holding a wooden sword in his hand, and wearing an iconic outfit. On the right is a tall middle-aged man with a gloomy face, he Cao, who is known as the Nine Curved Sword. Chapter 52, the fight begins. Su Qin and he Cao walked to stand on both sides of the soul fighting platform. Su Qin looked at he Cao's eyes very calmly, but he Cao looked at Su Qin in his eyes, full of resentment. He Cao can't figure it out. There are so many silver fighting soul level 40th level soul sects, why choose him? It must be that this kid sees that his spirit power is not as high as that of others, and thinks that he is easy to bully, which is simply too disgusting. Later, he must let this kid see how powerful he is. Please pay attention to both parties. From now on, you will have 1 minute to summon your martial arts spirit. When I announce the start, you can attack. Until one party concedes, falls out of the fighting spirit stage. The bunny girl said, while taking advantage of this short time, she headed towards the host table beside the fighting spirit stage. Boy, I will let you see how powerful my Jukujian is, and let you know that choosing me as an opponent is the worst decision you have ever made in your life. He Cao faced Su Qin and viciously Tao. He said, his eyes were cold, a long sword about 3 feet long, the blade is not as straight as a normal long sword, but a long sword with 9 bends similar to a Malay sword, the whole body is green, the light is from it can be seen from here that this sword is extremely poisonous, and at the same time 4 spirit rings, 1 white, 1 yellow and double purple, appeared on his body, floating up and down rhythmically, demonstrating the strength of his 4-ringed soul sect. Unlike he Cao's big battle, Su Qin was very calm, nodded slightly, stood holding a sword, and said slightly, "Please advise." Seeing Su Qin's movements, he Cao's anger grew stronger in his eyes. This kid looked down upon himself. Even the spirit ring is not displayed. How could this little 30th level soul sovereign dare to be so presumptuous in front of him? He must let this kid know what the consequences of despising him are. Make him regret standing here. The audience screamed loudly in the audience watching this scene on the fighting soul stage. Some complained about Su Qin's pretense, some thought that Su Qin must have some powerful force behind him, and some thought that Su Qin was looking for death. There are all kinds of ideas. VIP Room 1. A young man wearing a gorgeous robe with a confident smile on his face and broken golden hair. There was a little curiosity in his eyes, pointing to the black-robed man Su Qin on the left side of the soul fighting stage, and smiled, "This is the kid you said has only 2 rings but has won 30 games in a row at the soul sovereign level." "Yes, His Royal Highness. I think it would be a great thing for His Royal Highness to include this person under his command." A young man in a gorgeous robe stroked his chest and saluted. The young man known as His Royal Highness nodded and said, "Brother Guo said politely. This is the first time I have seen a soul venerable with only 2 spirit rings, and he dared to challenge the 4th ring soul sect. This kid is a bit interesting. No matter if I win or lose, I want to see this kid after this fight." "Yes, Your Royal Highness. VIP room number 10. An old 60-year-old man wearing Wuhan Hall clothing looked at Su Qin on the soul fighting stage with piercing eyes, and muttered, Su Qin? Haha, that's interesting. The fight begins. As the host's voice fell not far away, the battle was about to start. A vicious look on He Cao's face flashed, and the first and third spirit rings flashed on He Cao's body. The green light floated on the 9 curved sword in He Cao's hand, and his figure quickly approached Su Qin. He Cao's route was not straight, but swimming forward like a poisonous snake. Although it was so, the speed was at all slower than going straight, on the contrary, he went up a little faster. Su Qin hadn't entrusted him with a big deal. He had to wait until the opponent was close to launch an attack. It was not strong, it was a brain problem. Su Qin's eyes flashed, and He Cao's speed was faster than Su Qin expected, but he was still within the acceptable range. Su Qin stood still on the spot, holding a wooden sword and raising it, and quickly swung several swords in the directions that He Cao was advancing. Several half-moon arc-like sword lights flew out of Su Qin's sword, sealing the several directions He Cao moved forward, forcing He Cao to change the forward position. He Cao looked at the oncoming sword lights and narrowed his eyes slightly. He did not choose to face it hard. As Su Qin expected, he gave up the swaying forward and turned straight towards Su Qin. Su Qin's hands kept moving, and once again swung several sword lights towards He Cao, who rushed forward. Su Qin followed He Cao's sword light, blocking He Cao's left and right positions, and he had to face Su Qin directly. Count Dao Jianmeng! Damn it! He Cao cursed in a low voice, looking at Jianmeng in front of him. He stomped on his right foot and pulled it straight up to a height of 7 or 8 meters, avoiding Su Qin's attack dangerously. Seeing He Cao hanging in the air, Su Qin's mouth hidden under the mask turned up slightly, as if he swung several sword lights at He Cao in the air. This time He Cao, who was in mid-air, wanted to avoid it. Difficult. At the same time, Su Qin, who had not moved, also moved, stepped lightly, and quickly approached He Cao. He Cao watched Su Qin's attack without an annoyed look on his face. On the contrary, there was a strange smile on his face, and he laughed loudly, Go to hell. The fourth spirit ability, Jian Yu. Behind He Cao, hundreds of emerald green 9 curved swords quickly emerged. With his finger, dozens of long swords smashed the sword light in front of him, and the remaining swords were headed towards Su Qin. Su Qin looked at the dozens of swords falling in the air, and a surprised look flashed in his eyes. It is difficult to know the range of group skills, but it is difficult to obtain this kind of group skills. It is a bit unbelievable and easy at the same time. Confused by him, thinking that all his skills are agile attack, when he sacrifices this trick, it usually has a miraculous effect. Su Qin's figure quickly dodged, while constantly swinging his sword to defend against some attacks that failed to dodge. Therefore, Su Qin's advancing speed inevitably slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, He Cao had already landed in the air, panting slightly, and continued to use his snakeskin walking position, quickly approaching Su Qin. When Su Qin's Yu Guang saw He Cao approaching quickly, he was always vigilant in his heart. At the same time, Su Qin also changed the direction of dodge and approached He Cao. He Cao looked at Su Qin, who was approaching, with a ruthless look flashing in his eyes, and continued to show his snakeskin's position, swaying close to Su Qin. When the people in the stands saw this scene, all of them opened their eyes wide, and they didn't yell in a tacit understanding. They looked at the two nervously, wanting to know who will win the collision that is about to usher in. Everyone in the VIP box saw this scene with playful smiles. Chapter 53, Let End Number 039, S Die Together. VIP Room 1. His Royal Highness Prince Sylve smiled at the person standing aside and asked, Brother Guo, who do you think can win this battle of souls? I'm not talented here, in my opinion, what should the winner be? The young man on the side saluted. The prince smiled and said, "Why?" The young man cleared his throat and said, "Although Chinsu has won 30 consecutive victories at the 30th Soul Venerable level, it is indeed very powerful. It is difficult for Chinsu to win. First of all, although Chinsu is a Soul Venerable, there are only 2 spirit rings, and his opponent, Cao, is a spirit sect with 4 spirit rings and a spirit power of 45. The difference between the two of them is 15 spirit power and 2,000-year spirit rings. In the face of absolute strength, any skill is much inferior. Secondly, Cao not only has more combat experience than Su Qin, but also has a group attack spirit ability. Under these conditions, Chinsu wants to win, that's too difficult." The prince nodded with a smile, and said, "What you said is reasonable. However, I think that the one named Chinsu might win." The young man nodded, and did not argue with the prince. After the battle, it was clear to the meeting. On the stage of fighting the soul, Cao's mind moved, and the remaining 20 sword shadows in the air blocked all the way of Su Qin, leaving only a palm-wide space on his back. After a few changes in his figure, it came behind Su Qin. Cao finally used the second spirit ability that he hadn't used for a long time at this moment. The second spirit ring on his body flashed light, and he drank softly, second spirit ability, Fang Stab. Above the Jew-bending sword in Cao's right hand, a green light flickered, and his right hand shook, slamming towards the heart behind Su Qin. Without the slightest bit of Lu Huzu, his attack was to kill Su Qin. Su Qin was in a situation where he was blocked by attacks in all directions. What kind of attacks were used in all directions? If ordinary people encounter such an attack by Cao, even if they are immortal, they will still be disabled. This shows that Cao's heart is vicious. Seeing these attacks, Su Qin sighed in his heart. It seemed that this time he couldn't use spirit abilities, and his strength still needs to be improved. When Su Qin thought, his whole person moved behind Cao in an instant. Su Qin didn't show any mercy to him because the other party was so cruel to him. The wooden sword in his hand looked like Hishao, and it stabbed at Hishao's heart. Cao was still wondering why Su Qin in front of him suddenly disappeared, but he also realized something with the strong wind coming from his back. Cao didn't have time to think about what was going on, and his body dodged to the left subconsciously. However, Cao's movements were finally over a bit, and he did not completely escape Su Qin's stabbing. The wooden sword pierced Cao's right shoulder, blood soaked his clothes, and dyed his right shoulder red. Cao grunted, his eyes full of anger, and his left hand was pulled. After seeing the sword right, he didn't even look at it, and stabbed it hard. Su Qin hit with one blow without nostalgia and immediately retreated with his sword. Seeing the Jiuque sword coming down 3 lanes towards him very quickly, Su Qin's eyes hidden under the mask twitched and cursed secretly, "Damn, sinister." Su Qin didn't have it in his hands nor was he idle. With a quick turn of his right hand, the wooden sword in his hand blocked the attacking Jiuque dangerously, before he attacked his third lane, he blocked the Jiuque. While Su Qin breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, an anger surged in his eyes. "If you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous." When Su Qin thought, he teleported directly to Cao's right side. There was no emotion in his eyes. He held the wooden sword in his hand and lifted it from the bottom up, directly cutting off Cao's right hand. "What?" Cao, whose right arm was directly severed, uttered a scream like a dead pig. His left hand hurriedly covered the wound on the broken arm of his right hand to prevent it from bleeding. At the same time, the whole person was not idle, showing a snakeskin move. Quickly opened the distance with Su Qin. How could Su Qin let him go so easily? Su Qin stepped on his feet, his figure flashed, and he teleported to Cao. The moment Su Qin appeared, the sword in his hand was pierced towards his lower third road. From the perspective of other people, it was he fuck that he ran into Suchin's sword. What? The wooden sword cut off he Cao's hope for the next 3 roads, and the sword that cut off his descendants and grandchildren made him utter the most tragic cry in his life. The blood from his lower body could not be stopped, and his pants were dyed red, and his fighting spirit was dyed red. The ground of the platform. The severe pain made he Cao unable to keep standing. He fell to the ground. Blood flowed from his lower body and right shoulder, staining the ground. Suddenly, he Cao didn't know where to cover the wound first. Suchin stood 1 meter away from he Cao who fell to the ground, glanced at he Cao who was asking for trouble on the ground, turned to the host on the referee's bench and said, "The result can be announced." "No. I haven't lost yet." He Cao shouted ferociously, interrupting the host who was about to speak. Suchin turned to look at him, and said lightly, "You no longer have the ability to fight souls with me." He Cao looked at Suchin with a grim face, suddenly laughed, with an expression of pain in his eyes, and roared, "You ruined my happiness. You broke my right arm. Don't even want to live, go with me hell." The 4th soul skill, Jian Yu. He Cao raised his head slightly, and shouted at Suchin hoarsely. This sound seemed to have drained all of his strength. His head touched the ground weakly, his eyes staring at Suchin suddenly, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Smile. In the midair of the fighting soul platform, at this moment, a dense cluster of 9 curved swords suddenly appeared. From the surface alone, there were more than 809 curved swords floating on it. The shadow of the 9 curved sword and sword like a dark cloud formed in the air, a piece of emerald green, giving a strong sense of oppression. The 9 curved sword and sword shadow in midair covered a 25-meter diameter range beside Su and Qin. Suddenly, it fell like a torrential rain. He Cao's attack range this time also includes himself. He was made into a hole by Suchin, and he no longer wanted to live, he couldn't live, and Suchin didn't want to live either. He Cao looked at the sword shadow falling from mid-air like a torrential rain, with a smile on his face, and weakly said, "Now, even if you have teleport skills, don't even think about running. Die with me." Ha ha ha. Suchin glanced at what he was crazy about, and sighed in his heart, "Why are you, didn't I tell you, my teleport can be used continuously, can your attack hit me? Quick! Open the defensive cover of the soul fighting platform." Chapter 54, Invite. Quick! Open the protective cover. The bunny girl hostess looked at this scene and shouted anxiously. The staff on the side also opened the protective cover in a hurry. A layer of light blue defensive cover quickly rose from below the soul fighting platform, and one breathing effort covered the entire soul fighting platform. The audience on the audience stage, seeing this scene, was scared to stand up, or the crowd who had run out a bit far away to eat melons, and then slowly breathed a sigh of relief. They did not expect that they would watch the fighting spirit once a day. Almost took his own life. The 2 princes in VIP room number 1 saw this scene, and their eyes were shocked, and they did not expect such a thing to happen. The old man in VIP room number 10, seeing this scene, directly shot the scene, his eyes flashed with anger. He just wanted to stop the incident, but after thinking about it, he didn't make a move. Rumble. He Cao's powerful attack landed on the soul fighting platform, making a violent roar, splashing a lot of dust, covering the entire soul fighting platform, and the smoke filled the entire one-on-one soul fighting platform, letting the spectators can't see exactly what the result is on the fighting spirit stage. At this moment everyone looked nervously at the fighting spirit stage, wanting to know what the result was like. Cough cough cough. A few coughs came from the smoke, and Suchin, wearing a black mask and a black cloak with a blood pattern on his body, slowly walked out of the smoke. He slowly raised his head, facing the host desk on the side, and said in a hoarse voice, "Now, can you announce that you have taken it?" The bunny girl in charge of the host watched this scene, her eyes were shocked, and she turned to look at a staff member. The staff member quickly realized that he came to the sight of the smoke in the center of the soul fighting platform. 3 spirit rings, 1 white, 1 yellow and 1 purple, appeared on his body. His second spirit ring flashed slightly, and he sucked at the smoke. After taking a big breath, the smoke quickly flowed toward his mouth, and after only 3 or 4 breaths, all the smoke on the fighting platform was inhaled by him. Immediately, another staff member ran up from the fighting spirit stage, came to the corpse of his CAO on the fighting spirit stage, carefully inspected it, quickly ran back to the host stage, and said something to the bunny girl in charge. The expression on the host's face gradually changed from shock to unbelievable. Her excellent professionalism quickly brought her back to her senses. To the audience in the audience, she excitedly announced, "The winner of this battle of souls is the Black Sword Chinsu. Let us congratulate him on his 31st consecutive victories. Chinsu! Chinsu! Chinsu!" The audience in the audience heard the host's official speech, and suddenly shouted Su Qin's name with excitement. Su Qin nodded slightly on the fighting spirit stage, and under the enthusiastic shouts of the audience, he staggered and left the fighting spirit stage slowly. The Soul Master passage that was not long, this time Su Qin walked a little longer. At the end of the passage, Su Qin saw 3 people. One was an old man with grey hair but wearing Wahundian costumes, one was a man with a gorgeous robe and golden hair, and the other was standing beside this blonde man. Next, a brown-haired man with slightly inferior clothes. Seeing these 3 people, although Su Qin's eyes did not change, there were waves in his heart, and it was indeed a little bit public recently. Su Qin ignored them, came to the staff on the side, handed out the silver fighting soul badge, and registered the points. After simply registering the points, Su Qin seemed to have not seen them, and walked slowly in the direction of leaving. "Brother Chinsu, please stay." A soft cry came from behind. Su Qin stopped, turned around slowly, looked at the brown-haired man who was talking, and asked, "What's the matter with you?" "My name is Guo Dai, and this one next to me is His Royal Highness, the Prince of the Kingdom of Sylves. He has something to discuss with you. I don't know if I can talk about it." The brown-haired man laughed. "Yes." Su Qin thought for a moment and nodded. "Hello, Brother Chinsu, this is not a place to talk, let's change a place and talk slowly." The blonde young man smiled and stretched out his hand. Seeing this, Su Qin stretched out his hand to shake hands with him slightly and questioned, nodded, and said, "His Royal Highness Lao." At this moment, the old man in white who had been standing by without speaking also spoke. He smiled and said, "The old man has a story with Chinsu, I wonder if he can be with His Royal Highness." A look of anger flashed through the eyes of the prince, but a smile on his face said, "Naturally, it is possible. Vice Hall Master Chen please." "Ha ha ha, then there will be Prince Lao." The white-haired Vice Palace Master Chen smiled. After that, the 4 people left the Sylvester Arena together and came to the most luxurious hotel in the vicinity. With the identity of the prince, a few people arrived in the most luxurious box here. His Royal Highness sits in the first place, Guoda sits on the right side of the prince, and the Vice Hall Master Chen sits a few places away from the left side of the prince. Su Qin sits opposite the prince. The table in front of the few people was full of various exquisite food and wine. The prince raised the wine in the glass and said to Su Qin with respect, "First of all, congratulations to Brother Chinsu on his 31st consecutive victories. I respect you for this cup." Su Qin looked at the wine glass in front of him, did not move, looked up at His Royal Highness directly, and said, "Your Royal Highness, I wonder if you have anything to do with me?" Still looking straight. The prince put down the wine glass in his hand, looked at Su Qin with a black mask, and smiled, "Brother Chinsu already knows that I am the prince, why not take off the mask first?" Su Qin shook his head and said, "I hope your highness will forgive me, I can't take the mask." Brother Qin, in front of the prince, How can you be so rude? Hurry up and take off the mask? Isn't the appearance under your mask revealing? Guoda frowned. Su Qin shook his head and said, I'm afraid it won't work. Is it because the prince wants me to take off the mask? Guoda wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the prince on the side. His Royal Highness smiled and said, since you don't want to take it, don't take it. I have heard Brother Guo say that a ruthless man has come in the arena of souls at Sylves these days. I see it today. I am very interested. I don't know if you want to join my subordinate. I heard that you have not obtained the third spirit ring. As long as you join my subordinate, not only your third spirit ring, but what you need for your future breakthrough for all spirit rings, I will prepare a spirit ring suitable for you. I wonder if you are satisfied with this condition. After the prince finished speaking, he looked at Su Qin with confident eyes. In his opinion, his condition was already very good. Chapter 55, Decline and Leave. In the eyes of the prince, the reason why Su Qin showed himself so amorphously was to attract the attention of a big power like him. Only in this way can Su Qin obtain a third spirit ring suitable for him, and what he needs in the future. The opportunity for him, so that his future achievements can be higher. Therefore, under such generous conditions, Su Qin would definitely agree to join him under his command. My Wuhan Hall can also provide such conditions, and also allow you to study in the Pope Hall. At this time, Vice Palace Master Chen, who had been watching again, spoke. The prince slapped the table, pointed at Deputy Palace Master Chen, and said angrily, Deputy Palace Master Chen, what do you mean? His Royal Highness was very angry at this time. The Spirit Hall had broken a lot of his good deeds before. Since he dared to fight him face to face at this time, this is not to put the Crown Prince of the Kingdom of Sylves in his eyes. Vice Hall Master Chen smiled and said, His Royal Highness, I don't mean anything. I just offered Qin Su my conditions. After all, it is the honor of many soul masters to join my Spirit Hall. I would also be willing before Qin Su joined my Wuhan Hall. What do you think, Qin Su? Qin Su, join my subordinate, I will definitely prepare a soul bone for you in the future. The prince looked at Su Qin and said sincerely. Vice Hall Master Chen chuckled, and said, My Spirit Hall is fine too. As long as you perform well enough, my Spirit Hall can definitely give you more than one soul bone. Deputy Palace Master Chen, don't deceive people too much. His Royal Highness looked at Vice Palace Master Chen, gritted his teeth. His Royal Highness has misunderstood. I'm just showing my sincerity in the Wuhan Temple. Vice Hall Master Chen laughed. His Royal Highness snorted coldly and turned to Su Qin and said, If you join my subordinates, I will now make you an earl and grant you a corresponding fief. At the same time, the conditions I said before still work. You are willing to join me? Is he under? Vice Hall Master Chen was a little surprised. Since the prince directly revealed the temptation of aristocratic identity and fiefdom, he chuckled twice, and said, Qin Su, although my Wuhan Hall does not give you noble titles and fiefdoms, it can be better. Your corresponding status and cultivation resources. What my Spirit Hall can give you is definitely not less than that of His Royal Highness. Do you want to join my Spirit Hall? The Crown Prince and the Deputy Palace Master Chen were not talking about anything, but handed over the right to choose to Su Qin and let him make the final choice. Guo Dai, the prince's subordinate, only said a word at the very beginning, and then he didn't make any speeches. He also wanted to speak, but there are big men on both sides, he is not qualified to interrupt. Su Qin wears a mask. Several people can't see what Su Qin's expression looks like after the mask. They can only observe the changes in Su Qin's expression through Su Qinlu's outside eyes. However, Su Qin's expression has always remained calm, leaving several people wondering what Su Qin is. What kind of phase method? Su Qin didn't want to join any party, so he didn't catch a cold with the conditions they put forward. Su Qin arched his hands to the two of them, Thank you, His Royal Highness and Vice Hall Master Chen, for your love. But I like a free and unrestrained life, I am afraid I will let them down. I'm sorry, I won't accompany you more. Now, I will leave first. After speaking, Su Qin immediately got up, turned and walked towards the door. Seeing that Su Qin was leaving, the prince also stood up in surprise, and said, "If you don't think it will work, we can discuss it again. Don't leave in a hurry." Su Qin didn't look back when he heard this. He just stretched out his hand and waved it, and said, "Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for your kindness. I understand it with my heart." Vice Hall Master Chen looked at Su Qin's back, with a weird smile on his face, and slowly said, "Qin Su, or you should call you Su Qin. Are you sure you want to refuse my invitation to the Wuhan Hall?" Su Qin, who was walking slowly, was slightly taken aback, but was still discovered. Although he was slightly surprised, Su Qin also guessed about this situation. Su Qin still walked outwards unhurriedly, waved his hand and said, "Vice Palace Master Chen, you have admitted the wrong person. I may join the Wuhan Hall in the future, but please give me some time to consider it now." Su Qin knew what consequences might happen if an ordinary person offends the Spirit Hall. Not only the Spirit Hall, but any big power, if they are simply rejected by others, the way for that person is definitely not easy. Although Su Qin didn't want to join the Martial Soul Palace for the time being, there was no need to offend the other party. There was still a long way to go. Vice Palace Master Chen chuckled twice and said, "Then I look forward to your answer." Click. Su Qin left the box with the sound of closing the door. His Royal Highness frowned and looked at Vice Hall Master Chen, and asked in a deep voice, "What did you mean by that? Who is Su Qin?" Vice Hall Master Chen chuckled, and did not answer the prince's words, slightly bent over, and said, "His Royal Highness, you eat slowly, I will leave first." After finishing speaking, Vice Hall Master Chen got up and left the box. Only the prince and Guoda were left in the box. The prince turned to look at Guoda and said, "Do you know who Su Qin is?" Guoda shook his head and said, "I don't know." The prince frowned and said, "Check it out for me, I want to know who Su Qin is." "Yes." Guoda respectfully said. Su Qin went out of the box, left the Sylves restaurant, and returned to the Sylves arena. He received the bet he won and the bonus for the victory of the soul, and put the gold soul coins into the heart of the ocean. Su Qin left the Sylves arena of souls. After leaving the great fighting arena, Sakin Bazaar went around, and then entered a small tavern mixed with fish and dragons. He quietly changed his clothes and put away his masks. Dressed in general, dressed himself as an ordinary person. But this is the case, Su Qin's unopened face is also delicate, which makes people know that it is extraordinary. Su Qin frowned slightly, what he wanted now was low-key, which was almost meaningless. After thinking about it, Su Qin finally dressed himself up as a little nobleman. Although his face was still a bit surprisingly handsome, it looked much more normal. Su Qin stayed in the tavern for a while, and after listening to the bragging of the people in the tavern for a while, he left the tavern, found a fairly ordinary hotel, and stayed overnight. Early the next morning, Su Qin left the hotel, found a carriage, and headed towards the imperial capital of the Tiandu Empire. Although the speed of riding a carriage will be much slower, this is also in line with the style of the nobleman, and it will not give people a sense of abnormality and make people doubt his identity. Sylve City could no longer stay, and it was time to leave. Chapter 56, Tiandu City. Sylve City, in Wuhan Hall, a luxurious office. Deputy Hall Master, people are lost. 5 ordinary dressed people stood in a row with their heads down, headed by a young man. All of them lowered their heads, not daring to look up at Vice Palace Master Chen. Vice Hall Master Chen sat behind the table, looked up at these people, and said angrily, "I'm lost? Then go and look for it. Do you still need me to teach you?" "Yes. Yes." Yes. Let's go now. Originally, Suqin only needed 2 or 3 days to reach Tiandu city, but it took 7 days to arrive in a carriage. In the past few days, Suqin did not go to waste, except for the necessary diet. Suqin was practicing. At the south gate of Tiandu city, Suqin got out of the carriage here. In addition to the carriage that Suqin was riding in, there were many other carriages parked here, waiting for guests who might go out. Tiandu city is the largest and one of the 2 most prosperous cities on the mainland. The walls of Tiandu city are as high as 100 meters, and they are all repaired from the hardest granite. Each of the soldiers patrolling and standing guard is up and down the city. The whole body armor, holding a spear, and the murderous air exuding from them, you can see its brilliance. The tall city gate is 10 meters long and 10 meters wide, enough for 6 rides to run in parallel. There are 2 auxiliary gates beside it, which are also 5 meters high and wide. Pedestrians can only enter through the auxiliary gate, and the central gate is tightly closed. Suqin looked at such a magnificent city gate, feeling slightly in his heart. When he was about to enter the city, Suqin deliberately looked at the bulletin board at the gate of the city. He didn't see the recruitment information of the Blue BA Advanced Soul Master Academy. He thought to himself that it seemed that Lu Erlong's academy had not yet completed its expansion. Suqin retracted his gaze and followed the flow of people into Heaven Do City. Although it is only at the city gate, the prosperity here is dozens of times more prosperous than the commercial center of Niachin. However, the vendors here basically serve ordinary people or low-level spirit masters, and Suqin rarely sees spirit masters above level 30 staying here. Suqin simply scanned the environment here, came to a grocery store, and spent a silver coin to buy a more detailed map of Heaven Do City. After all, Suqin is here for the first time, so it is better to buy a map to recognize the way, otherwise if you get lost in this Heaven Do City, it will make people laugh. This map has a brief introduction to the streets of Tiandu City, as well as the shops and hotels in various places. According to the description, Suqin found a hotel suitable for his little noble status. It was in the evening when Suqin left the hotel and came to a small tavern where dragons and snakes were mixed. Suqin was wearing ordinary clothes, and the upper half of his face wore a pure white mask that had been prepared a long time ago. So King Gong has already entered here, and some people in the tavern turned their eyes to Suqin, but they all looked back soon. Suqin pretended not to see it, and went straight to the bar counter in the pub, using the pseudophonic skills he had learned before, making a young and hoarse voice, and said, "Give me a glass of the best wine here." "Okay. Wait a minute," the middle-aged bartender said. The bartender took out a large glass, filled Suqin with a large glass of wine, brought it to Suqin, and smiled, "This is the best wine in this shop, a cup of 10 silver coins." Suqin took the wine glass and took a sip. The entrance was slightly spicy, which is considered to be the better one of ordinary wines. Suqin nodded slightly, took out a gold soul coin and moved it over on the bar, then whispered, "Where are the black market and underground fighting arena here?" What Suqin wants now is a low-key improvement in strength, but Suqin already has some reputation in the arena of souls, and going to the arena of souls in major cities is not a wise choice. However, in addition to the semi-official arena of souls, there are also black markets and underground arenas of souls hidden in the underground dark world. This news was learned by Suqin by chance, but Suqin had not taken it to heart before. Until what happened before, if Suqin wanted to develop in a low-key manner, he had to step into these dark and low worlds. As the name suggests, the black market is a bazaar where things are traded in the underground world of unknown origin. But the underground arena is not so simple. The rules of the underground fighting arena are much less than those of the semi-official big fighting arena, and at the same time they are much more brutal. In the great fighting arena in major cities, the game is the most popular way of fighting souls, which is a way of fighting souls that can't hurt the opponent's life. Underground fighting souls is different. Unless the opponent concedes defeat, he must be born and die. The winner wins, the dead loses. The bartender did not take the gold coins, but raised an index finger and whispered, "Add 10 gold coins." Su Qin frowned slightly under the mask, pretending to hesitate a little, took out 10 gold coins and handed them over, saying, "Be more specific." The bartender saw the gold coin handed by Su Qin and accepted it with satisfaction. He took a glass of ale, sat down opposite Su Qin, and said, "The black market and the underground arena are in the same place. Simply put, the underground arena is in the center of the black market. The black market is located in the slums in the north of the city. You can find it there. A tavern decorated with auction hammers and wine glasses is the entrance to the black market." Su Qin continued to listen, but seeing that the bartender did not continue to speak, his eyebrows were slightly frowned, and he asked in a low voice, "It's gone." The bartender took a sip of ale and said, "There is more, but I need to add money, 1 gold coin. What else do you want to ask?" Su Qin was taken aback, looking at the bartender in front of him, and he realized that this person was really bullying him, a stranger, and wanted to cheat his money. Su Qin frowned, staring at the bartender, anger flashed in his eyes, and said in a low voice, "Do you know what you are doing?" The bartender looked at Su Qin with a smile, and said, "The news is a gold coin. If you want to ask, you can pay. If you don't have it, please leave." Su Qin looked at the somewhat arrogant bartender in front of him and said, "You have bad rules, right?" The bartender took a shot of the ale on the table, stood up, looked at Su Qin condescendingly, his eyes were full of playful meaning, and said, "In my case, what I say is the rules. I left it here. A message is 10 gold coins. If you want to pay, please leave. If you don't." When the bartender said this, some of the burly men in the tavern stood up one by one, walking towards Su Qin with unkind eyes, forming an encirclement and faintly surrounding Su Qin in the middle. Some other customers in the tavern looked at here with a faint smile on their faces, drinking small wines, and waiting to watch a good show. Chapter 57, Phoenix Pattern Wine Gourd. Su Qin looked at the several strong men who surrounded him, narrowed his eyes, and sighed softly, "Hey, this is what you asked for." Su Qin leaned forward and swiped his right hand in a circle, knocking the bartender in front of him into flight. Seeing that Su Qin actually dared to do something, each of them was possessed by martial spirits, and they threw their fists towards Su Qin. They basically all had one white spirit ring. Only 2 of them had 2 spirit rings, but they were all white. 1 yellow. These people are all beast spirits. After completing the possession of the spirits, their bodies become stronger and their muscles are tall and bulging, showing their strength. Su Qin turned around, still holding a wooden sword in his hand, just a pick, a stab, and a slash. The movements were simple and brisk. Each sword fell on a person, leaving a deep bone wound on his body, and then hit the back of the sword to knock it off. Just a few short swords, Su Qin was flying the burly men who had besieged him. Su Qin received the sword and took back the 11 golden soul coins he had handed out on the bar. Glancing at the bartender who vomited blood and fell to the ground, the bartender, who hadn't gotten up for a long time, showed a copper soul coin in his right hand. With a light flick, it hit his face and said lightly, "This money will be used as your medical expenses." After speaking, Su Qin turned and walked outside the tavern. The people watching in the tavern saw this scene with wide-eyed eyes and an unbelievable look. They just watched blankly, and no one dared to say a word, for fear of being implicated. The bartender looked at the copper soul coin beside him, and while his eyes flashed with fear, he whispered bitterly, "You will pay for your actions." Su Qin left the tavern, and according to what the bartender said before, in the slums north of Tiandu City, he found the somewhat dilapidated tavern with signs with auction hammers and wine glasses. Su Qin went straight in and looked around. There were not many people here, only a few people. The clothes these people were wearing were a bit old, and there was basically a glass of muddy ale in front of them. When they saw Su Qin coming in, they only glanced at them a little, and then continued to drink. The bartender behind the bar is an unshaven uncle. There is a half-drinking ale in front of him. He watched Su Qin come in, raised his eyelids slightly, and asked in a hoarse voice, "There is only ale, would you like a drink?" Su Qin did not answer, came to the bar, handed out a gold soul coin, and said, "Lead the way." The uncle looked at the golden soul coin handed out by Su Qin, his eyes brightened, took the golden soul coin, stood up and walked towards the door behind him, and said, "Follow me." Su Qin followed the steps of the uncle, through the door leading to the depths of the tavern, to the basement full of wine barrels, opened a floor in the middle of the basement, and a ladder leading to the depths of the underground appeared in front of Su Qin. The uncle pointed to the stairs and said, "That's it." Su Qin nodded and walked down the ladder. When Su Qin's body was completely below the ground, the uncle recovered the entrance of the ladder, turned and left here. The ladder is a bit long, about 20 meters long, and there are kerosene lamps on the surrounding walls to illuminate the entrance of about 3 square meters. It didn't take long for Su Qin to get off the ladder and came to a room of about 3 square meters. The place was illuminated by a faint kerosene lamp. Su Qin turned and saw a closed door. Su Qin walked to the door a few steps, opened the door and walked out. So far, Su Qin has come to the underground black market. Su Qin is in front of a very lively underground market. There are many people strolling around here, buying some favorite things from the small vendors on the street. It looks the same as those regular places, but it sells them here. Some things are wrong. Su Qin simply took a few glances, then closed the door, and walked along the road in front of him towards the huge open-air fighting spirit arena in the Black City Center. Su Qin walked through the hawker on the street and walked in quickly. Su Qin suddenly saw something, stopped in front of the hawker, squatted down, pointed at the thing and asked, "How much is this thing?" It was a wine gourd with a phoenix spreading its wings engraved on the surface, and 2 mung bean-sized red spars were inlaid in the eyes of the phoenix. This hawker is a middle-aged man of about 30 years old. There is a fierce scar on his right face from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth. He followed Su Qin's gaze and saw the wine gourd, with 5 fingers outstretched. 500 gold soul coins. Su Qin threw a money bag with his right hand, took the wine gourd in his hand, and said, 500 gold soul coins, you can tap it. The brawny man took the money bag and nodded, okay. That thing belongs to you. Su Qin took the wine gourd, got up and left, and continued to head towards the fighting arena in the center. Su Qin looked at the wine gourd in his hand, thought about it, and tried to input a trace of soul power into it. The phoenix eyes on the wine gourd flashed with red light, and Su Qin felt that there were 2 spaces of about 30 cubic decimeters in the 2 red crystals. The corners of Su Qin's mouth turned up slightly, and there will be something to hold wine later. Su Qin hung the wine gourd directly on his left waist and continued along the road towards the arena of souls. It didn't take long before Su Qin arrived at the entrance of this underground fighting arena. Standing at the door here is a woman wearing a surname Gonbeilu. Most people who enter here have to stay here for a while, which is equivalent to a front desk. Su Qin came to this woman and said in a young and somewhat hoarse voice, I'm here to participate in the underground fighting. The woman looked at Su Qin with a charming smile, and said, Sir, the registration fee is 1 gold soul coin. How do we call you? Su Qin took out a gold soul coin and handed it over, you can call me Qin Feng. The woman bent down and manipulated it on the desk at the front desk, and handed a black iron badge with Qin Feng's name to Su Qin, saying, Mr. Qin Feng, this is your identity badge. You need to show it when you participate in the fight. Your badge. When the woman bends down, Su Qin can see her proud weapon. Although the weapon is indeed very powerful and the woman is not bad in length, Su Qin's eyes are always calm. Su Qin has no interest in such a woman. Su Qin took the badge engraved with his new vest and left it without it. From the entrance beside the woman, he entered this underground dark arena of souls. Suqin entered the gate of the underground fighting arena, walked through a somewhat long corridor, and came to the hall of the underground fighting arena. Chapter 58, Who else? The hall is about the size of 2 basketball courts. The overall layout of the hall is black. There are more than a dozen shops around it. There is often people coming in and out. There is a huge stone stele in the center. Only those whose badges are of top masonry level can engrave their names on this stele. At present, there are only more than 300 names on this stele. The badge level here is the same as the badge level of the Colosseum. Suqin's eyes quickly swept over these names. Most of these names were code names, and there was no name Suqin had heard. Suqin walked around the monument to kill God, followed the sign hanging on the road, walked through the hall, and came to the entrance marked with fighting spirits. At this entrance, there stood 2 fierce-looking staff members wearing dark black clothes. In front of the staff member on the right, there was a table on which there was a crystal ball for testing soul power. The staff on the right said, "Sir, please show your badge level and test your current spirit power level." Suqin nodded, took out the badge and handed it to the staff member, placing his right hand on the crystal ball casually. The staff took a look at the badge, looked at the crystal ball glowing with white light, handed the badge back, and said, "Mr. Qin Feng, please go to the 10th spirit fighting area to participate in the spirit fighting." Suqin took the things and walked in from the entrance between the 2 of them. After walking about 10 meters, a winding staircase appeared in front of Suqin. There were 8 doors on the first floor below the stairs, each measuring 1 to 8 minutes. The soul fighting area, and the next level is the soul fighting area of 9 to 18 points, descending successively. There are 6 levels in total. Suqin narrowed his eyes, walked down the stairs, and walked straight into the 10th fighting spirit area. Pushing the door and entering, Suqin first saw a circular pit with a diameter of 20 meters in the center. There were more than 50 red-faced spectators on the periphery of the pit, shouting excitedly for their favorite players. The entire 10th fighting spirit area is a huge circular space with a diameter of about 40 meters. At the wall a little farther from the central pit, there are several official service windows for the underground fighting spirit. Suqin walked into the edge of the pothole and looked down. The edge was about 5 meters from the bottom. The walls around the pothole were written with a simple rule of soul fighting in some unknown red liquid. The winner has everything. This wall is not smooth and complete. Above this wall, pits caused by various attacks can be seen, highlighting the fierce battle it experienced before by QUGEU.co. In the pit, there are 2 souls of more than 30 ranks, they are carrying out a fierce attack with fists to the flesh and blood. At this moment, one of the soul venerables had red eyes, and he held a machete in his hand. Seeing the timing, he sealed and killed the other somewhat exhausted soul venerable. He cut off the head of the other person, raised his left hand above his head, turned a few times, and shouted at the person on the wall, "I have won." Some of the onlookers chanted his name and were very excited, while others were angry and unwilling. A staff member on the wall threw a rope down at this time. The man quickly took the valuable things from the deceased's body and climbed up with the help of the rope. Although his eyes were still red, he was obviously loosened. Tone. He looked at the crowd fiercely, came to the empty space with few people, and counted his gains. Suqin noticed that when this person came up, the audience looked at this person with jealous eyes, but when they noticed the staff on the side, they were somewhat restrained. A burly middle-aged man in his 40s walked down the rope to the bottom of the pit, stood in the middle of the pit, and yelled at the crowd onlookers, "Who would dare to fight me?" Seeing this, Suqin stepped directly on the wall and fell into the bottom of the pit before these people could react, and said, "Let me meet you." Some spirit masters on the wall who were just about to act, saw that Suqin took a step ahead of them, sighed, and stood on the wall as an audience. Several grumpy people cursed. As soon as Suqin just landed, the burly middle-aged man on the opposite side instantly completed his spirit possession, his body doubled instantly, and 3 spirit rings, 1 white and 2 yellow, floated on his body. His first 2 spirit rings flashed, taking advantage of Su Qin's unpreparedness, he sprinted directly. It took only 3 or 4 breaths to come to Su Qin's face, with his left and right hands coming out, with claws that were inches long on both hands, and they immediately moved towards Su Qin's neck. Seeing this, Su Qin flashed a touch of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect this person's attack to come so suddenly. Su Qin immediately squatted, his right foot stretched out a sweeping leg. The burly middle-aged man was in the state of 1 foot in the air and 1 foot supported. Although Su Qin's attack was sudden, but his strength was not small, he kicked the middle-aged man's ankle and made a small noise. It broke his balance and made his attack failed while interrupting his subsequent attacks. This person's combat experience is also very rich. Although his body lost his balance and began to fall on its side, he quickly supported the ground with both hands and the other kicked towards Su Qin's head. Su Qin used his arm to block, the opponent's foot strength was not small, and he directly kicked Su Qin and slid to the right for 1 meter. Su Qin took the opportunity to get up and the wooden sword appeared on his right hand. Before he stood up, he swung his sword away. The burly middle-aged man held his body firmly on the ground with both hands, and saw Su Qin attacking, and immediately rolled to the side to avoid Su Qin's attack. The people on the wall watched the battle off the court and suddenly became excited. Some of the burly middle-aged people who knew him called out his name, all of them were very excited and excited. The battlefield changed rapidly. At first, the burly middle-aged man had the priority to attack, but Su Qin had the upper hand, leaving several wounds on the burly middle-aged man. The burly middle-aged man's spirit power is only about 36. Although this man used all his best to fight Su Qin desperately, after a bit of a fight, Su Qin pierced his heart with a sword and killed him. Up him! Su Qin stood with a sword, looked at the person who fell to the ground in front of him, and looked at him with an angry and unwilling look. There was no wave in his eyes. If this person wants to kill himself, it is only natural that he should kill him. Although he is selfish in doing this, he can only be blamed for his bad luck. Su Qin looked at the rope put down on the side, and did not climb up, but looked up at the audience. None of these audiences was good, otherwise they would not come to this place. Su Qin said lightly, "Who else?" Chapter 59, Okay. Who else? This somewhat arrogant sentence sounded in everyone's ears, and everyone was in an uproar. They looked at the masked man under the pit in surprise. This man just killed one. Why is he so arrogant? I come. A majestic voice came from the crowd, a muscular body full of high bulges, and there were several incredibly hideous wounds on the open chest, but seeing this wound made some onlookers scared and subconsciously stepped back. This person came to the edge of the pothole and looked sharply at Su Qin underneath. He jumped directly. The other person was still in the air and completed the possession of the spirit, his whole body swelled once again, his body reached an astonishing 2.2 meters, and his muscles doubled. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound of a heavy object landing, this person stood steadily 10 meters away from Su Qin. 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings appeared on his body. He looked at Su Qin with caution. Although he was confident of defeating Su Qin, he was still cautious. I'm Xiong Bassian, what's your name? Xiong Bassian patted his majestic chest, and said a little arrogantly. Su Qin stood quietly next to the corpse, did not directly attack, but waited for the person to land and stand firmly. Su Qin said lightly, Qin Feng. After the two men assured each other's names, Xiong Bassian's body shook, his right foot stepped on the ground, and he uttered a roar at Su Qin. His claws slammed the ground. A crack quickly moved towards Su Qin's position. Yen waved his huge palm and quickly attacked Su Qin. Naturally, Su Qin did not allow the opponent to attack without counterattack, but also headed towards the opponent with a sword. The battle between the two was about to start. The crowd onlookers saw this scene, and screamed in excitement again. Although they were not desperados, they were a group of people who pursued excitement. Xiong Basian's strength was much stronger than the previous one. Under his full attack, even Su Qin was a little troublesome to deal with. To prevent some opponents from hurting, after all, Su Qin didn't want to get hurt. This battle lasted for about a while, and Su Qin always maintained the upper hand. Just when Su Qin pierced the heart of Xiong Basian's back, Xiong Basian realized that it was not good, and immediately shouted, "I admit defeat." At the same time, Xiong Basian kept walking and stepped on the ground. Before Su Qin's attack came, he climbed into the crowd at the top of the pit. Su Qin looked at this guy's movements, with incomprehensible expressions in his eyes. "What is the situation? Can you still admit defeat and escape?" Su Qin looked suspiciously at the staff above, frowned and asked, "He is like this. Is that okay?" The staff nodded and said to Su Qin, "Yes. But you need to keep everything on him." With that, the staff walked towards Xiong Basian and said to him, "Please leave everything on your body." Xiong Basian nodded, and very neatly took off all the things on his body, and threw them all towards Su Qin underneath. His movements were very smooth and rapid, obviously not the first time he did this. At this time, Xiong Basian released the state of possessing the spirit of martial arts, covering his body with both hands, but he could barely cover it. Xiong Basian looked at Su Qin, and his eyes flashed with shame. Although this was not the first time he did this, it was the rule here after all. He could only do so for the sake of his life. Xiong Basian glanced at Su Qin, lowered his head, turned around and slid away from here. When the onlookers saw this scene, some people looked disdainful, some laughed loudly, and some curiously looked at Xiong Basian, wanting to see how big he was. Su Qin looked at the bear guy who disappeared on the edge of the pothole, looked at the tattered clothes and a small bag of money on the ground, and muttered, "Is it possible to avoid disaster?" Su Qin thought for a moment, as if that was the truth. Although the people here are fighting fiercely, in addition to satisfying some special hobbies, it is for the money of other people. From this point of view, leaving all the things on his body and replacing him with his life, isn't this a loss of wealth and disaster? Su Qin nodded slightly, accepting this setting. Su Qin put away the bag of money. As for the tattered clothes, it was completely useless to cut. Su Qin felt the state of his soul power. After these two battles, about 30% of the soul power was consumed, and about 70% of the soul power remained in his body, but he could continue to fight. Su Qin stood in the pothole, looked up at the people above, and shouted again arrogantly, "Who else? I come." A slightly thin, but extraordinarily tall man responded, and he followed the rope into the pothole. "My name is Tong Tan." The thin and tall man reported his name, and at the same time completed the possession of the martial soul. His body quickly swelled and transformed into a tall werewolf form. His appearance has a great vision from his previous thin and tall appearance. Difference: 3 spirit rings, 1 white, 1 yellow and 1 purple, appeared on his body. The first 2 spirit rings flashed, like a wild wolf hunting animals, rushing towards Su Qin. Su Qin held the sword in his right hand and stepped on the 7-star step to greet him. The battle started again. This time the battle ended faster than the previous 2. Su Qin always maintained the upper hand. Seeing that the situation was not good, Tong Tan climbed into the pit at a faster speed than Xiong Basian, leaving behind his body and his head. He left quickly without returning. Su Qin looked at the back of this person leaving, slightly speechless. The speed of this person's escape was much faster than when he was fighting with Su Qin. This made Su Qin wonder if the person just hit him with all his strength. But Su Qin didn't delve into this problem too deeply, picked up things, felt the current state, raised his head and asked, "Who else?" This time the onlookers were slightly silent for a while, and a man with several scars on his face said, "I'm coming." The battle begins again. The underground arena is not the same as the official battlefields everywhere. There is no requirement that one person can only play one game a day. As long as you can play, there is no problem with how many games a day. Su Qin became the ringmaster in the 10th area of the underground fighting spirit arena. Every time he defeated a person, Su Qin sensed his own state, and he definitely could fight again, so he repeated the question to those onlookers, who? In this way, Su Qin has been fighting for 6 battles here. Except for the first person who was killed by Su Qin under the carelessness of the first person, the remaining 5 people have their own life-saving means. Although Su Qin was injured, they all saved their lives. When Su Qin sensed that his state was no longer good, he stopped his arrogant behavior, left the underground fighting arena, returned to his temporary residence, and summed up the experience of these battles. Chapter 60, Bevoj Town. In the next month, in addition to daily practice, Su Qin also participated in the soul fighting in the underground fighting arena. However, with the experience of being invited to have tea in the Sylves arena last time, this time Su Qin was fighting in the underground arena and did not participate in the fighting in the arena. To be careful, Su Qin made a few more vests for himself. Su Qin used these vests to improve his actual combat ability in the underground fighting arena. The badge level promotion of the underground arena is also different from that of the Great Arena. In addition to relying on the points gained from defeating the opponent, you can also challenge people higher than your own badge level. If you win, the badge level will be the same as the opponent's badge level. In this way, although the badge level can be improved quickly, it is not a good thing for others. Without the corresponding strength, it is easy to die under the attack of the opponent. But this is a very good way for Su Qin. It can avoid the boring time of accumulating points and advancement in the early stage, and has more time to fight against people with more combat experience, and quickly improve his strength. In the past month, except for the first 7 days that Su Qin had been fighting with more than 30 level soul sects, for the next period of time, he had been challenging more than 40 level souls. In the beginning, Su Qin needed to use teleporting spirit skills to entangle the opponent for a long time to win, and he could only play 1 or 2 games a day, but gradually, as Su Qin's actual combat experience improved, the victory was fast, and he was able to fight in 1 day. The number of games has also slowly increased, and so far it has barely been able to play about 6 or 7 games. Su Qin consumes a lot of resources these days. Basically, he conducts medicated bath and practice once a day. As Su Qin's strength increases, the medicinal materials needed have become more expensive, but they are within Su Qin's tolerance. Su Qin estimated that now, with all the means, he should barely be able to hunt his 3rd spirit ring. However, for safety reasons, Su Qin did not set off immediately. Instead, he stayed here for 3 more days, adapted to his current strength, and at the same time purchased some possible supplies, such as clothes to wear in the snow. In the evening of the 3rd day, Su Qin left Tiandu City from the north gate of Tiandu City and headed towards the far north. Over the past month or so, the underground black market has also begun to spread that there are several level 30 masked men, but they can defeat 5 or 6 level 40 or higher masters in 1 day. Such talents are really rare talents. This caused some underground organizations to approach Lenong with premeditated preparations, but before their actions began, the masked men seemed to disappear out of thin air, and they were no longer found. After searching for a few days and still not finding it, these underground forces had no choice but to give up and continue searching for these masked men. So what should they do? Heaven-Do Imperial City, within the prince's palace. A person who looked about 24 or 5 years old was handsome in appearance. He was dressed in luxurious noble robes, and his long blonde hair was tied with a cyan cloth belt, neatly hanging behind his head. At this moment he was sitting at the desk, looking at the envelope in his hand, put down the letter after a while, stood up and looked at the window, muttering in his mouth, "Can the 30th level soul venerable defeat the soul sect? Will it be that person?" After Su Qin left Tiandu City, he changed into an ordinary person's outfit, and quickly moved towards the northernmost town of the Tiandu Empire. Su Qin's speed kept going along the way, except for the necessary rest, he was always on his way. As it got closer to the north, the air became colder and colder. Su Qin also put on the warm clothes he had prepared long ago, and continued on his way. Su Qin's speed was very fast, and it took about 10 days before Su Qin arrived in the target town of Bevoj. The town of Bevoj is similar to other common towns, except that it is smaller. Outside the town, there is no vast arable land like the southern town. Although there is arable land, it is much smaller. The main source of food here is those from the south. Those grain merchants who came. Although it is far away from the center of the mainland, there is also a branch hall of Wuhan Hall standing here. In order to avoid some unnecessary troubles, Su Qin did not use the real appearance, but always maintained a disguised appearance. Su Qin entered the town of Bevoj. Although the weather here is very cold, the people here have lived here for generations. They have already adapted to the environment here. Each one is much taller than the people in the south, and the body is more burly. At this time, there are many people walking on the street wearing clothes that do not affect their movements, although it is not lively but not deserted. Su Qin didn't look for a hotel to stay at the first time, but walked towards the busiest market in Bihug while asking passers-by. The market is located in the northern part of the town of Bevoj, which is much more lively than the streets. In addition to those who open shops, there are also many hawkers wearing thick clothes, spread out on the sidewalks facing the street and start selling, and most pedestrians passing by will stop for a while. Most of the pedestrians in this market are spirit masters who can cultivate. In Su Qin's induction, although there are not many spirit masters above level 30, there are not many. After all, this is the human town closest to the northern snowy realm. Almost all soul beasts that go there to hunt for soul beasts will stop in this town. While adapting to the cold weather here, Su Qin wandered around the market to see if there was anything else to buy. In front of the hawkers on the street, there were some things used by soul masters, such as the flesh and blood of soul beasts. Su Qin wandered around in front of these hawkers, and found nothing of interest. After strolling around in the market again, Su Qin saw a small building with 7 stories in the center of the market. The sign of this small building was called Bibao Pavilion. There may be something he needs in it, Su Qin thought so, slowly came to the Bibao Pavilion. As soon as Su Qin stepped into the door, a strong figure like a small servant came up and asked respectfully, "This lord, what can I do for you?" Although this strong man was a small servant, he was exuding a wave of spirit power, and he was a great spirit master of more than 20 ranks. Su Qin raised his eyebrows slightly, and the small servants in this shop were all soul masters. It seemed that this shop was not simple. Su Qin looked at Xiao Si and asked, "I need a map of the distribution of soul beasts in the snow realm. Do you have it here?" Xiao Si nodded and said to Su Qin, "Yes, please come with me." After Xiao Si finished speaking, he led the way in front. Su Qin slowly followed the Xiao Si and walked towards the stairs.